Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu, baby, subramia. Baby, subramia. Suku, sunu, baby, subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Ejemo, anamana. Ejemeje, anamana. Wana mejemo, anamu. Parachuba jodiri chukuma chukuchuba jodiri ndimmawu egummawu ego. Parachuba jodiri chukuma chukuchuba jodiri ndimmawu egummawu ego. Obodo jisike n'ụbọchị eruona. Oyibo.
It is everyone. Befere.
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia. Suku sunu baby subramia.
Ladies and gentlemen, sometimes you just have to act like you are drunk, like you are crazy. Confuse your enemies. Confuse them.
Oboda say yeah we mo. Yeah we mo. Oboda say yeah we mo. No basa ye ga ponto mo iye de gugeme. Okwitara kara mi nguru ma mi ga kwuru mu gwo ya baby mo. Abe Maria.
How are you feeling?
Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Asim ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Wanam ayandaba, 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 ayandaba. Susu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia. Soko sunu baby subramia.
Asekwa nefo jabanye si akuna nyego mkambasi ozo. Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Akuna mota nwa akuna koga bu.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is. Pardon me. And there it is right there. Osunday Owende. What will be, will be. So that's what I was told that means. So Osunday Owende. So good day to you. Good day to you, dear friends. Always a delight to be in your company. So 2 sessions in a day now. So there is dedication for you. Hopefully that is what rewarding with the like button at least. So click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. If you're not already subscribed, then please correct that. If you want to join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard is your open invitation to do that. So click on that as well. And of course, if you want to donate towards, if you want to refill my cup with coffee, the link to the buy the coffee thing is right there. It's 3 easy steps, and then you can buy coffee to your heart's content. So do all that. So good day. So good day to you. So the headlines that we are contending with, plenty to go through today, by the way. So just relax into it. Been a while since I said the eagle has landed, but the eagle definitely lands today. The eagle has landed. Tinubu reacts to Binani saga, outcome of Adamawa gubernatorial election. So a lot of commentaries. Where is Tinubu? What does he have to say? So now he speaks, but does he say what the space wants to hear? And even if he says what the space wants to hear, will the space digest it anyway? Tinubu reacts to Binani saga, outcome of Adamawa Guba election. So quite what that reaction is and what we are making of it, we get to that shortly. Peter Obi, aggrieved youths protest, demand sack of Adebanjo as Afenifere leader. So this is the headline now. This doesn't especially come as a surprise to anyone. It was always going to birth at this space, and at this space it has birthed So all the smoke signals were there that this was always going to happen, because you cannot have two captains in one ship. And that is what we seem to have in the Afenifere space. You have Pa Fashionati, who parades himself as a leader, and then you have Pa Adebanjo, who purports to be the leader. But his activities and his actions, it runs contrary to the remit of the organization. So the organization acts, and they act quite decisive. Peter Obi, aggrieved youth protest, demands sack of Adebanjo as Afenifere leader. So that is not a surprise, of course. We were always going to land at that space. We were always going to land at that space. So on to the next headline. Adamawa Guba, Fintiri defeats Benani to win second term. So I'm only going to give you the headline for that one, because events seem to have superseded that sort of space. A lot has happened since then. So we'll just pick the aftermath of it rather than the announcement of a winner. Although as early as 2 days ago, we were celebrating that a woman governor has emerged, but alas, not the case. But still with the Fintiri space, Fintiri, Tinubu, be very afraid, we are coming for you. Reno Mokri in his own inimitable style. So quite what he has to say, we'll find out shortly. Still staying with Benani, Peter Obi makes bold statement on stolen mandate after Fintiri was declared winner. So there it is. Peter Obi still huffing and puffing, threatening to blow the house down. But should Peter Obi still be huffing and puffing is the question, because it looks as though the British authority might be after him. Breaking law knowingly or not, you have a case to answer. So this is Faleke Adena responding to that tweet by Peter Obi, that cryptic messaging that he put out earlier on in the day, inviting that he has not knowingly broken the law, which is to suggest then that he has broken the law either wittingly or not. So Faleke Adena quickly responds, breaking law knowingly or not, you have a case to answer. Faleke Adena slams Peter Obi. So I'm sure we can already guess at the content of that. So we go to that as well. And now, GBAJA Faleke battle over chief of staff speakership. So that's chief of staff. There was a lot of names that were parading for that post. But it looks as though those names have now narrowed to two, and it's a straight shootout between Faleke and GBAJA. But who would you want to be the chief of staff of the incoming administration? So that we'll find out shortly. Now, this one comes closer to home, because this speaks to a friend of our platform. So this speaks to a friend of our platform. YouTube pulls down Dr. Damage's show in which David Hundeyin spoke on TINUBU'S Guinean passport. So a lot of your I think the last session that Rudolph did was with this guy. This guy was the star turn, if you describe him as such. The one that looks like a sese fly, according to Kulata. So now it looks as though off the back of that appearance now, that video, not the channel, or the channel is safe and doing well, but that particular video has been pulled down by YouTube. YouTube pulls down Dr. Damage's show in which David Hundeyin spoke on Bola Tinubu's Guinean passport. So a lot of your course will recall that the tweet that he put out, David Hundeyin, with the Photoshop passport, that was pulled down as well by Twitter. So it looks as though now that fake news, that the space has determined now that the news that this guy is parading is fake news, and they have put a red flag on his name. So anywhere he's going around parading this particular narrative, wherever he parades it, that gets pulled down. YouTube pulls down Dr. Damage's show in which David Hundeyin spoke on Bola Tinubu's Guinean passport. So how quite this is explained, we'll find out shortly. So as ever, plenty to go through. When is there never not plenty to go through? So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, just click on the like button as you're coming in, subscribe if you haven't done that already. The hyperlink that says StreamYard, there's still space in the studio. If you want to join us, now will be the moment. But of course, if nobody turns up, then I get an early night. But now will be the moment if you do want to join us. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee that is ever at your reach. So do all that. And as you do all that, let's take another micro musical intermission before we delve straight into the throes of it. But first, of course, we go to the K guys. The K guys.
Only water, where they see ma. Water, Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run méjìkọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikuko Neriwagbeche, pardon me, you caught me on the hop somewhat. Ikuko Neriwagbeche. Actually, let me play you one more track. I think I need a moment just to do one thing. Let me play you the old national anthem. Just give me a moment.
To the Nigerian national anthem, Mr. Albert Congo raises the flag of the new nation.
And there it is. Nigeria, we hail thee, and we hail thee indeed. So let me not waste too much more of your time. Let's just get straight into it. So let's kick it off with this Tinubu storyline. It says, Tinubu reacts to Binani's saga outcome of Adamawa Guba election. The president-elect Bola Ahmed Tinubu on Wednesday urged police authorities to fully investigate all that transpired in the dramatic Adamawa State governorship supplementary election, which was conducted last weekend. Tinubu's message was contained in a statement obtained by correspondents. The incoming president also congratulated Governor Umaru Fintiri on his re-election as governor of Adamawa State. His statement reads, I congratulate the winners of the, that should be the winner, by the way, not winners. I congratulate the winners of the supplementary governorship election held in Kebbi. Oh, yes, so that should be winners. I congratulate the winners of the supplementary governorship elections held in Kebbi and Adamawa states on Saturday, April the 15th, 2023. I also rejoice with those elected into the Senate, House of Representatives, and state houses of assembly during the last round of elections in states where such took place. These victorious men and women have earned the trust of their people, and I call on them to rededicate themselves to the service of their respective constituents. The supplementary polls have now brought the 2023 election to a final fitting conclusion. I observed with satisfaction the largely peaceful atmosphere that pervaded the supplementary election on Saturday. It was a further testimony that our citizens have accepted democratic norms and have unalloyed faith in the electoral process. However, I note the matter of Adamawa supplementary governorship election, and I urge police authorities to fully investigate all that transpired in the election, given the attendant controversy. In every democratic contest, there has to be one winner. I call on those aggrieved to pursue legitimate means to address their grievances. So that is TINUBU'S statement then to the Adamawa governorship election. So I think that I would suggest is a perfect fit. So there is not much more or anything that can be added or removed from that. Congratulating the winners as you'd expect, inviting the authorities to look at what transpired, controversies that are ensued. So I think that sums it up. I'm not quite sure much more it should be an expectation. So that's TINUBU then speaking as people urge him to. But would that satiate that space? I doubt that very much. Why did he not, and why did he will be the next follow through? So the next follow through now, still sticking with why did he? So the question now that the Yoruba space, the question now that the Yoruba space is asking one of their paramount leaders, the leader of the Afenifere group, organization, is why did he? Peter Obi, aggrieved youth protest, demands sack of Adebanjo as Afenifere leader. So now, we know what aggrieves them anyway. I'm not going to speculate as though we don't know. We already know what's going on in that space. Youths under the umbrella of Yoruba Afenifere Youth Organization of Nigeria have staged a protest demanding that the acting leader of the Afenifere Ayo Adebanjo step down from leadership of the organization. The youth of the Pan-Yoruba Social Cultural Organization protested in Akure on Tuesday. The protesters also stormed the Akure residence of Pa Ruben Fashionati to intervene in the Afenifere crisis. Recall that Fashionati in 2021 had cited old age as reason for his stepping down as leader of the group he led since 2008. Fashionati named Adebanjo as acting leader of the body, but crisis crept in over the choice of whose presidential candidate to support. Why Afenifere youth asked Adebanjo to step down? The protest and demand for the sack of Adebanjo may not be unconnected with his unfettered support for the presidential candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 general elections. Adebanjo had rallied support for Obi, whilst Fashionati backed candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, now the president-elect. Whilst Fashionati backed the candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, the protesters could be seen carrying placards with various inscriptions, such as Pa Fashionati, please rescue Afenifere, Ayo Adebanjo must go, revoke the mandate you gave to Adebanjo, Adebanjo, time to step aside, amongst others. Leaders of the protesters, Eric Oluwole, said an ultimatum will soon be issued to Adebanjo to step down. Oluwole said, besides the stepping down of Pa Adebanjo, Afenifere's meeting ought to be held in Akure since Fashionati was still alive. Comrade Oluwole said they want sanity restored to the body. He stated, we want to create this strong awareness to the Yoruba nation that the vote of no confidence on Pa Adebanjo still stands. We cannot allow one leader to jeopardize our future. We called on Adebanjo to step down. Baba only wrote him a letter to step in as Afenifere's acting leader. He should step down. We are part of Afenifere. We need sanity within Afenifere. He mentioned that Fashionati cannot talk, but we believe that we, the youth, can talk to him. Afenifere is passing through internal crisis. Adebanjo sanctioned 2 national officers because they made statements in the papers. Adebanjo is using political inner mind to cause crisis. He cannot suspend national officers without reference to Baba. Another protester, Bukola Veronica, said they no longer recognize Adebanjo as acting leader of Afenifere. Meanwhile, Fashionroti, who spoke through his chief security officer, Sunday Ogun Kalu, assured the protesters that he will look into their demand. He appealed to them to conduct themselves peacefully. So I think that is a verdict then. It is an irretrievable situation and an irrevocable stance. So the people have spoken and there is no coming back. So I mean, it's unconscionable. It scrambles the mind that you, the leader of a pecuniary interest organization that is set up solely to promote the interest of an ethnic group, when your ethnic group is in contention, you completely abandon it to back another. So that's your choice as an individual, but that cannot be your position as the leader of Afenifere. So off with his head is what the youths are saying. But how will that play out? That is the question. So how will that play out? That is the question. So from that question to this conundrum. So let's go to this next headline. So this is the aftermath now of the Fintiri victory. Fintiri, Tinubu, be very afraid. We are coming for you. So it's the funky preacher from America, Reno Omokri. Former presidential aide Reno Omokri has reacted to the victory of the governor of Adamawa State, Ahmadu Fintiri, at the polls. Correspondents recall that the returning officer for the election declared Fintiri as the winner after the collation of the supplementary results. The final results showed that Aisha Binani Dahiru, candidate of the All Progressive Congress, scored XYZ, whilst Fintiri, candidate of the People's Democratic Party PDP, had ABC votes to win the polls. Earlier, the now suspended resident electoral commissioner, Hudu Hanusa Ari, had illegally declared Fintiri winner. So let's go to what Reno has to say. So now, reacting to Fintiri's victory, Reno said, he wrote, "To God the glory, Binani has been put in the bin. The People's Democratic Party has emerged victorious and Governor Umar Fintiri had been re-elected. Congratulations to him. Big congratulations to Waziri Atiku Abubakar. This proves the victory of evil over good is only temporary. Now that Adamawa is in the bag, Tinubu, we are coming for you at the presidential election petition court. We won our presidential candidate state. You could not win your own state. Be afraid. Be very afraid." So it's a bit of a nothing, whatever, really. It's somewhat gloating, really, but I'm not quite sure how this quite impacts on Tinubu. It was an anticipated victory. Nobody ever had the thought that Fintiri was not going to win that election. Binani, she chanced her hand, and I have to say, the politics that she played is the politics that Nigerians play. I'm surprised, though, that women play that politics too, but that was a masterstroke move. She tries to pull the rug off his feet, but of course she did not succeed. But quite how the governor himself could not be returned the first time around with a significant margin is where the greater question is. So that's a verdict on his performance on his first term. So still with the Binani narrative, Peter Obi chimes in. Peter Obi makes bold statement on stolen mandate after Fintiri was declared a winner. So quite what dog he has in the fight, we don't know, because Fintiri, of course, PDP, Binani, APC, Peter Obi, we don't quite know where he belongs. The Labour Party LP presidential candidate Peter Obi has reiterated his decision to reclaim his stolen mandate in the wake of the Adamawa controversial gubernatorial election. Recall that the resident electoral commission, so we're not going to go through all that. The Independent National Electoral Commission, however, nullified a REIS declaration. So I'm not quite sure if there's not a legal suit to still be had here, because as the senior functionary of INEC in that space, that REIS declaration, it holds true and it holds until a court overturns it, but I'm not quite sure how Bidani intends to play this. The Independent National Electoral Commission, however, nullified a REIS declaration. The move was strongly condemned by many Nigerians, describing the situation as illegal and stolen mandate. In a post on Twitter late Tuesday night, Peter Obi, who is challenging the victory of President-elect Bola Tinubu in court, urged Nigerians to remain calm, stressing he would never give up on the journey to reclaiming the mandate for a new Nigeria. So this guy is just the most ridiculous person. We've already asked what pathway that mandate was given. Perhaps the people of Adamawa gave him a mandate. Maybe that's it. According to the former governor of Anambra State, he never expected the journey. So he used the opportunity really to do his kumbaya. So let's just see what kumbaya he has to say. So he said, I encourage Nigerians to remain calm and steadfast in the journey to reclaiming our mandate of a new Nigeria. So it's not a mandate of a new Nigeria, by the way. Of course, it doesn't. It's not very educated. It's a mandate for a new Nigeria, not of a new Nigeria. But then, of course, poorly educated guy, Peter Obi. I encourage Nigerians to remain calm and steadfast in the journey to reclaiming their mandate of a new Nigeria. I will never give up on this journey until victory is achieved. I never expected the journey to a new Nigeria to be an easy one. The forces who had over the years lived off the old order are bound to fight back, as is being experienced now. If they come at us through land, air, or sea, we will respond to them through land, air, and sea. But we will remain law-abiding and will never give up on the mandate. We are on the right path, and we will remain committed to the cause. So that's just Peter Obi. I reiterate my commitments to building a Nigeria that will be beneficial to every Nigerian. Does every Nigerian include the Muslims as well? Because he's already declared war on the Muslims. I reiterate my commitments to building a Nigeria that will be beneficial to every Nigerian. The struggle to reclaim this mandate, it's unbelievable, actually. The struggle to reclaim this mandate is not about me as a person, but about millions of Nigerians who place their trust in me through their votes. So there it is. That's Peter Obi talking the gibberish that only he is capable of. So from Peter Obi's gibberish to Afenifere Nikayode's nonsensity. So from gibberish to nonsensity. So let's go from gibberish to nonsensity. Breaking law knowingly or not, you have a case to answer. Fani Kayode slams P to B. The spokesperson of the All Progressive Congress APC Presidential Campaign Council, Femi Fani-Kayode, has insisted that the presidential candidate of the Labour Party LP, Peter Obi, must disclose the details of his alleged detention by the British immigration officers at Heathrow Airport in the United Kingdom. Fani-Kayode made this demand in a series of tweets via his Twitter handle on Wednesday. Recall that Obi was detained by British immigration officers at Heathrow Airport in the United Kingdom during the Easter period. But the former aviation minister claimed that Obi cannot be trusted until he tells Nigerians publicly the reasons for his detention. So they're asking, where is Tinubu? Where is Tinubu? Maybe the greater question is, why were you arrested in London? Why were you arrested in London? Because we don't know if they say it's an imposter, and that is the end of it. You know, it's an imposter. It's a bit like it was a deep fake for the Yes Daddy tape. It's just an imposter, and that's the end of it. You know, the things that this guy get away with. The former aviation minister claimed that Obi cannot be trusted until he tells Nigerians publicly the reasons for his detention. He said Obi must clarify if he violated British law, either knowingly or unknowingly, during his detention. Fani-Kayode stated, until Peter Obi tells us what happened to him at Heathrow Airport and why he was accosted and detained by British immigration officers over Easter. It cannot be trusted or taken seriously. Peter Obi's claim that he never knowingly broke the law speaks volumes and suggests that he broke it unknowingly. So the alignment of the I did not break the law to his arrest and detention in the UK, it can only be then a follow-on. So he knows that that story is about to break and he's doing a preemptive strike. Sadly for him, not knowing that you broke the law when you actually broke it is no defense. And in any case, there are some crimes that are known as strict liability offenses, which do not even need any premeditation. Whichever way, if Peter Obi violated the law in any shape or form, knowingly or unknowingly, he is in trouble and he will have a case to answer. Peter Obi breaks silence. So now let's now see if he added anything. Recall that Obi had earlier broken silence over his controversial detention by the immigration officials in the United Kingdom. In a series of tweets posted on his official Twitter handle, Obi stated, "Sometimes as a human, we make mistakes." I think we actually covered this in the earlier session, but sometimes as human, we make mistakes, but I will never knowingly break the law. The Labour Party presidential candidate said he will never knowingly break the law and that he is committed to challenging the 25th of February election outcome. Although Obi did not make reference to his arrest and subsequent detention by the United Kingdom immigration officials at Heathrow Airport a fortnight ago, this is the first time he will speak out since the incident occurred. Obi added that he is not afraid of the lies and propaganda against his person. They are part of the journey to a new Nigeria. The reason for his arrest has remained unknown till date, as the United Kingdom authorities declined comment on the matter. So people have already started to probe at the UK to find out why Peter Obi was arrested and detained. But the Labour Party claimed it was for alleged impersonation. A statement issued by the head, Dati Obi Media Diron Onifade, on the matter said he was questioned for a long time. So a long time is not a few minutes. So these are words now coming out of that camp. The only thing that disappoints somewhat is that as busy as that airport is, nobody could have captured that moment, and nobody had a smartphone to capture the moment Peter Obi was being arrested. But a statement by the head, Obidati Media, Diron Onifade, on the matter said he was questioned for a long time, and it was very strange for a man who has lived for over a decade in that country. So it really annoys me, that part of that statement, that it was very strange for a man who has lived for over a decade in that country. So does living over a decade in the United Kingdom, does it exempt you or exclude you from law and order? So why is it strange that because he has lived in the United Kingdom for however many period, that he should be questioned if a law was infracted? The statement did not, however, contain details of Obi's arrest and his subsequent release before returning to the country. So the details of that arrest is still something that is agitating the political space, because people want to know the circumstances of the arrest, how long that arrest was for, what was the crime he committed, this impersonator, what was he impersonating, what crime did the impersonator commit, what is the grievance of it, was he read his rights when they arrested him, was he forcefully removed from the United Kingdom, which will mean a deportation. So all of these questions, it cannot just be swept away that it was some impersonator, some ambiguous gobbledygook. So ambiguous gobbledygook. Let's speed through this. Just a few more to go. Gbadabiamila Faleke battle over chief of staff speakership. So, well, it's two positions, so I don't know why they would battle. So it's not a long read. So let's be through it. Some close allies of the president-elect Bola Tinubu ahead of the May 29 inauguration are battling for supremacy in his cabinet and the 10th National Assembly. A source that spoke on the developing issue claimed that the clash between Tinubu's allies heightened when the secretary of the APC Presidential Campaign Council, James Faleke, pushed to be appointed as the chief of staff to Tinubu. The source further stated that the battle for the chief of staff position between Faleke and the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbadabiamila, has influenced the race for the Speaker of the 10th House of Assembly. According to the source, the Minister of Special Duties and Internal Governmental Affairs, George Akume, and the Governor of Kaduna State, Nasir El-Rufai, are in the race for the position of Secretary to the Government of the Federation. So, what's the difference between those two positions, by this way? So, Chief of Staff, Secretary. So, Secretary to the Government of the Federation, I think, is the position that Boss Mustafa occupies at the moment, and the Chief of Staff, correct me if I'm wrong, is the position that Gambari occupies at the moment. So, I think those are the two positions, unless I've got them the wrong way around. The source that spoke with correspondents said the issue around are too numerous to mention to the public because all those involved are playing to the gallery and deceiving their followers as if all is well amongst those of us who are close to the president-elect. As we speak, there is no love lost between Gbadabiamila and Faleke because both are deeply involved in the race to be chief of staff. If you observe, both are playing the game quite quietly initially. But when Faleke saw that Gbaja was already seeing himself as chief of staff in waiting, Faleke had to up his game too. Lately, you can see that he has been sponsoring some groups to also canvass for him. So those groups canvassing for him, I think we actually made a mention. I think we actually made a mention of them in an earlier session when some random obscure northern group was saying that Faleke is their choice. So you could not see the alignment. We then told you that they were bought and paid for. So bought and paid for. But when Faleke saw that Gbada was already seeing himself as chief of staff in waiting, Faleke had to up his game too. Lately, you can see that he had been sponsoring some groups to also canvass for him. Not only that, they have taken the fight to the issue of speakership in the forthcoming 10th House of Representatives. Even though he has denied it on the surface, everyone knows that Gbaja is supporting and canvassing for Tajuddin Abbas. So Tajuddin Abbas, so whatever happens to, pardon me, so whatever happens to Gbadabiamila, he is not going to be returning as the Speaker of the House of Representatives because you already have a Yoruba president. So that Speaker has to, depending on who becomes the Senate president, it either goes to the Northwest or the Southeast, but certainly not going back to Gbadabiamila, irrespective of if he gets the Chief of Staff position or not. But that Chief of Staff is the Gbadabiamila's for the losing, because Gbadabiamila is already on TINUBU'S travel entourage as he's out of the country going about whatever it is that he's going about. We saw snippets of clips of him walking the streets of France with TINUBU. So he has the badge on that. And if he has TINUBU as a captured audience, then he's able to plead this case. So that chief of staff position is Gbadabiamila's position for the losing. But will he be able to capture it is the question. So will he be able to capture it is the question. One last readout, but this one now closer to home. And by the way, there's still spaces in the on the screen for anybody that deems to want to join. Let's just put the link there again. All right. So that's the link. So one more readout, and then we'll get into it. Just give me 1 microsecond. Let me load it up. So one more readout, and then we get into it. So this next one now, very close to home, because this is one of our loved ones on this platform. So we have a lot of time for this character on this platform. So this now is all about Dr. Damages. So you can see the headline: YouTube pulls down Dr. Damages show in which David Hundeyin spoke on Bola Tinubu's Guinean passport. So there it is. So what's going on here? YouTube, a video sharing and streaming social media platform, has pulled down an episode of Dr. Damages' show in which David Hundeyin spoke on President-elect Bola Tinubu's Guinean diplomatic passport. Dr. Damages' show is hosted by Rudolph Okonkwo, a teacher of post-colonial African history at the School of Visual Arts in New York City. A screenshot of YouTube's message informing the show's host that the episode had been taken down was seen by correspondents. It reads, hi, Dr. Damages. We want to let you know our team reviewed your content and we think it violates our policy on personal identifiable information. We know you may not have realized this was a violation of our policies, so we're not applying any strike to your platform. However, we have removed the following content from YouTube. Video, David Hundeyin on TINUBU'S scandals and the future of investigative journalism in Nigeria. Last Saturday, Mr. Hundeyin, an independent journalist, also a self-confessed obedient, posted a data page of a Guinean diplomatic passport bearing Mr. Tinubu's name and photograph. Mr. Hundeyin's Twitter page was later blocked by the micro-blogging site, citing a breach of its rules. As a follow-up to the expose that saw Mr. Tinubu trend over the weekend, Mr. Hundeyin featured on Dr. Damages' show on Sunday, speaking about the president-elect's dual citizenship. Mr. Tinubu's Guinean diplomatic passport expose is the latest controversy surrounding the 71-year-old politician's life. The president-elect's diplomatic passport saga contradicts his declaration under oath on the EC9 form he filled with the electoral body INEC whilst applying for the office. Mr. Okonkwo said it wasn't the first time his show had been taken down, but he re-uploaded the show after blurring out details on Mr. Tinubu's passport data page. This wasn't the first time YouTube has done this. I have had videos about Johnson Suleiman removed. So I think everybody has had videos about Johnson Suleiman removed. Mr. Okonkwo said, expressing concern on censorship by the powerful and influential persons often supported by YouTube, Mr. Okonkwo said, here is my concern for today. Pastors, politicians, and businessmen with questionable characters have reported my platform for using their images or fair use of their sermons or videos. YouTube typically sided with them and took down the videos. It is becoming troubling that politically exposed people feel they can bully content producers and silence them. Some of them use lawyers to intimidate our content producers. The rate of this rampant disruption may have a chilling effect on content producers, some of whom have started to self-censor. These trends make it more challenging to hold people in leadership positions accountable, and we shall all be losers if nothing is done to reverse it. So he added, there is just somebody close to this space, as you know. We have a lot of time for Rudolph and his space, but rules are rules, and that guy cannot be going around selling these dodgy wares and people not respond. So it might well be a very short session because we've only got our Bishop with us. So Bishop, you're up. Are you ready to go?
Yes, I'm surprised that you're bullying me. How are you? Good afternoon.
I'm good. So before I come to you, actually, Bishop, let me play you this little clip of a surrogate of Tinubu responding to the drug scene. It's just a little additional information from the Tinubu's camp regarding the drug thing. So watch this.
Very, very stubborn uncle of mine, incredibly stubborn. You know, I will even say to you, I remember when the case was on regarding some of this funding that was seized. I did that case in Chicago. It was one of my first legal matters. And I fought and fought and fought regarding it, and I tried to commit him to settle. And he kept saying, no, I'm not going to settle, I'm not going to settle. I haven't done anything wrong. And I said, the difference is the US government has tons and tons of resources, and they will keep you in court forever. You have a career to focus, so please settle. Okay. I've seen him go through courageous battles, be the last man standing like he was in Lagos State. Okay. The rest of the Southwest was lost. Okay. And him, in his despair, sit down, but fight and gain back the states. The fact remains is that.
So there is a Tinubu surrogate speaking somewhat to that drug space. But before we get to any of that, so Tinubu responds to the Binani situation. Were you satisfied with his response, Bishop?
Yes, I think I am. I mean, I read it earlier. I think it was. I have another takeaway from that. Apart from just responding to that, as Bola Ahmed Tinubu, he uses the opportunity to seize the space as the president-elect that is ready to hit the ground running, try to put behind him the shenanigans about election petition and the rest. I think it shows that he's looking forward. He's more forward-looking than just, sitting there like a lame dog. So I think that statement was statemently enough.
All right. And do you think that would be sufficient enough to satiate the obedient sort of space?
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think we already discussed it here before that Peter Obi is a captive of his own, how do I call it now? He's already a captive of the mob. He's not doing it because he knows that something is going to come out from it. He's doing it because he wants to satisfy his, pay mob. He dares back out now. They will tear him to shreds. He dares back out. He will not. So it's like he is a captive of his own. What's the right word now?
Oh, dear.
So he's so making kind of. I'm lost on the right word now. But he knows definitely well that there's nothing that's going to come out of it.
All right, bring that.
In the dark.
All right. Let me take you to the Afenifere space. And the youth in Akure, they are protesting. Enough is enough is what they're saying. And they want ADEBANJO removed for reasons you know already. If he's acting against the greater will of the Yoruba space, and he's in custody of the paramount Yoruba social-cultural group, then patently he's not fit for purpose. So they are inviting Pa Adebanjo to step down, and they are protesting at Pa Fashonate's space to remove that mandate that he gave to Pa Adebanjo. So now, with the Afenifere space, we effectively have two captains steering one ship. It will run aground, of course. So now, is Pa Adebanjo's time up as the acting leader of Afenifere?
Unfortunately, while I really do not like quite a number of things that Adebanjo had gotten himself involved in the recent past, I thought after the election I should have been able to come to terms that, okay, well, I prefer it, but the generality of Yorubas have spoken. Yorubas gave Tinubu about 60 or 65% of the total vote in the Southwest, if not more than that. I'll check that. So if the people have spoken through their ballot, but you are still insisting that no, you are the leader at this, you cannot take a position for an entire race of people. You cannot. I do not support the idea of young people going on protest and calling him names. No, that's not our way. I think that the people that should have called him to order are the elders like him and say, you know what? Yoruba has a saying, a popular saying, that is to say, that I think it's high time you let go. Let other people come and take over and run this show. You've done your best. You've given your best over the year. This one is going to get a little bit dirty and messier. I don't always agree with Adebanjo, but I don't want young people going on protests and calling him names and dragging. No, I don't think Afenifere should degenerate to that. Should he leave? Yes, I am very much for. And I don't want Fashoranti coming back.
But do you not think? Yeah, I don't want Fashoranti coming back as well. I think the space is calling out for no more than a 60-year-old thereabout, somebody that still has the energy for the politics that is to come. But do you not think that Adebanjo, he needs to be pushed? But because it doesn't look as though he's anybody that is looking to yield that space unless it's pushed.
Yeah, that's where I have a problem with. I was thinking there should be another council of elders. We used to have Yoruba council of elders before or something, and all leaders of church that can gather 2, 3, 4 persons together and go and talk to him. I'm sure he should have people he actually respect, because he's just making a mess of himself. I mean, whatever is remaining of his integrity. So I really look forward to, respected or respectable Yoruba elders calling himself Fashoranti and having a meeting and telling them to step aside. Let's have a young dynamic. You've given your best. You've given your best, and you cannot continue to sit tight and become like he behaves more like a dictator even than Buhari himself. I mean, that might be a little bit too harsh, but that is the fact. Adebanjo behaves more like a dictator than the Buhari has always been accusing of being dictatorial or having dictatorial tendencies. So for me, I look forward to them resolving this without necessarily prolonging this protest to push him out. I want to avoid that ugly scenario. That's my view, by the way.
Do you think Adebanjo would leave without being pushed?
Well, that's another angle. He might not, from his antecedents. He doesn't look like someone that is going to. But I just want reasons to prevail. I want reason to prevail, or common sense to prevail. And he should do the right thing. I mean, at 95, you have given your best. Come on. You cannot be deciding what the youth of today want. You are saying you are fighting for their future. You have fought enough. So the fight that you have fought, the future that it has given you, is enough for you. Go and relax. Go and live with that. You cannot be deciding the future of children of now. I mean, now. Their future is in their hands, so let them decide. I mean, you are accusing other people of being sit-tight, being this, and they don't want to leave politics, they don't want to go. How about you? And the other time I listened to him talk, he practically called Afenifere a political party. Afenifere is not a political party. I've heard from other people, it might be a socio-political, but it is not a political party. So for me, it might not, but I really still will want them to explore other options of easing him out. I mean, if you have his children, you have relatives, you have other elders, he should listen to say, you know what, I think you have given your best. Let's just let people run their show by themselves. You've done enough, and just leave now. But I don't want him to push him and then get him messier than it is already.
All right. A lot of people are leveraging still that Binani victory, the Fintiri victory in Adamawa State. So people like Reno Omokri and Peter Obi, they are leveraging it as a weapon to throw at Tinubu to say that this is round 1 and to expect round 2. So what are you then making of the commentaries coming from Peter Obi?
For me, is it from Peter Obi or Reno that you're asking that?
Yeah, it's both of them. So it's along the same lines there. But because Reno is asking him to be afraid, and Peter Obi is making all those grand speeches of stolen mandates.
I think for me, I would just think that it's just like they just want to remain in people's consciousness for as long as they could. So at every opportunity, whatever is in the space, they want to clutch at it, you know, just to show that their voice is still there. Reno is maybe probably a slightly refined version of what's this lady's name? This Edo Agbede girl. Aisha
Yefufu, yeah.
This is a refined, slightly refined version, because I've seen him throw up some tantrums. I wouldn't expect somebody in his class. I mean, he was a presidential aide, for crying out loud. There are certain things he should not be saying. I saw him in the UK the other time jumping up and shouting, and he met his match disgracefully so too. So I don't expect much. I would say I expect more, but he's always there. But then Peter Obi, in his usual characteristic manner, just clutching on just to remain relevant and to show that he's, at least to show his what do you call it? His as this man called Alaki, the blood-paying headless mob, just to show them that look, I'm doing exactly what you want me to do. So for me, that is how I read it. So they are, in all honesty, not really expecting anything out of it. They just clutch into this trust.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you then to, you talked about Alake. Let's talk about Faleke. So the jostling now for the chief of staff for the Tinubu administration, it looks as though it's narrowing down to two personalities, GBAJA Miller and Faleke. So Faleke now almost been outmaneuvered by GBAJA Miller, who is on this convolution or relaxation tour, or whatever it is. Some people will say medical tour that Tinubu is embarked upon. So it's on Tinubu's entourage in his travels by GBAJA Miller, and he has unfettered access to talk to Tinubu. But then this jostling them for the chief of staff, how do you see that playing out, and who do you think best suits that role? Tinubu's chief of staff for the incoming administration.
Well, sadly for me, if you remember, my last take on it was that I ruled out GBAJA completely. GBAJA is not fit for that post. I was not able to assess Faleke very much because I've not really seen him in public. But my desire is that Tinubu should spring a surprise, because I was just thinking about what would the Tinubu cabinet look like. I want something that will give people hope, not all these people that are just running around, you know, all these politicians. Yeah, maybe you should be able to get like 10-15% of the existing people, but I want him to just inject some extremely fresh ideas into. So, to be candid with you, for me, I would not want either of GBAJA Miller and what do you call it? GBAJA Miller and Faleke. Because we are entering into a different in a new dispensation entirely. You see, popular might not be right. Most time it's not. But they used to say vola populi, vola dei. Now, where we are going is we want a leader or leadership that will be able to take difficult, painful, but necessary decisions. The way GBAJA Miller danced to the gallery, to the populism, I don't like it. He did that on the issue of fuel subsidy removal. He did that on the issue of ASU strike, because the ASU strike is a cankerworm that we needed to nip in the bud once and for all. There are laws. Why would people break the law willy-nilly, and you want to just dance to their tune all the time because they are holding us to ransom? No. So his intervention on that ASU something was completely unnecessary, uncalled for, amateurish, and you know. So that's me So on those 2 occasions, he had the opportunity of standing up and advising them, you know what, do the right thing, but he did not. He failed woefully on those 2 occasions. So I don't see him as somebody, because you need somebody that is firm, not rude, not rigid, to be in the as the chief of staff. Somebody that should be able to say, yes sir, your excellency, I understand you, but don't you think, should be able to have a different opinion sometimes, because the commander-in-chief might be overwhelmed with certain things. So a lot rests on the shoulders, on the onus rests on the shoulder of the chief of staff to be able to navigate in such difficult times. And Bajabi Amila is definitely not that person. Definitely not.
All right, brilliant. So the pressure continues to mount on Peter Obi to disclose just why he was arrested in London. Breaking law knowingly or not, you have a case to answer. So this is Femi Fani-Kayode seizing advantage of that particular strife that Peter Obi is under and trying to nail him down. So the difficulty that a lot of people have with the obedience space is the ambiguity of their explanations. So first we had the Yes Daddy tape, and they told us it was deep fake, and they said they wouldn't say anything outside of that. Now this guy was arrested in London, and they're telling us he's an impersonator, just some ambiguous and abstract comments, and they're saying that is the end of the matter. No, says Fani-Kayode, you have to expand more. So these are arrest and cryptic messaging from Peter Obi. Do you think he will be able to slime his way out of it yet again, or do you think he will be nailed down with this particular one?
Well, let me state it first. I'm not a fan of Fani-Kayode at all. In fact, he blocked me on all the social media long ago. So, but yes, it might be right in saying, and let me add another one. Peter Obi actually owes Nigerians an explanation as to what transpired. Why he's not saying it, and he thinks it's something that can just be wished away and be swept under the carpet. I don't know what his handlers are thinking. It's definitely not for now. It's not for this something, because there's nothing that's going to come up with. But for the future's sake, I think there are roles that are too big for Peter Obi, and he's not playing them well. For example, in the crisis with Labour Party, the way he's taking a position and he's making it, he's made pronouncement. What happens if at the end of the day, the man you have shown so much disdain, and disrespect to, he's the one that they cut and say, okay, he's the one. How do you want to play it? You have already thrown him out.
Hold on, Prince. Take us through, just in a very short summary, what is going on with that Labour Party space? Because I'm aware that the man that was there, the Abure guy, he was suspended for reasons of corruption. And then a guy called Apata, he has announced himself as the new now chairperson leader of the Labour Party. But it looks as though the party has now suspended him. But the latest headline that I'm seeing now, he has unsuspended himself. Confused.com as ever anything Labour Party.
Yeah, that space, to be very honest with you, okay, he did not announce himself as the acting chairman. There is a constitution of the Labour Party that has a vice deputy national chairman from the zone where the chairman comes from. So in case anything happens that the chairman cannot carry out the functions of his office, automatically the deputy national chairman steps in. It happens in the case of Ayu, when what's this man's name from Northeast stepped in. So automatically, because there is no room for a vacuum, so immediately the court suspends Abure. The constitution automatically replaces him with Apata or whatever you call it. Now, the fact that they belong to different factions and they're accusing Apata that he's the one that instigated what led to the suspension have an issue. Now, what led to the suspensions are purely criminal. It's not just administrative. Were there falsifications? Were there forgeries of court documents and the rest and the rest? If the answer is yes, then it's like we are living leprosy and curing eczema, or what do they call it? That's what he should address first. But now going on and having another national meeting or NWC meeting, and Peter Obi was part of that meeting to now suspend Akpata and his other fellow travelers. On what? Now, who has the power to summon that meeting? It is Akpata. Even if they want to, they will have brought him there and suspend him while he was in that meeting. But he did not, obviously. So it's going to be very messy. Unfortunately, we thought we have a third option, or third, what do you call it now? A third party.
Third force.
Third force, yeah. We thought we had a third force that could rely, because I want opposition. And I want a very strong opposition, not just, a stroll in the park. But it's obvious that
but their politics is even more rotten than the traditional spaces. What is their politics is more rotten. How is Peter Obi positioned in all of this? I heard him make some commentaries about it, but I did not listen to it. So can you bring us up to speed with how Peter Obi is positioned with the internal hemorrhaging of his party?
I said, I did mention briefly earlier on that Peter Obi had not played it well, and it shows that he's incapable of playing it well. You remember when he was the only governor in Abga? That was how himself and this same Ume that is backing him today. That was how they fought tooth and nail and practically scattered Abga, because he was not able to handle. Am I still on? Hello?
Yeah, you're on. We're listening.
Okay, so that was how so the same way he was not able to handle the political matters in the days of, hello, are you there?
Yeah, we are here, we are listening. Carry on.
The same way he was not able to handle the political party affairs in the days of APGA. The same thing is showing now. He has shown he's completely inexperienced in handling party affairs, because you will not show your cards too early.
Sorry, just for the purposes of people who might not be up to speed, what is Peter Obi's stance in the internal fighting? Who is he backing? What is he saying?
He's backing Abure.
Right, to come back.
He said it. He's backing Abure. He has shown it in his utterances, in his conduct, in his scheming, in his underground, he's backing Abure. And he's disowning the other. In fact, they used the language today, after their meeting, when they interviewed him, that they did not even know the other guy. And that's the guy that has been in the Labour Party since 2002. He's held almost all the offices. He grew through the ranks and the rest. So why would you make such a pronouncement?
Have we lost you, Bishop?
I don't know. I'm here.
Oh, all right, carry on. We can hear you now. Carry on.
I said he made a mistake of showing his hands. He showed his cards too quick by showing where I had to advise. If I had to advise, I would have just say, play your cards close to your chest. Try and mediate. Set people up to see how they can bring everybody to a round table so that they can go through this. But you have shown too early that you have a preference. Unfortunately, there is a very dangerous dimension that is showing up in this game they are playing. And I'm sorry to say, it's an ethnic dimension. Sadly so too. Because he's not handling it well at all. I don't know if that's his best.
No, sorry, how is he ethnic? The Abure is from the south, Peter Obi from the southeast. And this Akpata is from the southwest.
I'm saying, you see, there are a group of other persons that are with Akpata. There are a group of other people that are with Abure. So it's like a south-east something with some northern elements. Like, what's this guy's name that's always talking? I forgot his name now. This guy. So there is Arabambi, and there's this other guy with Akpata now, and the Deputy Secretary General. And so, as it is now, either from Group 1A or Group B, almost all the executive of Labour are under one kind of suspension or the other, as it is presently today. That's not how to run a party. I mean, they are going to run the.
And how does that? What does that bode for their presidential petition? Party, what does that? How does it bode for their petition?
If I were to be him, if I were to be the party and Peter Obi, quite honestly, there is nothing in that presidential petition. What I will be fighting for now is how to retain all the seats, the gains they made, the members of House of Rep, the members in the Senate, and the rest, and the governor. How to retain them, because people are looking for, they are digging debts. That, for example, we don't know how many of the judgments, the fake judgments that Abure used to replace people. We don't know how many of these senators it's affected. So if actually the nomination of any senator that has won a seat is premised or predicated on a forged court document, of course you can see that it's as good as to do. So what they should be doing now is how to cover their flank to block all the loopholes so that they will not lose those seats rather than fighting an obviously lost battle. Because the people that are contesting now are saying, yeah, that they secured those nominations with the use of forged court documents. And they've been able to establish that actually Apuri and the secretary actually forged some court documents. Apuri have never spoken to that. They have never said that it's not true, it's a lie. It's never addressed it. It's never. They've been evasive when it comes to that question. So people can actually take that to court and say, look, the seats that you won were premised on false, because you presented this false court document. And if that is true, it's very easy for the courts to nullify those seats.
It's unbelievable, it's unbelievable. But let me take you to this space. Do you know Dr. Damage's platform, Bishop?
I have been there. I tried to be there. I know Dr. Damage's long ago in the days of, but I tried to be there on 2 occasions in the recent past. Unfortunately, it was too toxic for me, so I left. It was like a pop gathering.
All right. He had a session with David Hundeyin just this weekend, but YouTube have decided to take down that session because the guy was parading this passport that he has been selling all over social media. So is that space again? So that same passport, it was taken down from David Hundeyin's Twitter space, and now they are now taking down people's creators' work off the back of David Hundeyin's passport. So what are you making then of that? They're taking down, if you go to his platform now, they've removed that session. So what are you making then of that, the taking down of David Hundeyin's fake passport on Rudolph's channel?
Actually, I think we should be a little bit mindful when we use materials, private materials. I said this a few days ago in our discussion. It's the right thing to do because you seem to be enjoying it today. The day it turns around and you are the victim, I'm sure you will cry. And that's why I was a little bit taken aback reading what Damages himself said about censoring. It's not about censoring. There is always a limit where your right begins, where your right stops, the other man's right begins. So if you cannot, respect some few things, there are laws. So if the people that owns the platform said you violated certain parts of their laws, but you cannot be a judge and a jury in your own case. People have reviewed it and they came to the conclusion that you violated, because I read what he said that about trying to censor, that he's going to bring it back, he's just going to blow out some things and the rest. Some of the pronouncements can be offensive too, and it can be taken up. When I was discussing with some today about this Chude guy that has been rearrested, that offer insisted in going to court for the some time. I said, look, you cannot force him. If you advise him to say he should drop the case, and he said he's not dropping because he wants to make a scapegoat of someone, it is his choice, it is his prerogative. So for me, I think individuals should be protected, whether they are in public space or they are in private space, they should be protected. You cannot just, throw people up there and devour them and ravage them the way we like because it's sensational. It sells our platform. I don't think so. I think there should be some level of restraint. So I want to assume that YouTube found that it violated their rules.
Yes, as the Twitter, but what I'm still mystified by, Bishop, is exactly what is being violated. So are they taking it down because personal information was being revealed, or are they taking it down because it is fake news? So is in between those two spaces?
Yeah, the other aspect of it is that I have not been able to. I'm wondering. I was wondering within myself earlier on that is it a tactical fighting back from the Tinubu team? Are they behind the scene? Are they the one that is sending petition or complaints, or it's just that other people? So I don't know. I have not been able to place my hand on anything.
If it's not directly from the Tinubu team, it will certainly be from spaces sympathetic to Tinubu. Because somebody has to have done something for all of these things to be taken. They took it down on Twitter, now on YouTube. So certainly somebody is moving for it to be taken down.
So the only thing that we are waiting that we have not had is it that they have, I asked the same question, that is it that they are removing it because it violates the privacy of an individual, or that it is fake, that it is not true. So we will just accept until somebody comes out to clear the air in that area. I think we'll just remain in the realm of speculation.
I'll be very surprised if they removed it because it violated the privacy of an individual, because all of the details of Tinubu is already known. So I'm not quite sure. I know that the passport is a legal and a private document, but I'm not sure that revealing information will be sufficient enough grounds. It would probably make more sense if it was for reasons of fake news than just Tinubu's privacy. It's not a private, it's a public figure now, it's a president. So why would we not know about him?
Well, it's a president, I agree with you. And on his Wikipedia page, you will see everything about him. But you will not see him display his passport. Whether it's international, whether it's Guinea, or Guyana, or anywhere, you will not see him display it there. You understand what I mean? The details are there in the public space. I've seen his Wikipedia page a few times before now when they changed it to president-elect. But you will not see his passport there. So it's either it is because it is fake, or because somebody complained that, look, you are publishing an individual's details, personal documents without his authorization. Like I said, we can only speculate until somebody comes out to clear the air.
Is it an indictable offense? Is it an arrestable offense? Can the arrest of a David Hundeyin, can it be effected? Can they arrest him for this? Have we lost you? Hello? Or have you lost me?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
All right. I think we've lost Bishop. So I'll pick it up from where Bishop was, Solly. So I was asking, is it an indictable offense? Either revealing especially revealing somebody's private information on social media. Is it something that this guy could and should be arrested for?
I said this thing on this platform before, that they will start shutting down videos, people making fake narrative. I even mentioned some channels, and Dr. Damage's channel was one of those channels I mentioned, and plenty of people were saying, no, you can't say this one and that. More to come. All this, they are fake news, they are fake narrative. I'm sure it was taken down because it's fake. All these fake things that they are pushing because they have an agenda, because they want to collect money from obedient supporters. Most of them are gullible, so they love fake news that is towards their narrative. And as that group is slowly dying, we'll see who remains in that group. I said it.
But we don't know categorically that it's fake news, so because we're still speculating as to why it was taken down. We know that it was taken down, and it looks as though David Hundeyin's name has been black flagged on social media. Because for Twitter to take it down, and very quickly then Facebook, YouTube to take it down as well. So that tells you then that he has been black flagged somewhat on social media. But why? If it's revealing private information, is that a criminal offense? And if it is a criminal offense, then should an arrest be effected?
I keep saying it. It is not criminal offense. It is fake news. What they are going to start doing is they are going to allow these people to have the ability to spread as much fake news as possible. Once they gather enough evidence, then they will now report it to the social medias that, look, we as a government are telling you this guy is spreading fake news. This is the proof that we have. They will have more than enough content. What is the social media company going to do? These companies have branches in Nigeria. Who are they going to listen to? Somebody peddling fake news up and down, or the government actually showing them that? Because when you're peddling fake news, you can cause chaos. You can cause chaos. Social media has brought down. What about the Arab Spring? It's not because of social media. So Nigerian government, or let me just say the APC government, they are very smart. They are very smart. If you play yourself too much, they will just see once they let you do something, just know that you are messing up somewhere. More to come. I keep on saying this. I'm surprised my good guy, he has calmed down, but if he keeps on spreading fake news, they will come for him too. They will just let you keep on doing what you want. Once they have enough evidence, they will come.
What about the argument that is stifling reportage and public commentaries on public figures? What about that as an argument that is stifling free speech and criticisms of the not so great and not so good?
No, it's not stifling free speech. They gave him the free speech to spread this fake news now, but they don't allow, because there are real life consequences of fake news, which a lot of these platforms, especially a lot of Nigerian platforms, they just do it anyhow. They just spread fake news anyhow. And once they are found out they are fake, they don't even apologize. They don't even make any correction. They just let it go as a win to them. To them, it is a win that they've spread the fake news. Even if the news is debunked, they don't care. Now there will be consequences. Government is not ready. We're talking about a government, not your friend or some government. They don't have time for this nonsense fake news. This is not one of their problems. They don't have time for this nonsense. It's a nuisance. We have serious things to deal with. So,
but Tinubu is not government yet, but and by the way, we cannot say it is fake news unless we actually know that it is fake news. And I suppose it's this actually enhances that guy more, because he now has another narrative to sell around social media again. Why I am being stifled, who is shutting my voice down.
And you know what
then it will come up with another storyline around that, I'm sure.
And you know what they will do to him next? If he keeps on pushing and peddling, they are just waiting. It's like strikes. They will give you strikes. First strike, second strike, third strike. And before you know it, they will deplatform him. Who is he going to spread?
No, they can't deplatform him now, because it's a personality rather than a content creator. So they can't deplatform him. They can only deplatform the platform that facilitates him.
Well, on what platform is he going to go and connect to his fans?
It's on telly, it's on radio, it's on all of the social media spaces, it's everywhere.
They will start removing him one by one. When these social media companies remove you, they go turn by turn doing it. It's like all of them used to have some kind of agreement. Once this one removes you, all of them follow suit, or almost all of them. But
but even though this guy is a purveyor of fake news, but the wider question, should that fake news not be debunked by authenticity rather than having that voice shut down?
Well, if they have already, what was the reason that YouTube said they took it down? They don't have to debunk it. That's the thing. I think Twitter debunks it, but this is something brand new that is going on. Usually, most of these platforms just remove it. It's Twitter that I know that debunks it after removing it, or sometimes they don't even remove it; they just debunk it. Instagram too does it. I don't know if Facebook does it. So little by little, these platforms will start doing it. They will remove it and then debunk it, or they will leave it there and then debunk it. But YouTube doesn't have that. I've never seen YouTube debunk anything before. They will just remove you. If you do it too much, they will deplatform you. You know.
All right. So let me take you then to the Peter Obi space, which we had a session about earlier, but the story continues to expand, and it looks as though they feel they have him by the jugular because Afenifere is now leaping onto that space, breaking law knowingly or not. You have a case to answer. So it's still the ambiguity around the arrest of Peter Obi in London. They are telling us it's an impersonation, which is even more vague than anything else. So, and he's now sending out cryptic messages in the social media space that he did not knowingly break the law. So whether, ignorance is no defense in law, even the non-lawyers, everybody knows that. You cannot say I did not know, because if that was a defense, then people can go and kill people and say I did not know, I was not. So the ignorance is no defense. So Afenifere now, breaking law knowingly or not, you have a case to answer. So why exactly was Peter Obi handcuffed and changed to the desk in Heathrow, London?
Well, I think Fanuc let me just say FFK is just trying to pick what is left of the meat. He's just trying to peck at what is left of the meat. He doesn't really have any strong claim, but he's just using it to his advantage since he's on the winning side right now. It's like Messi. After, if Barcelona is winning by 7 goals, Messi will still want to score goal number 8, even if he scored the 7 goals. So, he's just enjoying his moment. He has nothing to climb on, basically. It's just FFK being FFK.
All right, let me take you to the Afenifere space. Peter Obi, aggrieved youths protest, demands sack of Adebanjo as Afenifere leader. So now, revenge is a dish best served cold. So all matters have come and gone. The elections now passed. The supplementary election that we had in Kebbi and Adamawa State, they marked the final stanza of this particular electoral cycle. So people are now coming with receipts and calling for head. So aggrieved Yoruba youth protest demands the sack of Adebanjo as Afenifere leader. He, of course, backed Peter Obi over his own son. So do you now think, because we seem to have 2 captains in the Afenifere ship now, one must stand down, and they are pointing to Adebanjo?
Yeah, I was surprised that they didn't do this during the election period, and they are doing it now. It seems these guys are getting more and more tactical. I've been noticing they are upgrading their, because of internet is exposing their rubbish too much, so they are getting smarter and better at what they do. But I believe it was sponsored, somebody actually pushed for this because they have the energy to be demanding for all this kind of resignation. But where's their energy when it comes to be demanding for good governance? If they actually care about Yoruba people, why are they not demanding for better government for us? But they are demanding for the removal of somebody because he went for a different candidate that was not from our tribe. So that's why I believe that these guys are just they were sponsored by somebody, but it will work in their favor because yes, that guy doesn't deserve to be in that position. Know your job. Don't come and they hired you to be the head of the school and you're taking mop and you're mopping all the floor. Are you a janitor? He didn't know his role. So he himself, if he has any integrity, he should remove himself. Nobody should even tell him to leave that position. He would have left that position on his own.
Is it not precisely because if you know anything about Adebanjo, he's not one to yield anything. And from all of his public commentaries, is very much on a war stance, is very much in it for the fight. So do you not think it is necessary? It's out of necessity then that these young people cry out that this old boy must step down?
Yes, it is necessary, but I just feel like, you know, I don't feel it's very hard to tell one man. You know, some people will be genuine, but I feel like they pushed for this thing. It just seems too organized, you know, to demand for this. If they wanted, it just seems too organized. Because where were these people during election period? They just came out of nowhere at a certain period. You know, it just seems too planned and too organized. But I'm not also denying that some people are aggrieved, but I don't think they will be so aggrieved that they will go up to the point and be demanding for his refusal. I do agree with what they're asking for. It is right, you know, but yeah, it is right. What they are asking for is right, basically.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you to this space then. I'm not sure how much you would know about these personalities. GBAJA Miller battling Adeleke, Faleke rather, not Adeleke, for the chief of staff position of the Tinubu administration. Up for grabs is the speakership of the House of Assembly as well, but the price in the whole piece is that chief of staff space. So how do you see that that battle playing out? Bishop was saying a plague on both their houses. He wants a fresh face. So the chief of staff, what says you?
One man. I've not reached that political level. I'm chief of staff and
look at that. Is that a gun or Yoruba? Look at this guy, eh? Anybody that calls you a Yoruba man should be shot. You know?
I'm a Yoruba man.
You're a Dutch man versus Deutsch speaking Deutsch. Yeah, look at that.
Most Yoruba people have not eaten amala and ewedu from Ibadan. If you've not done that, you are not a true Yoruba man. Yes. All right. Pounded yam and egusi from Ekiti, you are not a true Yoruba man.
All right. Let me take you to this space then. So the results finally coming from Adamawa State, and is as you were, Fintiri returned for a second term. But the shenanigans that went on, it left a very bad taste in the mouth of an election that has gone so gloriously well. Because if you look at the election that we have just had, it has been one of the best processes we have had so far. Transparent, the low violence recorded, shocking results coming through the Lagos state space, 20 governors losing positions. So all of that, to solidify the democracy, but at the last minute, the election reverted to Stipe, and there is bribing and fake announcements. But sense played through, and Fintiri returns as the governor of Adamawa State. But people are now latching onto that. Peter Obi saying that just as Fintiri, he will recover his stolen mandate. I'm not quite sure who gave him a mandate. And Reno Omokri, of course, he jumps into that space as well to do his usual breakdancing nonsense. So what are you making of the Fintiri space, the fallout of it, and the people looking to leverage that space?
You know, I think majority of Nigerians, no matter what party you are from, I think they just wanted a female governor, a first female governor in Nigeria. Even me, I would have wanted it. I didn't know accolades, but we all just want something different in the system. You know, throw a wrench in the screw or whatever that statement is, you know. But it's very telling because the governor almost lost his position, which means he didn't really do well for his community. You know, the woman, I'm very sure if she was in PDP, because APC have some kind of, you know, bad rep. They don't really have the best reputation right now. And I think that just held her back. And the fact that I'm not sure how Adamawa is, but I feel like the fact that she was a woman held her back also. I feel like if they have a rerun, right, she may win. You know, she got so many votes. The kind of votes they had in Adamawa were the kind of votes that you usually have in the Southwest, almost like 50-50. You know, so I just feel for her. You know, but she shouldn't have tried all those tricks that she tried. You know, she should have just done better politics. Basically,
you know, the announcement of her as a winner by the returning officer is still an unanswered legal position, because that was that was the INEC official then in charge of that election that made that announcement, which makes it an INEC pronouncement of her victory. So I think she still has recourse to law if she wants to pursue that. But Tinubu has come out to congratulate Fintiri. So do you think just to let sleeping dogs lie that there's just enough controversy already, or would you encourage her to pursue to see where it lands?
I will encourage her to pursue, because if it was one of those men there, they will pursue. I'll encourage her, forget all these things, that go for it. You know, go for it. Try and make a record. Try and break history. She should appeal to the people of the states. She should appeal to the people of the states. Even if she wants to go to court, she should go to court. She should do everything in her power, you know, so that the next election that comes, I can almost guarantee that she will win. Because it will be like that case in Osho State with Davido's uncle. You know, people will feel like she deserved to win. People will feel like she missed out, and they will have sympathy on her, and they will vote her in. I feel like APC didn't really, they didn't really help her too much in the situation. She didn't have enough strong backing. I wouldn't say strong enough experience, because she had experience to do all those wishy-washy things that she was doing, but she didn't have enough strong backing in her team. Yeah, that's also. And Peter Obi, you know, trying to take advantage of that moment. Why is his mouth big and open about this situation, but when they ask him about London's situation, he keeps mute? Okay. But yeah, that's how I see that.
Because I think people are actually pursuing the British authorities to let them know just why he was arrested. So ultimately,
you see what is happening to Peter Obi, right? What is happening to Peter Obi and this Labour Party people is the dish that is served to people. Because when they were campaigning, they wouldn't let anybody rest. They were insulting people. They will do mass investigation. They will do this one. They will not let anything go. When you have an audience that doesn't forgive, right? The moment you do something, are you sure they will forgive you too? But they've been forgiving him so far. But other people will not forgive you. So people are going to do the exact same thing Labour Party did during the election periods. They are going to beat, they are going to insult, they are going to investigate, and they are going to keep on pushing. There's no way for Obi to hide now. He has shown Nigerians a new tactic, and they are going to use it against him. As long as he's still holding this, he should just leave all these things and, you know, look for the next opportunity. All this fight for mandates, unless he's still trying to finesse his people, unless he's still trying to get some money from his people, which is very possible, you know. But he's fighting a losing battle.
All right, brilliant. No, I think it's exactly what Bishop was saying earlier. I think very much Peter Obi is a captive of the audience that he has created. He cannot back down even if he wants to, because that space will not now let him, because they've latched onto it as something to feed and water on. So they'll feed and water on it until the verdict comes in. And then after the verdict, they'll still continue to congregate in their usual watering holes to feed. This is going to be the background noise of the Tinubu administration. The obedient, this sort of people, they'll be the background noise of the Tinubu administration, because they're not going anywhere.
No, see, one man, you don't know this APC and Tinubu. See, well, I can guarantee 1 year, 2 years, you will not hear about them again. They will become so irrelevant, because they will not be contributing anything to the country except for problem.
That tells me you don't know the Southeast. They're still talking about Awolowo 70 years on, that he did that he did not do. They would, you know that Tinubu is the Awolowo for this generation. So this Tinubu story now will replace the Awolowo story, which they will now cascade now through next coming generations. So this is their new Awolowo space, I suspect.
One man from the Tinubu I know, they will crush that space. That space will not exist for too long.
You don't know. What do you mean, the Tinubu you know? You don't know anything about Tinubu now.
No, when Tinubu is running his administration, I don't. He's the kind of person that likes everywhere to be clear and clean, so that he can do what he wants to do and what needs to be done. All these things is like a fly that you are trying to eat and it's just making noise beside your ear. It doesn't work that way. It's going to. But this is my own opinion anyway. This is just my own opinion, and from what I know, they are going to clear that space. It's not going to last long. What I think Peter Obi is afraid of is that his audience won't forgive him because he created an unforgiving audience. His fear.
Won't forgive him for what though? He contested for an election. He did fantastically more than anybody anticipated, and he continues to fight to see if he can steal the election from the winner. So what more would his audience want from him?
Okay, let me give you an example. When Peter Obi had that London situation, you know what the supporter said? Is APC that set him up in UK. That didn't even just make any sense. Is the APC that controls UK government? Is the APC that controls UK immigration? So they can come up with things like imagine Obi comes out tomorrow that okay, I accept my defeat. This one is APC has
no, but it is not. It's not going to. It's never going to say I accept my defeat. It will take it to the Supreme Court and then get that final verdict, which will be his exit strategy. So he's looking for an exit strategy without having to tell his audience that I'm stepping down. I've had enough. So the court have to give him an exit strategy because he cannot exit by himself because he's a captive, like I said, of the space that he created.
Okay, so if he uses the court as an exit strategy and he doesn't talk about the situation anymore, do you think his followers will still be pushing for it?
What situation?
Like fighting for his mandate. If he says, okay, the court has said this and that means I've lost my mandate, would maybe come back during the next election, or he says that he's retiring from this or moving on to the next phase in his career or whatever. Do you think that his followers, because there's nobody that will be chanting to them, right? There's the court has given them their defeats. I don't see what they will be pushing for again, or who they will be pushing for.
No, he can wrap a narrative around the next election that will get them next time sort of narrative, and that is what he will use to hold that space.
Do you see him doing that?
Well, he has to maintain his political relevance.
I don't see him doing that. If he's looking
for what do you see? No, he's looking for an exit strategy for this particular cycle, not from politics, of course, from this cycle, because this cycle has come and gone, and he knows that. But he cannot just, after whipping them up into a frenzy, he cannot just say, okay, it's gone. So he has to have a strategy to be able to settle them into the fact that it is gone. And the court will give him that strategy. But he will leverage that court judgment to re-energize them for the next cycle. Do you see?
I see it, but that's not a wise strategy for him.
That's the only strategy for him. What other strategy would he have?
He should go away, Joe.
He should go away.
He's not going to win anything now. And I think he knows he's not a good politician. He just fed off the empty space that was there that needed something to fill it. So I don't
what we can say is that what he did on February the 25th is a one-shot deal. He's not going to be able to replicate this again because it caught the political space off guard with the ethno-religious frenzy that he whipped up. But he cannot do that again because they are now aware that he strategizes in that manner. And I'm saying that he cannot do that again from the results we saw in the gubernatorial space. So it's a one-shot deal. He's not going to get this moment again. So he's going to plateau back to where he was, some middle-ranking politician.
Then that space won't be relevant anymore.
No, that space will still be there, but it will find a new champion because it's a voice that is there to stay.
Hey, who is their next champion again?
Their natural champion will be Showore, of course, but Showore doesn't have the accoutrements. He doesn't have the touch that is needed. It's too
Yeah, it's just sad. You know, I wish that guy had the personality, but yeah. Oh well.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but no, sorry, you will live with Peter Obi till kingdom come. That's
No.
just it. That's just it. But his next battle will be localized to the after this electoral cycle. The Southeast will come after him, and they will come after him via Soludo. So he has a lot of battles still ahead. A lot of battles still ahead because they are just waiting for the noise to die down. And Soludo is already firing warning shots. By the way. So the next battle is coming from the Southeast and it's coming via Soludo.
His space is gone. I just want to see who their next champion is going to be. I've seen so many champions. It's on to the next season.
Right, so I think that space, the newly energized space, because they are not going to be under the banner of Obedience anymore after the court cycle. So, but that newly energized space, the best thing for them is to grow internally, is to have pick a champion from amongst themselves and then make him or her a long-term project. You know, don't go for a known name already. If they can't have Shore, then they should just pick from within. You know, but Peter Obi, a busted flush. Yeah.
See, pick from within, prepare, and I don't see that happening, woman. I don't see.
No, they will have to now. You know, Tinubu, this project
they will have to.
It started since 2007. These are presidency that so it's not you don't just wake up, you don't get out of bed and then you become Nigerian president.
Yes.
So it's a long time.
I understand what you are saying, woman. They will have to, but will they? It's not probable. Tinubu is different. You know, we know those antecedents in that space. The politics that they play in Southwest is built for that kind of thing, not in the Southeast, in my opinion.
No, but the obedience space is not necessarily a Southeastern space. It's just coming out of the Southeast at the moment. It's a disenfranchised, young and tired and fed up of the system sort of narrative. So they're the anti-establishment sort of voice that is looking for a political home. And we saw that you know that this obedience space is a reincarnation and an evolution of the ENSA space. So that is to tell you that they are not going anywhere because they are politically awakened now and they want to have a say.
Yeah, but that's the thing. A lot of them have actually been politically educated also because most of the reason why most of them were championing that space is because of ignorance. This political cycle opened their eyes and most of them got educated. That space is diminishing. I'm telling you, woman.
Well, what space is diminishing?
That ENSA space is diminishing.
No, the ENSA space has now transmuted into the obedience space. Is it not the same crowd? They are bigger and stronger now and politically awakened. What do you mean diminishing?
Okay, but that obedience space, is it increasing or is it decreasing from what you've noticed recently?
No. I think it's concretizing. That's what I would say. It's concretizing. Is finding a narrative that it can coalesce behind. So they are evolving organically an ideological stance which they are building political structures around. So it's concretizing.
Okay, what political structures? Because as every day passes by and they don't latch on to something, you know, every time they latch on to something, it now turns out to be fake news. That space.
No. Is what you are speaking to it for this political cycle. What I'm saying to you is that we're seeing the birthing of an organic ideologue sort of political language coming you know the spontaneity of the ENSA space that did not have essentially any lead person. So this is what we are seeing replicating again within this Obi movement, but is an expansion of the ENSA space. But now they are political because these people are educated, though they know the country like the back of their hand. And they want to take that country from the status quo. The new and funky and educated, they want to run their own destiny. and they are finding the political language to take on the political space. I think this space, it will evolve. Of course, there'll be, the Obi is just a cameo, it's just a bit part player in a story that is bigger than him. But when his cameo ends, when the final curtain falls for Obi, that space will reconverge, take the learnings from this cycle, and by 2027, they are not going anywhere. I don't think so.
One man, you are not doing what I used to do before. You are being hopeful about these guys, but from what I'm seeing, but okay, we will see. I don't think it will last this long. It will last till the next election. One man, cruise. These people you are talking about, their own is cruise and vibes. I know them. They are my generation, but we will see if they can hold it in till the next 4 years. You know.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Solly. But let me come to print.
Please, before then, because you may mention of Awolowo, sir, I just want to interject a little bit, sir.
No, please don't take.
Actually, I don't have time. I will not take your time too much today.
Yeah, but don't take us off topic, though, Tony. Yeah.
No. I'm going to stay put. I'm going to stay steady, sir.
Because I could see you smoking Igbo as you came in. So but carry on. Yeah.
I don't stop. I don't stop.
Because so I see, and you just blaze as you come in. But yeah, let's hear from you.
All right, sir. Thank you very much, sir. First of all, let me just tell you that my own senatorial district was won by Tinubu because of it was a tribal something, like we already said. So that is for that. Not that because of say Tinubu is a saga, or like you cannot, please, you cannot compare Tinubu, to our prophet. The only prophet in Nigeria that whose record is still yet to beat, and then probably nobody can beat Awolowo's record in 2,000 years to come. You know what I'm saying? I don't care because
but Tinubu has superseded Awolowo's achievement. Awolowo never became president. It was
forget about that.
What do you mean? Was that not his life ambition? It was local champion in Yoruba land.
Never. My grandmother, at the age of 3, she tried to send me to a primary school. The teacher said, no, it's too small.
So don't take us.
I'm not taking it there because of Awolowo. Hold on, sir. Please, sir. Let me just say something.
Okay, go on. But you take us to funky places. But go on.
No. From the beginning, I told you that my senatorial district, was won by by Tinubu. I told them because they don't want any foreigners to come and rule us. Okay, for that one. Then Awolowo. You know that everything that we see have today, we can see both of today, as a country, as a human being in Nigeria, as a human being in Africa, are all attributed to Obafemi Awolowo. You know what I mean? And then his disciples, the 5 disciples. You know what is called Lobo States now? Lobo. Because I know you didn't grow up in Nigeria, Lobo. Do you know what's called Lobo States?
I did grow up in Nigeria, by the way. I grew up in Oregon.
Yeah,
but
Lobo State is Lagos, Oyo, Ogun, Bende, and then Lagos. That's Lobo States, okay? So don't play with that. I mean, please, 2,000 years to come, nobody can beat his record. Industrialization, education, road networks, whatever you want. I mean, then free education, free medical care, and everything. What did Tinubu do, for our people? That please. There's nobody to even
no, Tinubu provided free medical care in Lagos. What are you talking about?
Look, it's not a record, and it's nothing not to show that, sir. Please let us, if you say that probably it's gonna do something in future.
Hold on. Listen to this.
Wọ́n á rí ìtọ́jú ọ̀fẹ́ tó o bá tí kọjá 12-year-old. Á dẹ̀ tún gbé yẹn lọ sókè. Á dá ilé ṣẹlẹ̀ fún wọn. Wọ́n kọ́ṣẹ́. Á lè dá wọn dúró.
So that's Tinubu then boasting about his record of providing free medical care for every child in Lagos. So what are you talking about?
Okay, look, one man, you don't know. Do you know this guy, the gladiator they call Awolowo? You don't know him because I mean, if Look, my dad, will be angry with you, man. I know that in some part of Yoruba states, typical Yoruba states, there are some Akintala fashion and all the bullshit. It's sorry for the language. Please, you know what's called Awolowo? It represents everything first in Africa. You know what I'm saying? The tallest building. Look at Nigeria, how it's looking like right now. When I was looking at the Cocoa House that day, I was almost shedding tears. You know what I'm saying? I mean, by just looking at Awolowo as a kid, when he would refer that this Agbada, it's just a prophet. So when I see Awolowo, then I see peace. Only that it's a pity that you don't have any WhatsApp group. Then I could have been sharing Awolowo. You see how I share Awolowo something regularly. The country was working. It was there as an opposition then, even in the...
No, those were simpler times, though. Those were simpler times. You cannot. It's a bit like saying that Pele would have been a great footballer now. Those were simpler times now.
No. You know that oppositions matters a lot. You know what I'm saying, sir. So if you look at that, so for the fear of opposition is the beginning of the wisdom for any ruling government. So let me tell you something. There was a clean environment. There was, like even like you can go around. Like I was just writing on the comment section. You can go to Mokola as a 14 years old. You go and eat brocoto. From there, if you are 16 or like 18 years old, you can go to Premier Hotel. Everything is just. Are you talking about the Mapo Hall? What do you want to? You go to Bini. Research Institute. This is a guy with vision. Cocoa Research Institute. Robert Research Institute in Sapele. Man,
Tony, let me support you a little bit. I think one man every time during the time of Awolowo, it was a simpler time. I don't know what you mean by simpler time. That was even the hardest time to even govern.
Yes, sir.
Because democracy was new to our people there back then. But he was able to run democracy at its best ever.
From the opposition's perspective, so they will push the ruling government to make sure that they gave us all those provisions.
So sorry, carry on, Agenda Coco.
He was able to run democracy at its best that we've never seen in the history of that country as at that time. Everything that even the British, the colonial master, were not able to do, he was able to do 1,000 times better than them within 4 years that he governed. Is it the free education that he did, which were not done in the east and in northern Nigeria? Is that one we want to talk about? Is it the stadium that he built that we never seen, that was the best in West Africa and one of the best in Africa as at that time? Is it the housing estates that he built, which were not seen in other parts of Nigeria? What is it that you want to mention? Is it the television service that he started?
Yeah, but those were simpler. Those were simpler times. They were simpler times. Yeah. Okay.
Stop saying that. When you are saying that, you're kind of ridiculing the achievement of that man. It's not simpler time. When Awolowo put in place television service in old Western region, France did not have television services. France, that is one of the most advanced countries in the world, they didn't have television service. You see, this remarkable achievement of this man, must be told at all times. We must be hold in high esteem. And don't just say that it's simpler time. That was even the most difficult time to govern, to raise taxes, and to put in place health services, to put in place education, to build roads, to build all those infrastructure that it was the most difficult time. Not now. They built
water board. They built
the foundation. They built that nation the foundation of development. They built it. That all this Tinubu that you are talking about, that
refineries, this liquefied natural gas
when
project.
you are saying simpler time and you are kind of, just throw the achievement out of. I mean,
Ajanle Koko, I'm not in. Ajanle Koko, I'm an Awolowo fan too, and I'm not in any way trying to diminish his achievements. But what I'm suggesting is that those great achievements were easier achieved in those simpler times than in the more complex, more complicated era that we are now. That is not to say if he was a man of now, that he would not have done equally or better, but I'm saying that those things, those laudable achievements, which we all venerate and acknowledge, that they were easier achieved in those simpler times that Awolowo held sway.
No, you can't say that it was easier achieved. Even
with no oil, with no gas and oil?
Yes, even this is the time that, it's more simpler.
You know that the population of Nigeria is 4 times the population during Awolowo's time.
It is more simple.
You know we have urban density now. Lagos is 10 times the population than it was when Awolowo held sway. So it was facilitating for a small little population with quite sufficient resources to do that.
What do you mean by price of?
Hold on, Tony. Let Ajanle Koko go.
What do you mean by sufficient resources?
Well, he had the cocoa money and all of this.
Hold on. Where are the cocoa money today? Where are those cocoa that Awolowo built? I mean, that they developed that time. Where are
they are still there. They're still making profits from it in Ondo states. The cocoa farmers.
Who are where are the cocoa farmers?
In Ondo states.
Where are they? How many tons of cocoa do you know that now compared to when Awolowo was there?
It's at least a minimum of 100 plus million economy.
We are not even ranked as top 10 in the world. Unlike that time when we are number 2nd in the world.
Yeah, so, because those were simpler times. Don't say simpler
time. Those people you have now, the Tinubu and the rest, they did not do as much as Awolowo did to develop their people.
Yeah, but Awolowo did not have the population that they have to contend with then.
Look, but population they have today is an asset for them today. It's an asset for them, and that population is what they are using to generate revenue, internally generated revenue. But where are the revenue? Were they used appropriately? Were they used to the best of the? Do you
know that the population puts pressure on resources and financing?
Look, when you have population, if those resources that you can generate from, those revenue that you can generate from that population that you have, which is an asset of you, should be able to be put into use for the best development of the people, and and to create wealth for the people. And the more wealth you create for the people, the more economic buoyancy that your state will become. But where are the resources? How well have they put into use that resources?
And the resources are being consumed by the population. Now we have a population explosion in Nigeria, so no. Do you know that those population have to? Do they have to be serviced to the population? Do they have to be serviced?
Oh yes.
Right. So that's more policing, more infrastructure, more government intervention based on whatever resources is available. the population is nearly at least 6 times what it was under Awolowo. So it was simpler times. It was simpler times under Awolowo.
No, the problem you have today, the leaders you have today, doesn't manage your resources well. And the population is one of your resources. You understand what I'm saying? They don't manage it well, but rather the resources are mismanaged to their own advantage and to the disadvantage of the people. And they make it complex. They make the system look complex because of their mismanagement of the resources. Awolowo with the little resources, like you are saying, small population compared to what we have today. But he was able to manage it well. He was able to generate that revenue and put it to use to the best advantage.
And also he managed a homogeneous space. Awolowo, he managed essentially what would have been 80%, 85% Yoruba across the board.
Where did your Tinubu did not manage 10% of what Awolowo managed back then? Awolowo managed the whole of the West. Tinubu just managed only Lagos, and still the health service and the education and all the rest, the infrastructure. You want to compare to the achievement of what Awolowo achieved?
No, I'm not comparing. I'm not comparing because Awolowo managed simpler times. He managed simpler times.
It is not simpler time. It was the hardest time, but he was able to turn it around and manage it very well to the advantage of the people and to the admirable of the whole world. Gamal Abdel Nasser of Egypt came to Nigeria to meet with Obafemi Awolowo to know how he was able to provide free education for Nigerian people. The same with Nkrumah of Ghana, to know how he was able to provide free education for Yoruba people. It's not simple. What are you talking about? As far back as then, they don't even have television services what do you have? In France, many parts of the world did not have television. First in Africa. What are you talking about, one man? Go and look at Agodi housing estate. Go and look at the industrial estate in Ikeja. Go and look at the industrial estate in Isolo. Go and look at the industrial estate in most of the places that Awolowo governed. Where are the industrial estates that the Tinubu and all the rest? Where are their industrial estates? What are you talking? It's not simpler time. It was the hardest time to govern. But they governed to the admirable of the whole world, and the whole world saw it that what kind of leader is this? Who is this? Where did he get this brain? Even the British, for 100 years that they governed us, they were not able to do 1/10. 10% of what
it's a bit like comparing Socrates with Messi.
I just want to let you know that when you say things like that, this is a global war form. People will perceive what you are saying in a different way.
Thank you very much.
You are destroying, you are rubbishing the achievement of that man and the hard work he was able to do for the betterment of these people, as if, it was simpler time compared to what they are doing. No, it wasn't simpler. It was very, very hard to govern back then. Very, very hard. Compared to what we have today. Today, leadership you have in Nigeria, what have they given to you? Nothing. They looted your resources, they looted everything. Out there, you see people buying nomination form of a party for 100 million. And you say that one, is that okay to you? 100 million, they're selling billions of dollars just to contest for presidential election. How much is he going to get in terms of remuneration and salary when he gets there in the position of power? How much would he earn?
All right. Let me ask you some. Let me ask you some questions. Ajanle Koko. The population of Yoruba land when Awolowo governed, was it as divergent and mixed as it is now?
No.
Okay. Was the population was it the same size as it is now in Yoruba land?
No.
What was the pressure on the governance and resources? Was it as intense as it is now?
It was harder back then than it is.
The pressure. Where is that pressure coming from? From a tiny population?
Hold on, one man.
You've been caught.
No, it's simpler times now. It was simpler times. Yeah.
No, you can't use population to measure, achievement and failure of government. It is not population.
No, you can't.
Hold on now.
Let me help you out.
In terms of distribution of resources. In terms of distribution of resources.
Hold on. No. Population in terms of economic, have its own economic advantage. Population have its own economic advantage. So when you have a population as large as we have today, and we can't put that population into use for the development of our country, for the betterment of our country, that's to tell you that you have leadership that are failure, that cannot manage the most precious resource that God has given to them, which are human beings in their country. Look at what China is doing today with their population. With their billions.
No, you know they have a hold on, Ajanle Koko. Hold on. Oh, you are using China. You know they have a one-child family policy, and they had that for if the population was not an asset. Why were they trying to constrict
it? If it's one child per family, they have billion of a number of people, 1.5 billion or 1.3 billion. They are the most populated country in the world.
But they are looking to reduce their population. That's what they are doing.
They are doing what?
They are looking to reduce their population.
You know they have terminated that policy of one child, one policy. Do you know that?
Yeah, but they used it for decades to control their population. They used it for decades,
but still, they were able to use that huge population, to the advantage of the country.
It was only when they changed policy that the country started to improve.
You cannot use population as just only the yardstick to measure economic success and economic failure. No. Right now, the population we have in Nigeria is an advantage for Nigeria. But what are your people, are your leaders using it for? Are they using it well? Are they using... Look, what am I trying to say? In terms of criminality in Nigeria, the population of Nigerians that are criminal minded and are criminals as well, it's a population of some countries in Africa. So how can you have leadership that cannot manage their population well? And you want to say, oh yes, what they are doing now is harder than what we had in the past during the time of our war. Look, you don't have to even say that anymore. It is a you are misinforming the people, and it's totally wrong. It is wrong, and I don't think you should even say it again.
But Ajale Koko, I think you may be misunderstanding what I'm saying. I will not seek to diminish Awolowo in any way. I'm standing shoulder to shoulder with you in admiration of Awolowo. And Awolowo, eminently a better administrator and a more astute politician than Tinubu. So we know that. But his documentation, his antecedents was at a period when Nigeria was just a simpler place. It was a lot safer. The population was a lot lesser. The expectations were just, it was in the nascent stage. Nothing was there. So anything that he brought was an advancement on nothing. But with Tinubu and contemporaneous, let's not even leave it to Tinubu, with contemporary politics, Tinubu, Obasanjo, etc., they had to manage a more complex, burgeoning population with intense pressure on resources. So it's different times now, and Awolowo had the luxury of a simpler time.
I keep telling you that we are not, Nigeria is not a complex country to run, but you have leaders that are incapable to manage resources well. That is the problem. You have leaders that loot your resources, and that is why it looks complex. You have leaders like Awolowo during their time that did not loot your resources. They were able to use the little resources, and they were able to transform the resources into wealth. The little resources they had back then, they were able to transform it into wealth. Giving people education by itself is a way of it's a way of giving a better future for people. It's an investment in the future. That is what Awolowo gives to us in Yoruba land. A lot of us would not be educated today if Awolowo did not start that free education system that he gave to us. He gave us future, he gave us wealth, he gave us everything that we become. Maybe Tinubu wouldn't have been educated today. Maybe you have landed in the farming and sleeping under the tree somewhere. But that is what a great leader does to their people. He gave us education, and that education transforms us forever. That education put us in the position of one of the best people you can see in the world. That is what Awolowo did for us. So don't tell me that it was simpler. Giving people education, there's nothing you can give to people that is as good as giving them good education, and that is what Awolowo did. So it wasn't simpler time. The East couldn't do it. They could do that free education. The North couldn't do that free education. What are you telling me one time? One man. It's not simpler.
Can I add to that? Can I say something?
Make her finish now. One man, please don't do that to me all the time, please, sir. Please.
All right, back to you, Tony. Yeah, let Ajay Kokola and then come in. Yeah.
Tinubu that you are talking about, most of the policies that Awolowo practice that time are what he's trying to practice now. The board, what do you call this board? The agricultural board or cocoa board that is trying to say is going to set up.
Commodity, yes.
The commodity board. Those are the things that Awolowo did back then that transformed the economic space of Yoruba land. And this is what he's trying to do now. So all the Awolowo policy, this is what they have been stealing. What are you telling me, one man? When they started the elementary level, the Second Republic, they started they injected university into it. Back then, we rely on federal university, but they brought in state university. No, do you know how many millions of us, of people that got education?
Hold on, Bishop. Let Tony come in after Ajay Koko. So, yeah, good.
Is Ajay Koko true now?
Do you know how many times that they stoned Awolowo in Ibadan? Do you know how many times that they stoned him in Ibadan? In some part of Ibadan, that they will call him Ole, just because he was collecting taxes to give them free education. There are some places that they don't want to see him in Ibadan. Because introduction of taxes was very strange to people. So you have to get it right, one man. Don't say it's a simpler. It's never. It was harder to govern that time, but he did it, and we have seen what he gave to us, and that will live with us forever, as far as Yoruba as an entity exists in this world. So let me rest my case there.
All right, let round off that space, Tony, and then if Bishop Ola and Bishop can chime in, and then we move on. Tony, round off that space.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Like as I was saying, the question you asked about, you have to look at the ratio also of resources versus the population of the people, and then meanwhile, politics was local back then, and then the thing that all the verses that is confronting us today are what he fought for with his second in command, Chief Nahuru. they wanted a true federalism, so that where the population of your area, you can be able to take care of them. That was why he set up all those industrial estates, etc., etc. There was also.
Are you claiming that Awolowo did not loot?
No, he did not loot, because if you look at
what are you doing? He did not loot.
What do you mean? They do loot in Europe. Oh, they do loot in Europe, sir. Please, sir. This is that. Oh, please, sir. Awolowo, Ambrosali, Ajasi, and then all of them, they did not have all this, personal estates or whatever. Even it was after their death that they started to renovate their homes for burial. Most of his disciples, because those are people that I knew. But like as I told you before, like what Ajaniko was saying regarding education, why our Western region, including Bende and including Edo data today. If you go to America today, you can see those old men that are qualified. Those. If you come to Germany, you go to your UK there, you see that those are the products of our World War. So like the grandmothers. Now, when we are born, they say, no, you have to go to school. With 3 years, they will force you. And then there was also another discipline, like a Boy Scout where people promoted, Boys Brigade, stuff like that, so that the kids will be engaged. There were even some extramural classes.
No, those were colonial constructs, the Boy Scouts and the Boys Brigade.
I know. Yeah, we need to take the good. Yeah, we need to take the good things out of the colonial construct or whatever. Let's forget about Jesus Christ right now. If we actually want to move ahead. You know what I'm saying. So, for example, we need to embrace. Okay, look on the on the summary. Let us start teaching the life and times of Chief Obafemi Awolowo. Right from primary school to the university level, you see that the country will move forward. So all those vices that he was fighting against, this federal power.
Do you know what rose-tinted glasses means when they say you are looking at something through rose-tinted glasses? Let's say, for instance, if you are looking, and every one of us on this platform, we're guilty of that. If you look back to your childhood, you have memories of glorious times where things were happy and jolly, but you will not have the memories of all of the things that held you back in those spaces. Because we only remember we are looking at Awolowo through rose-tinted glasses. I am an admirer of Awolowo, but at the times, how many cars were on the road then? What was the demand for road? How many houses were there that demanded electricity? How many students were there that demanded education? How many young adults required a job? All of these things. They were simpler times. Simpler times.
Let me round off now. Look. All those things you are saying. You know that today it's a different scenario entirely. Like now we have stooges to the south that are collaborating with the other side that to take to support the federal system. But Awolowo was fighting against that until he died, with Chief Nauru. They want to keep our space under the control of our people. You know what I'm saying? So policy have to be local. Not be say somebody they say if they go to another capital city that they say they have to go and build at the center of the country. Then you have to be going there to lobbying. But Awolowo have to use the resources. Okay, can you just imagine that Awolowo will be alive if as an opposition man, that we'll be having all the surplus of oil and gas, and we can't even refine them, even though that he helped people to plant oil palm.
You cannot anticipate what. Okay, just round it off, because it's quite clear you cannot anticipate what Awolowo would do now. Because, like I keep saying, Awolowo was in. He would have. You cannot say he would have, because he governed a simpler space.
Not simple. No. It was very good. Okay, hold on. You know why those universities were set up? Because the quota system. That's why Awolowo was fighting against that. That he told his disciples, and Bruce Ali started that project. So that because our people were being denied into the so-called federal government institutions. They said, okay, let us take care of our people. Then all this college of education, universities and everything. So please,
all right.
Awolowo is the god of Nigeria, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Tony. So hold on, Ola. So Ola, have a brief commentary on there, And then Bishop has a brief commentary on there because I want to move from that space. And then we give the last word on that space to Africa, Afro Plight, and Kulata, who super chats to that conversation. But Ola, a brief commentary, and then Bishop, a brief commentary.
I would like to make just like 50
Okay.
seconds.
One man, see, the word easier is relative. We can't say it that way because you have to consider the time and space. Look, things are easier now, and it's so simple because of the abundance of knowledge. You know, knowledge keep expanding every day. The type of knowledge that Awolowo used to have those days, you see the type of hardship he will go through to even understand what to do. Research upon research, the available tools for him to take decision that time was never an easy one. And one thing we should know, we are saying population now, you take care of population needs. Do you know that the population itself creates some needs? When population creates some needs, so it makes it easier for you even to meet that needs too. And I'm using the word, I'm really being very careful with the word easier in quotation. You know, you put quotation mark. So what we were looking at, that you said it was easy for Awolowo that day, easier for Awolowo that day, was not actually true in the real sense of it. Because you are saying that how many people had the knowledge of what Awolowo was doing. So it means that he have to research properly and see what is happening. Maybe you have to carry book and open page to page and read, and the man will read like tons of thousands of pages to even get idea of what he would do.
No. I know you are wrong. He didn't have to read anything. He did not reinvent any wheel. There were universities. No. Oh no, hold on. Awolowo went off the back of existing and nation-forming templates globally. So he did not go and it's copy and paste now. He did copy and paste.
I was even making an example how hard it is for you to get information in the past. It could take you like 5 years to get information in the past. The same information you will get within 5 minutes these days. So those are the things you consider to say things are easier. So during his time, you may say, oh, the population was not much, or it was not much, but you have to look at the way he was even getting his own resources during that time too. It was not easy. But today, the population we are talking about, we create demand. That population we are talking alone, you look at it as resources, and you have information that is so available to you. You look at what people are doing across the world just on your internet, and you commission some people that are knowledgeable, and they quickly find something for you and use that one to take your decision. So to me, we have to be fair to both Awolowo and Tinubu. It was not easier for Awolowo, and today too, we can't say it is easier for Tinubu. Let's just say that fact. If Tinubu can fix something today, we can't say it is easier, because the first question we need to ask for that is, okay, if it is that easy, why are others not doing that thing that we see as very easy? So that's just the way it is. Let us respect Awolowo based on his time and space, and let us respect Tinubu based on his own time and space. So I don't want to say, oh, it was easier during Awolowo. Oh, yeah, so Tinubu too, it is easier. No, if it is easier, everybody will be doing it. Thank you.
All right, let's hear from Bishop, and then we round up that space. I think Ogbeni wants to chime in a word or two as well. Bishop.
Okay, thank you very much. I was trying to just calm Ajale Koko down. The fact of the matter
No, if you mention Ajale Koko or Showore, there's no calming Ajale Koko down, no, but carry on. Yeah.
The truth of the matter is this. Awolowo was a great man while he lived. He did a lot of first, and we celebrated him then, and we still celebrate him in the Southwest till date. Having said that, Tinubu is a great man. The times both of them lived, they lived at different times. I understand where you were coming from when you use the word seemingly easier. Truth, let's be very sincere with ourselves. It was easier to rule people back then in the 50s and in the 60s. Information is not as handy. You can gather a group of persons somewhere and you disseminate information through those people, and other people will follow you without necessarily challenging what the leader has said. All they need to go back and tell their followers is that the leader say so, and people will fall in line. Are people a little bit amenable then than now? I would think so. That yes, Awolowo created a lot of firsts. Unfortunately, he never had the opportunity of, unleashing his full potentials. For example, for a major party in Nigeria today, you will not be the founder, the leader, the chairman of the party, and still be the presidential candidate. There will be opposition voices. I mean, even within your ranks, people that voiced opposition against Awolowo in those days were regarded and treated as traitors. You dare not challenge the voice of Awolowo. Sometimes ago, I was talking to someone when we used to like the analogy you just gave now, the mirror, the rose mirror reflection or whatever. People forgot that even in those days that we are talking gloriously about now, as easy as things seems to be, then many people cannot afford basic things of life. I mean, go back and look. What made the musician to sing Ilule Kosowo Lode Ọkùnrin kígbe obìnrin kígbe? But when people talk now, they will make it to look as if in those days you can just go out. If you walk the street very well, you will pick, whether it's naira or pounds they were spending there. So when Tinubu came, he had oppositions. There was an information I wanted to give. The number of executive bills and agencies and organizations that Tinubu introduced when he was governor. All this creation of Lamata, LASMA, this and that, waste management, all of them were innovations that he brought to bear. Now, about that,
all right, we're starting to lose you, Bishop.
Yeah, now Akintola might be that. Akintola.
Yeah, we want to continue from there. So my submission is that both of them are great people. They reigned at different times. The challenges they faced, Awolowo faced in the days.
No. Sir, please don't interrupt him, Tony. I want him to round off, or when he round off, and then we go back to conversation. Yeah.
Awolowo then are probably not the same thing as we are facing today. So I won't take anything away from both men. Thank you very much.
All right, brilliant. Brilliantly put by Bishop. So, Ogbeni, you wanted to add a word or two to that space?
Yes, Oma, I want to. And I think the last speaker has just spoken my mind. Let me add to say that Yoruba, there's a Yoruba say that Iru Olorun ni o si, Iru eniyan wa. Stop equating Awolowo to a god. Awolowo was not. He didn't call himself a god when he was here. But Awolowo was a very spectacular leader, a leader that set precedent that is very difficult for people to match up to today. But the fact is that if there's anybody who has stepped into Awolowo's shoes in our contemporary society or state, it is Tinubu. That is for me. If there's anybody, I repeat, who has stepped into that man's shoe, it is Tinubu. Whether he has measured up or not, it's very difficult to compare because they both live in different times, different situations, different indices, different terrain. Awolowo served a whole region, Western region, when we were using confederalism. Power resided in the regional level, not at the federal level. So Awolowo
so he had more leverage then, yes.
Yeah. So Awolowo connect resources, plan your own budget, and do whatever you want to do within your own space. Tinubu never had that opportunity. He played opposition politics all through. Awolowo didn't play opposition politics until 1963 election when he moved to the federal level.
Who play opposition politics with in Lagos? Who did he play opposition politics with?
Lagos was under a federal system and not.
No, I'll say who did Tinubu play opposition politics with in Lagos?
Tinubu, no.
With the federal space is what
my first point. Get my first point, Babadale Koko.
Yes, repeat your first point.
Awolowo operated under confederalism, regionalism system, which gave each region autonomy. You can establish your university with your money. You can plan your own project. You can decide on what you want to do within your own system. Nobody will question you. You only remit to the federal, which is the national space, which still fell within Southwest, that's Lagos. Whatever you want to remit to them, or whatever the formula says you remit to them, that is the independence constitution under which our law functioned. Our law also functioned under 1963 constitution. Don't forget, these two constitutions were confederalism constitution, which some of us are still craving that should come back now. Tinubu never operate under that. Tinubu operates under federal constitution. Federal constitution, a lot of powers that they had back then, under which our law operated. You can't find it again. It now resides in the federal. But to say Tinubu has mashed up, I will say not yet. Tinubu is still here with us. Our law has gone. Okay, now, if Tony or Babadale Koko know anybody who has stepped into our law's shoe, let them tell us. For now, I will tell you it's system Tinubu.
Awolowo is not dead. Awolowo live forever.
Just a minute, I'm coming.
Sorry, that's Tony. It will never let
you go. Except you are saying Iru. Now, what are the things you consider to just wrap up? First, you consider the things that make Tinubu step into our shoes. First, for me, mentorship and discipleship. Nobody in Yoruba land has ever annexed what our Lord did with political mentorship and discipleship like Tinubu. During our Lord times, our Lord had his disciples. People that when you pick, you know these people are political leaders. Our Lord groomed, okay, to maturity from nothing. Baba Dashin, one of them. Even Omoboro that later fought Awolowo was one of our major discipleship. All those Jakande, Ambrose Ali, and all those guys were Awolowo. Same with Tinubu. All the Fashola, Sanwo-Olu, Aregbesola, Faleke, Obi, Badabe Amila, Fayemi, Segun Oni. All these guys were political leaders that the man picked up and groomed them too. So, and the people that today Tinubu can rest and they speak for him, same thing Awolowo did back then. So, and when you now also pick people that played opposition politics with difference, you will pick Tinubu. Who do you pick again in Nigeria that played opposition politics and played it right to the federal level? And when the major political party look at, they tremble. The same way they tremble when they look at Awolowo is the way they will tremble when they look at Tinubu. The only thing Tinubu has achieved a bit further was that Awolowo's intention and ambition to become a president, which he couldn't because death came and cut his life. Tinubu was able to achieve that. Fine. But that has really equate him to it. Then second and thirdly, somebody who have carved a niche for himself within a particular political space, you give the two of them. Thirdly, innovation. Yes. You picture or you mirror what happened outside in the society and you bring the thing down to your own local space. Our brought TV, right? But Tinubu also brought some things. So I don't want us, it's because when a contemporary democracy...
all right. Ogweni, let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Let me ask you a question, and you can use it as your wrap up of that space, but a very brief response to it. And please don't do legal palungo. Don't do that your legal breakdancing that you used to deceive us. So I want a straight answer to a straight question. Who has the better brain, Tinubu or Awolowo? Who has the better brain? And I know that Awolowo managed a region, Tinubu managed a state, but you know where the question is, and don't use legal something or the other. Who has the better brain?
One man, Abba now.
Yes.
What kind of question are you asking me now? Awolowo, of course, and I'll give you reasons.
That's not true.
Awolowo has a better brain. Let me give you reasons. You need to read 2 books.
God bless you. Voice of wisdom, of reason.
Wait now, let me land now. Who is talking?
It was Bishop, but I've muted him. Carry on.
Okay, let me quickly land. You need to see when you talk first about people who Awolowo originated his ideology. Please, you need to read this man. Tinubu, I don't know Tinubu ideology for now, except he writes book. I've not read any of his book. I'm not sure he has written any book.
No, he has written a book. I'll get it for you in a moment. But he has written several
God
books.
bless you.
Yeah.
Let me tell you a few books I've read about Awolowo. At least I read about 14 books about Awolowo. And let me recommend the ones I need you to read quickly to understand this man. First, The Path to Nigerian Freedom. Please read that book. Secondly, Awolowo wrote one book they call The Path to Economic Freedom of Developing Countries. I read that book 8 years ago. My dad gave me that book to read. Thirdly, Thought on Nigerian Constitution. Go and read original thought of Awolowo, not diluted one, not that they pick one like cut and paste you said. No. Fourthly, go and read The People's Republic. Read The Strategy and Tactics of the People's Republic of Nigeria. Then read all his voices. There are three.
No. It's just a reimagining of Marxism, isn't it? It's a reimagining of Marxism, isn't it? Really?
Hey, one man. Hey.
Yes.
You need to go. Please read this first. I know you're an intellectual, and you like just read all these books first. All his voices. What's the reasoning? What's the wisdom and all that? Then please, when you now finish reading all those ones, there's one I want you to read. When you read this one, you start seeing Awolowo not exactly in the level of this guy that wrote Crito, Socrates. You won't see him in that level, but you regard him as an African leader who understands original ideology of Pan-Africanism. And the book is titled The Problems of Africa, The Need for Ideological Appraisal. Please go and read Awolowo there. You will understand this man. He's a man with original thought, and you need to, okay, there's a book I will send to your WhatsApp. I have that soft copy of that book. It's The Development of something political about Nigeria. You will read Awolowo's debate with Nnamdi Azikiwe on how Nigerian federalism should be structured. These are guys with original thought. For me, I'm not equating, because see, Awolowo also was accused of corruption. Awolowo also was accused of corruption, don't forget. Yes. And Awolowo politics also led to coup. It led to crisis in Nigeria, just like TINUBU'S space also led to a lot of things. 1960s crisis. It was because of Awolowo Wahala in the Western region. In 1983, that led to Buhari to come in. It was same Awolowo election that led to all those crises. Those were the minors of Awolowo, right? And TINUBU also had his own issue. So they all, Awolowo was accused of corruption. By
okay, if Awolowo, and I'm desperate to escape this space, but just this last question, and then the final comment will come from the super chats. If Awolowo had the better brain, how come Tinubu succeeded where he did not? They both had the same ambition.
It's about faith. You see, when you say, and when I say faith, F-A-T-E, Tinubu played his politics during this time, not because he was smarter than Awolowo. When you want to know somebody who is smarter, because that's the question you asked me.
But all the chess pieces remain the same from Awolowo's days to Tinubu's days. All the chess pieces remain the same. The North, their pecuniary interest, the Southeast, their pecuniary interest, the Creeks, all of the pecuniary interest in whatever intensity, they remain the same. But Tinubu was able to manage those pecuniary interests to come out on top. Awolowo tried severally and failed. Tinubu tried one time and succeeded.
One man, let me tell you what Tinubu himself said. You will know that Tinubu stepped into his shoe and learned from Awolowo. See what Tinubu said. In 1999, when Tinubu became the governor in Lagos State, the Afenifere space called all the governors of Alliance for Democracy. I don't know if you've seen that clip. They called them together to come. Tinubu was the only person who appeared. The Adebawa, Lamadishin, all of them, they didn't bother. Tinubu went there. And it was this same ADEBANJO and others. So they handed down Awolowo's original writing about, and that book, I think they eventually published that book, but it was the second, either the third volume they gave to, is the the strategy and tactics of the People's Republic of Nigeria, the third volume, and then the People's Republic, the struggle for political and social change in Nigeria. Those two things, they handed them down to Tinubu. Tinubu said he collected it, and they told Tinubu these were the original thought of Awolowo, the conclusion that he couldn't implement. If you can do this, you will succeed. I believe that's one of the things Tinubu held on to as a very good heritage that is making him to succeed. Don't forget that Awolowo made an attempt that Tinubu now made now that succeeded. Awolowo knew that you needed to get two major regions, or another major region to be with you, to form alliance with you before you can win the presidency of Nigeria. Don't forget, Awolowo also made that attempt. He struck a deal with Nnamdi Azikiwe. Nnamdi Azikiwe betrayed him. But Tinubu was able to strike his own deal and waited patiently for it. So, for me, I will tell you that it was that same, the remnants of what Awolowo has learned. Tinubu further now learned from the experience of Awolowo and from the experience of Moshood Kashima Abiola, and then was able to gather knowledge. So you won't equate Tinubu with that man from which Tinubu learned from. That's just my conclusion on that.
All right, brilliant.
One man, can you give me 2 minutes?
I want to move away from that space unless people still want to stay there.
Just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes.
One man, it's a good topic. It's a
2 minutes. Just give me 2 minutes.
All right, I'll give you 2 minutes, but with your permission, let me do a bit of administrative stuff and insert the super chats into this conversation, because this is where they were pointing it to. But before I go to the super chats, let me acknowledge Prince Daddy, who kicked off the supers. Of course, Ayo will always follow through, and he follows through. But then Afro Plight, so icked was he by what he was hearing, he couldn't help himself anymore. And he super chats to say, I can't believe we are having this discussion comparing Baba Awolowo to Tinubu. Two met the challenge of their times, and Tinubu failed to meet. Two met the challenge of his time, and that should be Awo. Awo met the challenge of his time, and Tinubu has failed to meet his in Lagos. This debate is absurd. So the debate is absurd, but nevertheless, I know that Awolowo is venerated and is deified, is somewhat like a deity now. But really, I feel that sometimes I'm a fan too, but I think we look at him with rose-tinted glasses. At least Tinubu has taken that one step further than Awolowo ever could. Akulata also could not help. He says Awolowo is a god, whilst Tinubu is a mere mortal. Awo is our greatest administrator ever with unmatched cranial capacity. Tinubu beats him in politics since he has the benefit of hindsight. So that is what Akulata incited into the conversation via Super Chat. So I think Ayo also came back in with a Super Chat to that particular conversation, and he did. So here is Ayo also Super Chat into that conversation. Please respect Babankene Inkene. Awolowo was a pathfinder, a pioneer extraordinaire. He should be revered. So he is revered. Nobody's trying to. Anyway, let me just keep my mouth shut. But I come in Simba, and then we move on from there.
Yeah, thank you, one man. Yeah. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
So, I just want to wrap up this space. Both Ajale Kuku, Ogbeni, and bishops are right about what they say about Awolowo. And I just want to mention some things. Before pre-independence, because we have to know that the so-called regional government has been under practice even when the British colonials are still ruling us. And that was when the development has been, at least on different regions, has taken place. But what I want to say is that whatever we are passing through today still existed during that time. My father happened to be a politician, but not a big politician. So I have this privilege of knowing what happens pre-independence, because he gave me some of the history. And I was also opportune to meet Awolowo one-on-one in 1979 when it came to my time for campaign. So what I want to say is that corruption and everything that we are shouting about, tribalism, nepotism, was those things that they used to campaign, even as far back as 1945. I remember that time that even this same Awolowo was accused of corruption. I'm not saying this to actually diminish what the man has done. I'm just saying just to emphasize what they also went through during that time. If you remember Coca-Cola, that time they used to speculate that if you drink a bottle of Coca-Cola, that Awolowo has 1 kobo, especially the wife, that used to gain 1 kobo from the negotiation that Awolowo had with Coca-Cola then. So that is one of those things that they used to accuse him. And then Awolowo, the kind of politics he practiced that time, that did not actually allow him to get to the federal level was actually Awolowo was very selfish. If you remember what happened between him and Akintola in the 60s, when he went to the national level to contest, he handed over the premiership of the Western region to Akintola. He lost at the federal level. He came back and wanted to take back as if the premiership of the Western region belonged to his family. And that was one of those things that orchestrated the crisis in the Western region that time, that made the military to actually culminated in the 1966 coup. Then if you also look at, by the time the military, because Awolowo actually would have been killed by that coup, but because that time he was charged with treason and he was in prison, that was why he escaped the 1966 coup and he was still alive to contest in 1979. But what I want to say is that some of the policies that Awolowo actually put on ground was actually what actually made the Southwestern people to actually got educated and put them on the pedestal that they had today. I remember in 1979 when Bola Ige became the governor of Oyo State, he actually also created some secondary school. And I remember in my village that time, most of the people that were not going to school that time, when Bola Ige became the governor of Oyo State, he started the free education again. Most of the people that are even, some of them are even 15 years old, 16 years old, they went back to school because it was free. And up to so today, some of them are educated and are enjoying the little education that they have. But the difference between Tinubu and Awolowo is, as Ogbeni said, is that Tinubu has the benefits of the hindsight. He look at the mistake that Awolowo made, because Awolowo was like, he monopolized his political party, the AGP independence and the UPN post-independent. He was like the chairman, the everything of the party. But Tinubu did not do that. He corrected that. I think that is what actually led to Tinubu emerging at the federal level. So that's what I want to say.
Was our people happy? Was our people happy? Do we get any benefit from the government that is protecting us? That's protecting our, that protected our region? That's the question.
Excuse me, even if you look at pre-independence, I remember that time that it was not that rosy. People are suffering. And in fact, a lot of them, Let me finish. Because I remember that time, a lot of Yoruba people migrated away from Nigeria. The people from Iwo in Osun State now, Iwo Ejigbo, they went to Abidjan. And if you go to Abidjan now, you see that Yoruba enclaves are still there. Then even a lot of Yorubas migrated to Ghana. It was post.
Yeah, they came back to Ibadan when I was growing up. They came back.
It was Biafra coup that actually, the Biafra war that made Kwame Nkrumah, the Kotoka and all those military regime in Ghana that time to chase away the Yoruba people, a lot of Yoruba people from Ghana. It was not that easy in the Southwest that time. But we are not using all these things to take away what Awolowo has done. But what we are saying now is that everybody has their challenges during their time. So we cannot just use it to want to rubbish the other. Thank you.
Okay, thank you also. So I'm not angry with you, just that how it trickles down to our people at the at the street level at the local level. That's what we're talking about, sir. Not that I'm not here to challenge you. I'm sorry if I was shouting for you, but Awolowo still remain the god of Africa.
Oh, all right. All right. So Kulata, did you come in for the Awolowo space, or you just came in just to hang out?
No, I just came in. I just came in. I think I've already typed what I wanted to type about Awolowo.
Yes. Wole Soyinka wrote a book once, The Beatification of Area Boy, but the beatification of Awolowo now, a saint now, once upon a sinner, but there it is. Do you concede what I said, though, Kulata? I don't really want to elongate that space, but do you concede what I said, that it was simpler times that Awolowo governed, which gave him the room to have those achievements?
Yeah, I mean, Awolowo had more room for autonomous governance. He controlled the space. So, I mean, it was an executive, a full executive for a bigger place. There was more opportunities to be built up because Nigeria was pretty desolate then. What people did not realize was there was still poverty in the land and all, but what the template Awolowo set up was very sustainable. It expanded our economy, and it was very, very, very far-seeking. Like, it was futuristic. So you have to give it to him in terms of that. But they're not the same times. Nigeria is way, way more complex and more difficult to govern. I mean, like Ola said, the time and space are totally different. So it's not a fair comparison. But as far as we know right now, with the benefit of hindsight, both men have significant achievements. But I think Awolowo has more notable achievements because Awolowo's achievements are critical in what we are today. So things he invested in, education, education is long lasting. The farming stuff, those are long gone. The cocoa farming era, those are long gone. That disappeared. But he invested in leaders. So the likes of Tinubu and Co. you're seeing now, if not for Awolowo, we won't be seeing all those people. So Awolowo's legacy is very, very far-reaching, more than Tinubu. But Tinubu has an opportunity that Awolowo never had. He has a chance to take the direction of Nigeria somewhere else. So at the end of the day, if Tinubu achieves in 8 years, he may end up topping Awolowo if he governs Nigeria right. If he significantly changes the course of Nigeria, then in the real sense, Tinubu will top Awolowo. But Tinubu has the benefit of hindsight that Awolowo did not have. Maybe Awolowo was looking at Abamakoli. Who knows? Because there were other Yoruba leaders before Awolowo too. So we need to acknowledge that. But as of today, Awolowo is a deity. And even if Tinubu is successful, we will always regard Awolowo as our number one deity. Nothing is going to change that. But Tinubu can still top Awolowo if he governs Nigeria right in 8 years.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Well put. So brilliant to put. So let's get
sorry. Can I speak to that? Can I speak to that space?
All right, a brief commentary and then we move on. I did want to come in directly.
Yeah, you see, people talking about Awolowo and Tinubu. You know, Ogbeni opened us up in that within that space, and what really happened there is Awolowo had a far-reaching legacy, more than what's fine. People might have their stuff. The people will definitely throw mud at you when you are the best, you know, within your space. People will definitely throw mud. I still have people. I know people that are politicians in Nigeria that still believe that probably okay, Awolowo stole, Awolowo did this, Awolowo did that. But what we should ask ourselves is this: after how many years? Probably our political leaders did not grow up. They didn't grow up. But it's just like you are talking about the likes of this man from Washington. I mean, that divine democracy, you know, which happens to be the first president of the United States. Whether you like it or not, the Americans still gave it to him. Let's give honor to whom honor is due. And it's even better, I normally say it, that teachers or leaders are not known by their present, whatever they can turn out now. If they are able to raise people that are greater than them, that's what gives them joy. Look at the teaching profession. You are not rated by who you are at the point you are there as a teacher, and you can see everybody is a teacher. You actually know that. Everybody, every human being is a teacher by nature. So if you are a doctor, if you raise better doctors than yourself, then we give you respect. I have been in a place, where we have an emeritus professor. Why do they call them professors of professors? Even though those professors that came after them might actually go before them. Like one of those emeritus professors, we have a few of them in Nigeria. One of them just died. That's a professor of medicine, the first professor of medicine in Nigeria. In Nigeria, it was from Ibadan. So you see people, is it that you will tell me that what the man, that doctor, Nigerian doctor in the United States that operated a baby twice did? Probably you can say that, we can equate it to what Baba Ogulesi did. That guy did better than what Baba Ogulesi did. Probably. Right. I don't know, but you will still, or forever, they have a lot of halls in the University of Ibadan. And you can see his son came to Nigeria last week to Ogun State. Right. That is Bayo Ogulesi. So you have to give it to those people. They are carving it for themselves. No matter what happens afterwards, then people will still appreciate that, somebody was able to carry on from that level and dish out a better, but we still remember those people that laid the strong foundations for our development. I think that's it. I go with Ogbeni on that on that topic.
All right, brilliant. Well put, Darate. So brilliant, well put, Darate. So you go with Ogbeni. So let's now go with Ogbeni. Who now takes
Let me make this comment before you go to Ogbeni 1 month, please.
All right.
No leader in the history of Nigeria and up to today that is as resourceful as Chief Obafemi Awolowo, with the level, with the record of achievement that he recorded for just only 4 years that he governed. 4 years, 4 or 5 years that he governed. The record is there up to today. Everything that you want to do. Is it the cocoa house you want to talk about that never seen in any part of Africa? Is it the television services? Is it the Western House? What is it that you want to talk about? Is it the Liberty Stadium? The best. And it was his government was a workers-friendly government. Tell me in Nigeria today, government that is worker-friendly. He was paying Western region workers higher than the federal government. There is no region that paid his worker as Awolowo did to the workers in the West. And he was back then, he can beat his chest that workers in the West will never go on strike because he knew what he gave to workers that can never be matched by any region in Nigeria back then, and including the federal government. Your embassy in London today, that you call Nigerian embassy, he built it. It belonged to the West. What are we talking about? Just within the period of within the space of 5 years, 4 to 5 years in government, and was able to achieve as much. Tell me any leader in the history of that country that's as resourceful as that man. In the management of resources and everything that you want to talk about. So let me rest it there.
All right, well put, Ajanle Koko. So let's come to you then, Ogbeni. Ogbeni, are you still there, by the way?
Yeah, I'm there.
All right, brilliant. So let's come to Ogbeni and pivot back to the conversations we were having before we went into the Awolowo space. So now this where I'm kicking you off is somebody a friend of ours, all of us I think on this platform. So he's in the news today. We're talking about Rudolph, of course. It says YouTube pulls down Dr. Damage's show in which David Hundeyin spoke on Bola Tinubu's Guinean passport. So Rudolph makes the news, but perhaps for not for reasons that he wanted. So when I saw this headline, it was actually sent in by one of the subscribers. I quickly went there then to check to see, but it looks as though then that this David Hundeyin has been black marked by social media, because that so-called passport that he has been selling all over social media is been pulled down on Twitter, and now Rudolph now suffers the stress really, because I haven't done however many hours his video now pulled down. So what are you then making then of how the social media space is circling around David Hundeyin?
Woma, you know, Madam Sita was the first to raise this issue of privacy. If you remember, when we, I think, briefly discussed this issue, Madam Sita asked that question, that how legal or normal is it for you to pick somebody's personal information and you display it to the whole world because the person is a public figure or what? And I remember that, I think, I can't remember the position we maintained then. But let me tell you, you know, I'm always the advocate of public figures, celebrities, and others suing people to protect their own reputation, protect your privacy, and protect your dignity. You don't say because I'm a public figure, then what is meant to be my private information, you bring it out to the public without asking me for permission to do that. Okay, that is against the law. And I think I've said something on this before, and I said, at every space you bring it, you are not only culpable. The person that gives you that space, the platform to bring it, is also vicariously liable, which means you are jointly liable. And you see, Dr. Damages, I don't really understand. I know he has been around for a very long while in this space, in this journalism thing, if I can really call it journalism. Well, yeah, he's a journalist. In this journalism
No,
thing,
he is a proper journalist, by the way. He still writes columns in several newspapers. Yeah.
Yes, I know. I don't know if he's a trained one, but I know he's been long in that space, because when you look at Sahara Reporter of those days, you see him there, look very younger back then and go. But over time, we've been complaining. I was here when I came here to complain about how Esho, Mama Esho, what do you call that one, was on Dr. Damage's platform and was laying course on was it Kulata? I think it was Kulata. Yeah, it was Kulata. And he was causing his generation, causing it. And then Dr. Damage was there just looking on. I said, what? This man doesn't understand what liability is when it comes to defamation and all these issues. You pick, I don't know, I think that day Kulata came back on board and maybe threatened them a bit about litigation and things like that, and then he just left. And I was pitching.
You are mixing up stories, Ogbeni.
You said
I didn't go back for HO cussing me. I don't care about all that nonsense.
Yeah, I remember.
One guy lied. One guy called Paul. He lied. And that was what pissed me. I mean, initially I said, nonsense. But when I saw people were taking it seriously, I'm like, okay, now, no. I'm not going to let this lie down.
I remember.
So
the guy said
I went there to
or something like that.
What is my age?
Osun State got a
Osun State, like the guy, and these are the guys that complain that Nigeria is bad. Yes. Look at his character, lying. A lying character.
Never knew anything.
I don't know him from Adam, and he formed the story. He went to repeat the story on Ovie's platform. He said he heard me say that. I'm like, does this guy know the last time I had a formal education? How many decades ago that was? As in, he has no idea, but he lied. And these are the people supposed to be obedient, wanting to fix Nigeria.
I
That kind of
tell you.
ugly character.
Yeah. You see, that kind of issue alone can destroy that platform. And even when you see, I've complained enough because I've followed Dr. Daniel for a while. I've complained enough about his. Yes, you may have poetic license, or what do you call it in journalism, sir? Something like literary license, to couch your title. But don't sound defamatory with it. Title alone can hand you wahala. In fact, there's something in law they call innuendo. Innuendo is, I can infer, you may not mention my name. I can infer from just an imagery, a picture alone. And I will establish my case in defamation that you are referring to me. Justice Ogebe, sometimes ago, my former office back then, handled a case for him. What happened? Somebody in, was it Daily Trust, one of these newspapers, they just drafted that cartoon. It was a cartoon, just cartoon. They didn't even put his name. I remember. They drafted a cartoon of a judge, and the judge was carrying Ghana must go. They paid the judge, and they now said it is now Ghana must go to issue interim injunction, something like that. And the face looked like his own, and looked like his cap, and he went to court. They said, "Oh, we didn't mention your name," but because they know there's innuendo. If I was the last judge in Nigeria to give interim injunction at that time, and I put one or two things together to say that an average member of the public will know that you are referring to me, I've established my case information. The only thing I need to now establish is that I have a clean record and I built a reputation. So the judge will gauge my reputation and say, okay, based on my reputation, go and pay XYZ thousand. And one man, you see, this was the issue I was trying to say about Maureen the other time. Don't bring people's privacy to public. Don't. You can criticize people. But I tried to bring our own privacy to public. He charged up. She charged up. I said, you see?
She's not speaking to me anymore off the back of you attacking her now. But there is.
Well, anyway.
But sorry, just wanted to raise one thing. You guys are paying attention to the judgment, the settlement, Fox News versus Dominion, that they are paying like close to $800 million.
Yes.
Yeah,
I saw that.
I don't want to elaborate on the story. I think what I want to say is that media, any sort of media, needs to be very careful. The kind of information they entertain.
God bless you for this. I've been shouting it. I've been shouting in one man, and that is why I said, even on our platform, let's be careful. And then, what does the simplest etiquette in the profession requires? It's just for you to either shut the person down at the time that person.
But there are wider questions at play here. So the first question is, why is this guy being pulled down all over social media? Is it for reasons of invading somebody's privacy, or is it fake news? That's one. But then to the wider space of free speech and being able to hold the high and mighty to account. So if just by dint of sending a threatening letter to a social media, remember what Buhari did to Twitter as well. So this now seems to be the format now, that as soon as you try to hold the high and mighty to account, they send threatening letters to social media, and it is more expedient for them to shut you down than to stand by your rights to free speech.
One man, it is not about the last two you talked about. I'm so convinced strongly that it is about invading someone's privacy. I'm so convinced on that. You will see it. If they are going to make any statement on that, you will see. After all, the TINUBU'S have not come out and said that it's fake news, and they can't write secretly and say it's fake news. It will be published somewhere. So I believe strictly that it's about privacy. And when you, woman, go and check episode, I think episode either 360 or 359. There's one of these episodes of Dr. Dameji. Check his title. That title then, I think it was on Buhari's cloning. I checked it recently because I was doing something on that cloning thing and the people that believe in that useless thing. And the title was Cloning or No Cloning. I said, Reverend Ubaka and Bishop Oyedepo pee on the pulpit. I said, these are the things that people don't really understand what defamation means. There was another one. He said Bola Tinubu lied on that.
You know defamation. You are the one with the law, but I don't expect that when it comes to media reportage and newspaper headlines, there's room for poetic license, for puns, pun, play on words, because that is necessarily how that space, how it reaches to its audience. So there's sensationalism in journalism as a beacon to invite participation, and I think the law should afford, and I'm sure they do for that. You can't say because is there a broader truth to it? Is more at the test than is it a verbatim accurate?
Well, man, I agree with you. You know, I've mentioned it. I said there is poetic or literary license to couch your title, but there is still sanity in it. The ethics of a profession doesn't say you should couch your title to defame my character. For instance, how do you say Bola Tinubu lied under oath and he should be jailed? That's your title. And you think that title is covered under poetic license? I think not. I strongly think not. So for me, if you now say, okay, they shut it down based on privacy, it's worth it. And I think Dr. Damages should try as much as possible, moderate, don't allow lawlessness. Because there is vicarious liability. That's my point. I think he thought because that day or several occasions you see me will leave them, they are just flowing, the Eshongozi, Okida, all those guys. You see them just flowing and just saying a lot of defamatory things. There was a day, one of them was saying it was there when Wole Soyinka flew Amechi private jet to this and that. The same private jet.
Is that same Paul guy that lied against me? Is that same guy? That guy is not trustworthy.
You could imagine the same private jet that Wike had to trace.
And the same guy told me that I grew up in Oyo. I've never set foot in Oyo in my life.
Yeah, the guy is full of saying nonsense.
Not once in my life have I ever been to Oyo, but let's carry on. But it wasn't really so much Rudolph that I was looking to focus on, but really free speech and David Hundeyin, because what I'm really speculating is it fake news or infringement on our privacy? Or
it's privacy. It's privacy. If you give me that case, I will win that case. And slide. I'm telling you.
Obani, just a minute if you don't mind.
Yeah, carry on. It's giving you the space. Carry on. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think it's infringement on privacy. I think that passport actually exists. It was a diplomatic passport that was given to Tinubu by the Guinean president. It was just like, and there's this report that they are friends. So there's an article I wanted to read. Unfortunately, I was trying to translate it to English. I saw it in French, but it was actually a passport that was issued. But it was a diplomatic passport. And several persons have come out to say, look, they hold such passport in some other country, with different titles. So basically, it was infringement of privacy, just like we discussed earlier on.
And to that, Ogbeni, what degree of privacy does the law afford public figures?
One man, public figures have privacy. You see, I've heard people severally saying they don't have privacy. By which law? Is there any law that says they don't have privacy? There is no law that says they don't have privacy. Do you understand? The only area they don't have privacy is about their public engagements. That's their official engagement. That's when I'm engaging. For instance, you say I don't have privacy on I'm the president of a nation. For instance, now I have my own. I'm president of a nation. My children medical records. My own medical record is still my private thing. I may decide not to revisit.
Sorry, Ogbeni, but is there not a public interest argument for the publication of that passport? Because Tinubu, in a declaration in a form, I think EC9, we all know INEC forms now because of these elections. In that form, EC9, he stated on oath there that he does not have any other nationality outside of being a Nigerian. And if there's proof, then because that declaration on that EC9 form, it then makes it facilitates for this passport to be published as a public interest information.
No. Yes, I know. He said he's an investigative journalist, but the form you fill, is limited to the information you have given on your form, right? Now, if I fill a form and I said I have XYZ in that form, you can apply for that form. Don't forget I said on my public engagements, there's nothing private in it. Anything that has to do with the official assignments that I sign an agreement with the public with, right? You don't have any issue with it. But on my private thing, let me give you an instance. Why do you think Harry and Meghan, why do you think they sued is it Daily Mirror or so in the UK? Why do you think they are fighting their privacy? They were public figures, right? And they are still public figures. But under the UK law, they fight and said, you breach my privacy. You can't take, somebody just asked a question that why do they have paparazzi against them? Yes, you have paparazzi for the official part. But what is Harry saying? You bring your camera to my private residence and you took the picture of my apartment. And he said that's the breach of my privacy. And they're asking for millions of pounds. They will win that case. Just write it down. Because their privacy, the fact that I'm a public figure doesn't mean I don't have my privacy. And I keep saying it. People believe once you have a public figure, then the person can be wearing pants in his toilet and he take his picture and say it's a private part. What kind of? No, you don't breach their privacy. Yes, they mortgage out part of it for public engagement, for their official engagement. But they still have their privacy. You don't say because a president and his wife, they are in the other room and you go and take their picture now. And you say, oh, it's a public figure, you don't have a privacy. Or you bug into phone of the president and you see the communication is exchanging with his wife. And you say, oh, he doesn't have privacy. No, it doesn't work that way. He still have his privacy, still constitutional. There was a governor who sued somebody. Was it Fashola? One of these governors sued. Either Fashola or the former Imo. I think one of these governors sued now based on based on private matter. And he went to court and they said, since you have immunity, therefore you shouldn't be able to sue. But the court overruled it and said, no, he can sue. It's you that cannot sue him, but he can sue. Because if he doesn't sue, within the time in office, that case will run out of time. So he can sue and they allowed that governor. I can't remember if Fayoshe. Oh, I think it was Fayoshe on that Zenith Bank case or something like that money thing. And the man sued.
All right. So, Ogweni, just to manage the time, let me push you in this direction. Who do you think actually pushed to have this particular information wiped off social media? Because there's a deliberate push to have it wiped off. And countless things have been said about TINUBU, but why is now this push to wipe this particular information off social media? Is this the gotcha that they've been after to get the looter from Lagos?
One man, anybody can do it. Anybody who is a supporter of TINUBU can do it. His campaign council can do it. TINUBU himself can do it. I've told you before that I've once upon a time trapped in the hands of vloggers and bloggers who were just feasting on my story to carry false information, which became a very serious national issue back then. I had to visit the FCC, ICBC, and even NJC to defend myself. And somebody put it on Facebook. And a friend of mine, my secondary school friend, was the person who wrote Facebook to pull down that particular story back then. So anybody can do it. In fact, he did it before informing me to say, see, I saw your story somewhere. I never believed in it. And I believe that it was a false story because another story was it Daily? There was another one where I granted my interview to clarify things, contradicted that one. And in fact, before, it was the days when Facebook will inform you that you have been reported. then you can either pull it down yourself or you defend yourself, and the person pull it down. So that's not even an issue. Anybody can write to pull down. You breach my privacy, put this thing down, it looks like. And even without even telling anybody, YouTube can even identify this thing. It's simple, because I remember that if you look at under, you see people even commenting on Dr. Damages. They were already shouting privacy thing. Are you sure privacy thing? All those Tinubu supporters have been on his platform to be shouting privacy. So, and you know, these are the things they do flag. So if the thing will probably keep coming, flag privacy, then they check on it. What is happening here? And then they could drop it. So it could be from anybody. It could be auto, default, and things they flag, and then to bring it down. But the lesson we should all learn from this, for me, is this.
Before you give, sorry, before you wrap it up with that lesson, is David Hundeyin, is it criminally culpable? And if so, should his arrest be effected? Is it criminally culpable for this, or is it just a minor?
No, I don't think the Tinubu's and
is it an arrestable offense? Yeah.
If you take that guy to court now and you start, you're making the guy more popular. There are some NGOs that what they like doing in Africa is to delegitimize African election. There are some NGOs like that, and I'm sorry to say, I do meet them here in UK, and I do challenge them each time. If I go for any job fair and I see them there, I won't mention them here. There are 5 major of them I know. I was in a job fair, was it a month ago? I went there because I saw them on the list that they will be coming in Birmingham, and I went there just to go and challenge them that you guys, what you are after is to legitimize democracy in Africa. And I took them up. So I know people like Hundeyin and co, they are just there. They will be making noise. If you now say you sue them or anything, then you allow them to be getting grant. The way Sarah Reporter also got his grant, and he's not a rich man. So I don't think Tinubu should even rate something like that. He has come at a time where opposition is very high. He should just manage the opposition and do whatever he can do in office and achieve the best for the people. He's growing older every day.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So next time you are going to challenge those sort of people, take your smartphone with you. Record the clip so we can we can interrogate it here. And that goes to everybody else, by the way. Use your smartphones to record events and then send them in so that we can present them.
But Ogbeni, you can't say that they should not. I don't want to say interfere. They should not say something on the way you practice democracy in Nigeria and in Africa, because they invested they have a stake as well, the way you run your democracy. They invested, they supported you with financially, sometimes logistically, material, and everything for you to have a true democratic system. But how can they give you so much support and then you don't deliver well to their expectations? They have to speak up when they see that you don't practice it well and you just run a fraudulent democracy. I mean, we should blame ourselves. You can't just say, we have some organizations, some NGOs in the West that all they love to do is to run down and disparage our democracy in Africa. No, they give you so much money for you to run your democracy well. But what are we seeing? Are we practicing democracy in Nigeria? Is it the way to practice democracy? No, we have to be fair to the West as well. We have to be fair to them. Have we done well by ourselves? No. We fail. It's a sham. What we are practicing now, you describe as democracy, it's a complete sham.
Democracy
But
that have no impact
Ajalo
in the
Coco,
life of
Ajale
the people.
Coco, these are foreigners,
Where's the
right?
impact?
These
Democracy
are
that give you multidimensional poverty. Is
Ajale
that the way
Coco.
democracy is run?
Ajale Coco, wait. We can't let foreigners dictate the terms of our
No,
country.
I'm not saying they should. I'm not
We're a
saying
sovereign
dictate.
country. No matter how bad we are, we should correct ourselves.
You
We're
are not
sovereign.
sovereign.
We
You are
are
not.
sovereign.
You are not sovereign.
We are.
If you are sovereign, then you won't take their money to run
No,
your
doesn't
democracy.
mean it doesn't mean we can't take their money.
No,
The
you
fact that they
don't
give
have
us money
to.
doesn't mean they dictate
You
our
don't
terms.
have to. So then they will talk.
Kulata, they don't want to be having people crossing
When
the
they
desert
give you money,
to them.
when they
They
give you
want
all
the
the
seat to
support
one
for
way
They
in
should
Africa.
keep their money then.
why do you keep on taking the money from them? You don't
Because
have. You are not a
they're
sovereign
using
country.
they're using it to control the resources they want to
Yeah,
get
because
from
you
us. They
have
can
bad
stop the money.
leadership. You have bad
They can
leadership.
stop the money.
Yes,
Otherwise, why would they be talking to us?
yes.
When
You don't have.
shenanigans is happening in American elections, do we talk about them?
You don't. Yes, you cannot talk about them because you
That's
have
what
no
I
stake.
want.
Then they should
You
keep
have
out of
no
our own
stake.
business.
You have no stake in their democracy, but they have stake in
We
your own
don't
democracy.
need their stake. They should keep their money.
I mean, talk to your
Kulata, you are
leaders.
living in their country. Ajani Gogo, let me
Talk
talk to
to your
you,
leaders
Kulata.
that run. How do I describe it? Is that democracy? What do they run? They keep taking money from the West.
They have no right to butt in our business.
You don't have leadership that stand for you. You don't have leadership that can manage anything. Everything they depend on the West to succeed, on foreign investor, on everything. They look up to the West for everything. And you said, and the West gave you all the support for you to
They
achieve.
can
You
hold it.
don't succeed.
They can hold that money. We don't need them to butt in our business.
You don't have to say. You have to say that to your leaders. As any one of your leaders courageously say, "Oh, we don't need your money. Leave us alone. We're going to practice our."
Hopefully, the new one will say that, and then they can deal with China that they don't start putting their hands in our business. The West is too hypocritical for their nonsense.
Is China not looting your resources too?
But China is not telling us how we're going to govern ourselves. All China wants is business.
They don't care for you if you want to.
The West will pretend like they're giving you something.
You think the Europeans care about us?
They don't care about us.
They don't care.
If you have leaders that know how to deal with the Europeans and America, they can really, turn the table against them in so many ways. But you have how do I describe it? You have looters. You have bad leaders. How is it possible for China to turn the table against them?
I hate this our stance of like writing report card and going to be sharing it with the West. That nonsense needs to stop. We take care of ourselves. We take care of our own mess.
How did the China? How did the China? How were they able to do it? To turn the
Baba Danle Koko, let me tell you what I'm saying. I went to one of the NGOs. I won't still mention the name of the NGO. Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, carry on.
Okay. I won't mention the name of the NGO. I challenged them about not even Nigeria. I say African space. I challenged them about Kagame in Rwanda. We argued to a point that they can't say anything again. I said, look at Rwanda. Rwanda had genocide. None of you call yourself NGO. The NGO I'm talking about was established since 1986 or 7. I've read about them before I went. Said you bowed mouth Kagame everywhere. If you go to their website, you see them talking rubbish about Rwanda. He has spent also years. He's not ready to leave the office. He's not ready to do this and that. And your mission is to delegitimize democracy in Nigeria, to pitch the people against even government that is performing in Africa. I ask why, and I establish it. When Rwanda had issues, you left these people alone. People were killed. They killed one another. You never sent your troop. You never sent aid. You never sent nothing to the place. Okay, a man rose, a particular team rose, they saved that nation from going out of extinction from the face of the earth. And they are trying. Still the best in Africa for now, right? And they are trying to ensure that they revamp their economy to make that space safe for everybody, to the extent that UK was even saying, let us be sending people seeking asylum from our space to Rwanda because it's the safest president in Africa. But the next thing is your NGO now festing on that place. You keep delegitimizing democracy. You keep doing your work. When there was an issue in America, where was your statement? Tell me, show me your website where you made any statement about the United States of America. You would not. You kept quiet. Even on the Capitol, you guys tried to manage it. You never said anything about that. But you're talking about Kagame. What can you feel so entitled? You know? And eventually they just say, okay, that's the problem of the management. I said, no, tell your management. They should stop poke-nosing into African affairs. That's the issue. So Baba Jaleko is not only about Nigeria. There are some NGOs like that. That's what they like doing. Probably that's how they draw grants for whatever space or UN anywhere they wish they draw. But they need some Africans to be speaking up.
Even
the
Rwanda that
continue.
you just mentioned, West gave them all the support they needed to succeed.
In Rwanda?
Oh, yes.
Oh.
West gave them everything to succeed.
Which West?
This
Which
West? Yes.
Which West?
Where is the West?
Intervene on Rwanda EU?
No. I didn't say they. No. After the war.
Oh, so they waited after the war.
No, I mean, what do you mean by it? When you people doesn't know how to manage crisis,
was the crisis not fueled by the same West?
You allow it to degenerate into war between you. And
was the crisis not fueled by the same West?
Was the war?
You said we can't manage.
That's what I'm telling you. They later came in and they gave every support for Rwanda to succeed.
Which kind of support? Do you know the level of IDB camps Rwanda still have today that Kagame is trying to manage? And they were talking of human rights abuse already in that space. That
Are you saying that Kagame is not how do I want to say it?
You know, Kagame is trying to make himself president for life. You know, he's
trying to do that. Are you saying that Kagame are you saying that he didn't commit human rights abuse the way he governed that place?
Which human rights abuse can be more than
do you think they have freedom of speech in
why not?
No, you dare not criticize him. They will come after you.
Those are the propaganda. Those are the propaganda they want to use to
You dare not criticize Kagame.
It's not propaganda. It's not propaganda. What is running is a totalitarian state. It's an authoritarian state.
Let us give example. How many of authoritarian government have they removed that the country are not better off? Mention one.
That is not what we are saying. You cannot say you are practicing
it's
democracy.
not what you are saying. They did the same thing in Libya. Look at Libya now. They did the same thing.
Forget about that. Forget about Libya. What we are saying, if you are practicing democracy and you have a constitution,
they have their standard. Let us have their own standard. They should not be the one dictating standard to us. Don't use Western standard every time on us.
No, it is not Western standard. This is a constitutional matter.
Rwanda today is better than Rwanda of pre-genocide. So let us take it.
Look, what we are saying, where is the human right as guaranteed by the Constitution?
I don't know what you mean by human right. The Rwandans are enjoying. The Rwandans are better off today. So that's what you
that guy, you cannot look. Let me tell you, it's going to be temporary.
If Rwanda
this guy is graduating. Hold on. I am Alagba. I will let you speak. When you see So look, let me tell you, when you have a country that is run by law, and you now see a leader that is changing that law of the land to satisfy its own selfish interests against the will, against the interest of the people, you will see that leader transform into dictator. And when he transforms into dictator, he will perpetrate authoritarian rule. And what you are going to get in future is good. There's going to be a blowback against its authority, and that
China
will
is doing the same.
destroy
China is doing the same.
that
And they are
country.
very good. China is doing the same.
So
Singapore did the
what
same.
this guy
Nigeria
is
should do
doing
this.
now, yes, he has done a lot to make that country a good, but you see, he has succeeded in changing the constitution from 2 terms of office to lifetime. So what you are going to see, you will see his children are growing up now.
You
Then
know,
he will graduate.
Ajanle Koko, you know, what we are saying is deja vu in Rwanda. We had this storyline in Zimbabwe when Mugabe started off as a freedom fighter, a hero of the people, and then because he did not know when his time was up, he ended up a noose around the neck of that country. We're seeing it in Uganda as well, and now it's repeating in Rwanda.
Yeah. So that Rwanda situation we
I
graduated.
can't believe Abajale Koko is celebrating Kagame like this. I can't
I'm
believe
not
it.
celebrating him. I'm not celebrating Kagame. Who is Kagame? That's a destroyer. That's a woman
That's
rights
African
abuser.
man for you.
So
Why would you
that
celebrate
man,
Kagame?
that
But you can
man,
celebrate Joe Biden.
that man will
You can
transform.
celebrate Rishi Sunak.
It will transform that country.
How did he
that
transform Rwanda? How?
No. What I'm saying is
I will
that,
tell you how. If you don't
no.
know
What I'm
how
saying
Kagame
is that
transformed that country,
what I'm saying is
do you
that
know as it
what we
stands
are going to
now,
see,
that is the only
dictatorial rule,
one voice.
Dictatorial rule will run that country into a state of anarchy in the future. And every progress they have made for several years will be destroyed, and we set them backward, like 50 years backward. Look at what we are seeing. Look at what we are seeing in what do you call, like one man just mentioned, Zimbabwe and all the rest. So this is what dictatorship. One man doesn't. One person
Compared to
doesn't
China,
have the
compared to
wisdom,
China,
the only
dictatorship,
wisdom
but good life.
to run the country well all the time. No, when you have different leadership at period after period, then that is the way the country progresses. But for one person,
That's not true. That's
That
not
is
true.
not, in fact, it's not the only model. If you look at the Middle
And
East,
it's not the only
they have
model. It depends on the
monarchical
country.
system, and they rule till
Saudi
they die.
Arabia,
And
Saudi Arabia is a monarchy.
the Middle Eastern countries, they are
Hold on,
better off.
Bishop. Hold on.
if we run the West,
Hold on.
the
Ajande Koko, hold on. Let Kulata come in, and then Simba, and then
Ajande Koko, you don't have one size fits all. When you go to the Middle East, a lot of them, they're monarchy. I'm not going to try and pronounce monarchical or whatever. They're monarchical. There is a monarchy-based system, is high-on-handed, but they're developing, they're growing. Even the Emirates is a monarchy. There are many countries like that. You cannot use the Western style to say one size fits all. We're struggling with this style that you're so much loving. Look at the progress we have. So slow. I don't think this is what is naturally adapted to us. Look, because we're struggling with it. The Kagame you're talking about, he deviated, he's made a massive amount of progress. While we may condemn him that, oh no, because we're using Western standard to judge him, his country is developing. So we should never, ever, ever use one size to fit all because of the kind of like Greek American democracy everybody that is fancy. It doesn't necessarily mean it works for every person. We're different people. Some people are enroya, some people are more orderly. So you need to kind of calibrate the leadership system for the specific country. We can't use one size fits all. Thank you.
It's like Baba Jericho are still long in the US, so he used US standards for every country in the world. come to Saudi Arabia, come and see. They enjoy everything. Everything is free here. But still, you dare say anything against the government and you cannot even misbehave. But the people are coping and they are enjoying their life. So though you cannot use one system and say you rub it all over. If it is not their system,
Do you
it
have
doesn't work.
freedom of speech in Saudi Arabia? Can you say anything against the monarch?
You cannot
Do
say
we
yes. You
do
cannot.
we need freedom of speech all the time?
What do you need that one
Do
for?
we need it all the time?
So that you can grow
we
people like
do,
Hundeyin.
we need
Grow
freedom
people
of
like
speech.
Hundeyin that will be talking rubbish all over the place, and everybody will the whole place will be in chaos.
It is not called rubbish. You cannot even criticize your government. It's just recently they started.
Wait, one man and Agent Koko. China doesn't have freedom of speech
over there,
and they are making progress. So what do you have to say about that?
Even Singapore.
No, you can't
Singapore
compare.
Too.
This is a country that is owned by one
even
family.
Russia. Even Russia.
Hold on. China is not an example to emulate, by the way. You
Why?
say that because it's a totalitarian state. The citizens,
but they work. They function.
People disappear quite, and I'm not quite sure why the rest of the world have not gone after them. The way they disappear people in China, you cannot breathe. They monitor them digitally so tightly.
Yes, I know.
Almost to how they draw breath. That's not a country. Now it's worse than South Korea.
But I've been there. They're very developed, very, very advanced, very, very like they're growing. Honestly, we need to rethink all these Western values that we just think they're the ultimate.
So you like that system to be run in Nigeria?
Sorry. Do you know that China?
Kulata is an elitist.
That China, that one man just said.
No, he's a realist, not an elitist.
Just talk about like.
If we sit down in America enjoying freedom of speech,
you know that same China, the
level
of literacy presently in China is 99.83% level of literacy in China. Do you know that America doesn't even have that level of literacy? The UK.
What do you mean level of literacy in terms of English?
It means when you pick 10 people, when you pick 10 level of literacy in your country. Let me start with it. I think our level of literacy is about. I can't remember our data again, but meaning of level of literacy simply means if you pick 10 people, 9 point something, they are educated in China. Go and check your statistic. So sometimes you see this Western style of democracy in China. China has its own, apart from that communism, China has its own style. So they understand what works for them and they adopt it. In Africa, we don't adopt what works for us. We get what they impose on us. And that is why I said, leave Rwanda alone. Let me give you an instance. Somebody asked me, was it Adamawa? Someone asked me, oh, what did Kagame do? What did Kagame? How are we asking this kind of question? A country
Why not?
As at 2000, look, as at 2000, and go and find this out again. Go and find out this again. The GDP of that Rwanda was average 7.20% or something like that. As at 2000, do you know what that GDP has grown to now? 20.60. A man did it. And this same man, the West that left and abandoned them when they were killing one another, is complaining about them now.
Is Lagos' economy not even stronger than that of Kigali that you are praising now?
You say Kigali?
Lagos economy, is it not stronger than the Kigali economy?
What's the population of Lagos economy? What's the population of Kigali? Do you know that Kigali, that is smart city? Have you heard about smart city? Do you know Rwanda is the technology and innovation hub of Africa now?
You know what's funny, Ogbeni?
What I'm telling you, Ogbeni, if you compare the size of the economy with that of Lagos is stronger. The economy of Lagos is stronger than that.
You know what I found interesting is that
Nigeria today, we are still complaining. Our Southeastern brothers are still complaining about Biafra. We have not even reintegrated them back into the society. Why somebody just 2000 Biafra of 60s, somebody just 2000 year 2000 till now has proved reconciliation and healing in his country and has moved his country from nothing to become technology and innovation hub of a continent.
He have only two tribes. It's very easy to govern there compared to Nigeria.
So he should be president for life because of
So
that.
that means he should be president for life. What are you guys saying? He have only two tribes in Nigeria. I mean, that country.
There is a way Western world sell this thing to us. I'm not one of those that buy that thing. I don't buy it at all. I see it as Western rubbish. I don't buy it. Now, Rwanda is in post-genocide period. It's a phase where you need stability in political space. And this man has explained it before. You need stability. You need, and that is why countries in the Middle East and co, they understand this thing well. So you don't need now to start breaking things. They've killed one another. The country is still undergoing reconciliation and healing. They're undergoing it very fast, but they still need more. They still have their people in Congo. They have their people in the surrounding countries. They've not even integrated them completely. Do you know some of the people they've declared wanted, they are still there in Zimbabwe, in South Africa, everywhere around, attacking the same government. So if you have a change of government and you are not really sure of who is stepping into your shoes, it may cause a regression, a setback. And that is what that guy is trying to make sure there's a political stability before you conduct what you call election and before you say you are changing government. This is a country that is undergoing post-genocide phase.
That's the narrative. Hold on, that's the narrative of every despot that has ever lived. My people need me. My people need me.
You see, the people you call despot are the people Western labeled as despots. You see, that's why I said I don't buy Western rubbish. I don't. They are the people they label.
So he doesn't have any among his associates that they can hand over to for after exhausting the maximum terms of office.
Let there be political,
but only for him to change the constitution to be the vice president.
We are Nigerians. We left them alone when they needed us most. Leave them alone now. That's the question I told them. That's what I told those NGOs.
Would you accept that in Nigeria? Would you accept Buhari to be vice president in Nigeria?
Are we experiencing post-genocide crisis facing Nigeria?
No, we don't. If we plunge that country into another civil war, it's a matter of time.
The Western world thinks
yes.
It's almost a certainty. If he continues on this president,
if we plunge that country into another civil war, because the voices of opposition, if they cannot speak, people cannot antagonize the way he's running the country.
No,
go after them, across them. What are you talking about? Is that the way a country should be governed?
Baba Daleko, that one is not also true.
What is not true? I have friends from that country. What are you talking about?
Sorry, Ogweni. I even saw him in an interview. He was being interviewed by this female correspondent, and that was one of the. I think it was somewhere in Brussels somewhere. And that was the question. One of the questions they put to him, and he defended stifling criticism because he was hiding still under this genocide just out of thing. They call it God complex. What's that? That's God complex.
No,
he's turning into a demigod in the.
No, one man. Do you know the reason why in the world today there is a rule that you don't criticize, you don't talk anything that promotes Holocaust. You don't say it never existed. Do you know the reason for that? Because to date, after Holocaust, reconciliation and healing is still taking place. That is why today, when you mention it, it triggers anywhere, like the way I just mentioned it now can trigger this your platform. Because everybody knew what happened and they felt, oh, they were actually troubled. The world was troubled. And then the healing would take time to heal the Israelis. Today, they still gathered when they remember, and you see families still crying and people still talking about. So when people talked about, my point is this: if you let me down during my trouble, look at Mandela. Nelson Mandela was asked a question when they said, why will you not support Israel? Why you support Palestine? He said, the people that are my people are the ones that he doesn't care about the political affiliation or anything. But if you support me during my trial, then you can poke nose in my affairs. Then I can be your friend. But if you don't support me, I count you as enemy. Don't poke nose to my affairs. That's the way I see it. So, do you know how many medical doctors that are migrating to Rwanda today from Nigeria? Do you know how many of our lecturers that have left for Rwanda? Same Rwanda as at 2000 that was reduced to ashes. Please, let us stop all this.
So, I mean, there are so many examples of successful dictators. Like in Singapore, the popular Lee Kuan Yew. He was a dictator. And look at what he did for Singapore. They needed that stability. He was there to provide that stability. And he made sure he grew that country to success. I can hardly find any example that are like Singapore. South Korea had their own period too with Park Chung-hee.
Even Malaysia.
Malaysia had Suharto. Indonesia had Suharto.
Malaysia, their former president is the one that is still ruling now. He left, he spent almost 20-25 years. He left and came back.
25 years. Look at that.
But they grow the economy, they provide stability. But we're not saying dictatorship is right for every country. But at the same time, we cannot say representative democracy too is right for every country. Because look at examples like Nigeria. Since 1999, we've been spinning on the wheel. Progress is so slow. But assuming we had a very good, benevolent dictator that had all the right intentions and started in 1999 high trajectory and continued like that, we will not complain. I will not complain. You will not complain.
Even China. Do you know that China practices democracy too? I watched. They had a democracy conference last 2 weeks ago. Galloway was there. George Galloway, this former UK parliamentarian. Galloway was there. And he was talking about how they were inculcating little democracy into their system, but they are managing it within communist space with the capitalism. They're trying to manage things to suit their own need. Africans need to decolonize our mind. They need to decolonize our mind. We need to find what works for us. Yes, I'm listening. I'm listening.
All right. Yes. That when these men, and I've said it there before, when the white guys were leaving us, for instance, in Nigeria, they understood our system. They didn't leave us with this system we are running. And I've said it. At the regional level, they are what they call council of chiefs. Those council of chiefs, they were the obas, the emirs and others that filled that space. And there was the second chambers of the legislative organ, or you will call it tier of government. That was where you have Aderemi Adesoja at the western region level. He was the governor, and he was taken from the council of chiefs. And he has all the obas and others under him there. And they were all running pari passu with the House of Assembly. So the Oyinbos even understood our problem, that they understood our system, that see, you can't just rubbish the legal system that have been here over centuries and have been working for these people, and just transplant whatever you have that work for you in your own space, which you are still even working on. But at a point in time, we rubbish the entire thing, and Klein and Sinker, we brought their own, and it's all working for us. And they are the same one that will label us dictator and say, oh, you must leave office after 4 years. Who say you must leave office after 4 years? By whose standard?
Ogbeni, kilo shele padi mi tori mo se wa. I didn't understand what but I didn't understand what you're saying.
Which bit did you not understand, Vafatai, that made you come running to come and attack Ogbeni?
Yeah, I don't understand why we would want dictatorship in Nigeria.
I cannot believe what I'm hearing from Ogbeni and Kulata. It's unbelievable. You had the confidence when confirmed Democrats.
One man, I'm surprised in Ogbeni, a man of law, now supporting lawlessness by this criminal Rwanda leader. The man that never allow voices of opposition at all. He crushes them. He's committing, how do I say it? human rights abuse.
Yeah,
Ajale Gogo, leave all that one. Honestly, all this purist Western stuff. I said we want peace and stability.
It is not it's not the way you are describing. Let me tell you, it is totally
how
wrong.
Is the dictator going to give us? How is dictators going
Well,
to give
see, let's look at Singapore. When Lee Kuan Yew started all those draconian laws, that a lot of them still exist. People will have been freaking out that this guy is a dictator, is a this. Aren't they better off for it now? Aren't they better off?
So it's because of the Lee Kuan Yew. That's why they are better off today.
That's an example amongst other examples.
No. It's the American support that makes them better off today.
Whatever the case, the center in Singapore.
China will eat them up. China will eat them up. China will eat them up. China will eat them up.
Even this China gun that you guys are mentioning, that the human rights, this, that. But what? How many countries have had the kind of growth that they've had? Sometimes there has to be a price.
No.
Is it?
Okay, Kulata, let me ask you a question. If you had the choice, would you live in China or in America? And why?
Look, you see now, you see?
No,
it depends. Okay, let me put it this way. Let me get serious. As a foreigner, I'd rather want to live in America for obvious reasons. But if I was in my country and that country was China, and I will have to stay in my country and it will experience good, I'd rather stay in my country, China, to grow it out. I'm not so happy not living in Nigeria. Maybe that's why I talk about Nigeria all the time. If we have, I'm going to call it a benevolent dictator, meaning someone that wants to do the right thing, but for some time being, we have to curtail excesses and get the country in a peaceful environment so that growth will exist and things will fast track. I don't mind that sacrifice. I prefer that to having all the rights in the world.
Can I?
And then we have agitators. Let me finalize my thought. I prefer that to having all the rights in the world, changing leaders after leaders based on parochial reasons, and having all this agitation, and we're not making progress. So that's my take.
Yeah. All right, Fatai, I have the final word on that space, and then we'll move on. Yeah, Fatai.
Okay, parochial is the very definition of dictatorship. You're not going to have any growth, any whatever under any dictatorship. China's vast growth has nothing to do with dictatorship, right? There was a change of American direction. China's growth was very fast, and it had to do largely. That's why America is crying. America exposed so many things to China. China takes a lot of intellectual property out of America. So many things. Singapore will be consumed in 2 seconds if America leaves them. So many things. I don't even know from where to address it. Dictatorship is not going to do anything. If they had a civil war in Kingame or whatever it is, I don't remember the name. And because of that, dictatorship continue. We had a civil war too. Why don't we let the military continue from 1967 up to now? They should all be military and rule. What's going to come out of it? We already had Abacha. We had all the military. Power is power. If you give people
sorry to interject. I said benevolent dictator. A dictator that wants to do the right thing.
Benevolent? Yeah, but how?
A dictator that wants to do the right thing is different, because you're talking about American influence. It's not limited to the style of government. It means American influence can work in a representative democracy. It can also work in a dictatorship. So that's neither here nor there. It's more like tailor the leadership for the needs of the country at a point in time.
What is the example of a benevolent government that worked with?
I just gave the Singapore example, and then the Indonesia example.
It's not about benevolent.
Soweto. What about Soweto?
Singapore is not an example of a success.
Then I moved on to Soweto. Soweto of Indonesia.
And Indonesia is successful because
they expanded a lot they expanded a boatload under Soweto, and then we can even move to South Korea at a point in time. South Korea had a leader that governed from the 60s to the late 70s, Park something.
No, all of these are very, very reductionist view of how whatever happened in this country has nothing to do
Because
with
of our reference is the West.
Fatai, can you give us example of, apart from the West, where this so-called Western democracy is working for them?
Western, you call it Western democracy. They like to call it
The
Western
one that you are
democracy.
pitching, the one that you and Babanja, tell me, give me an example of one country that you now say, okay, because of this, they have freedom of speech, they have everything, and the country is good. Just mention one country, apart from the West.
Excuse me, you call it Western democracy. They
No,
like
no,
to
wait,
call
no,
it
don't
open-
speak. I'm just asking for example.
Simba,
give you
settle
one
down.
example.
Let him. Fatai has a particular way of addressing, so let him address what you said. So, to that question, he posed to you. Yeah.
So you call it Western democracy. The West also likes to call it Western democracy because it markets the West as Western democracy, right? So it's all about the rule of law. Okay. So you can't tell me you want a dictatorship rather than the rule of law. There is no example of any success of there's no something called benevolent dictatorship. Dictatorship is dictatorship, right? Either you take rule of law or you don't take rule of law, right? So even the so-called dictatorship that the same that anybody can call benevolent, right? They pitched to the rule of the West. They play with different administration or different whatever. They put a new view on it. Like a Biden administration put a new, you might hate it for the Biden administration or for the Trump administration. And when they go away from the rule of law, right, they also pay a price for it. So that's why I say calling it Western democracy is just following the propaganda of the West, whereby they market themselves by calling it Western democracy. The bottom line is the rule of law. When you have a dictatorship, you don't have a rule of law, right? It's the whims and caprices.
Wait. What makes you land on that premise that there's no rule of law if there's a dictatorship? If you have a dictatorship and you have a function, you have a constitution, and they operate within that constitution, isn't that rule of law? Because you have one dedicated leader doesn't mean you suspend rule of law.
No. Because the stakeholders, the like what is called the proper stakeholders are very, very limited, right? You cannot the supreme leader,
not like in China.
What not that in China? In China, you go.
It's a one-party system, and they're representative from the local level to the state level. I mean, whatever level, all the way. But they have one party.
Kulata, if I can, you cannot have a dictatorship and have a rule of law because the rule of law, it limits the full expression of every individual citizen because they cannot.
No, but you're talking about universal rights now. That's different from in my own country. I don't want you to say GBAJA. That is our own constitution, and you adopt to it. Maybe in the Western world they say okay, everybody can be gay and all, but I say my country, no, we know they do. That's our rule, and we follow our own rule of law. What's wrong with that?
No, they want the different what is being missed is that some guy sits somewhere, whatever you call the law, today this guy doesn't like it. There's no representative. There's no consistency. Look, if you have
you guys are making one fundamental mistake, thinking if one guy is on there, that means there won't be some judiciary and then there won't be some legislation.
Okay, let me put it this way: there's nobody will come to your market without especially you. Look, China, all these things, even apart from whatever it is, they've had decades of complexity of growth. You have a country like in Nigeria or many of these African countries without complexity of growth. Who's going to come to your country? First, you have nothing to offer, number one, and nobody can understand. Then some guy with very little brain is running wild somewhere, and you think you're going to have a growth in the market. Who cares about you with
No, honestly, I think our thoughts are prejudiced by the West. I really think so. Because you look at the likes of Saudi Arabia, yeah, they have oil. But let's look for a poor country and they have a representative. I mean, let's look at a country with no resource that America or anybody needs. And they have a representative democracy. I'm sure they are as broke as any other dictatorship.
No. That's where I think you're getting it wrong. You're talking about Saudi Arabia that has had well-engineered society from religion.
It's fake engineered, in my opinion.
Society from religion. That's why
it's a fake monarchy.
That's why I say what you are calling Western democracy. Take out the Western out of it, right? Take out the Western.
Okay, let's just call it I'm calling it representative democracy. So show me a country that representative democracy just helped without any other advantages. Compare that with, I think every country has their own competitive advantage that helps them do X, Y, Z. I'm not so sure, or you have to prove to me that that reference country is better off in terms of the livelihood of their people by having leadership style, whether it's a monarchy, whether it's a dictatorship, or whether it's a representative democracy. Well, I need to see the inherent advantage that makes representative democracy a form of universal prescription for all sorts of societies.
You are saying, give you an example of a country, right?
Yes. And compare with another country that is not representative democracy and they're both doing well.
The countries that understand this in called representative democracy are already practicing it. You are saying to give an example from which country that don't even practice it. Which country is practicing?
I can give an example of countries that practice it.
Hold on, Fatai. I think the wider and that is why they say Western style democracy, which you recall from. But what I think the wider point that people are making, and you can pull me back, Kulata or Benny, if I'm taking it in the wrong direction. But I think the wider point people are making is that the universal understood democracy as it's being practiced, it is not a one size fits all. And there are certain societies, because of the way they are structured, historically and culturally, they might not be best suited for a democratic sort of governance.
I didn't get how you landed it, but this is my point. It's a non sequitur to ask me to give you an example of from where nobody is practicing it. Nobody practices it, so how can I give an example from where nobody practices it? The only people that are practicing it are already successful. So I can only give you from the people who are practicing. That's why they call it the Western democracy, because they are the only one practicing it.
That's not Fatai. You say the only people practicing it are successful. What about us? What about us that are attempting to practice it and we're failing?
Wait, let's turn it around.
Can I interject a little?
Who is practicing it and failing? Who is practicing it and failing?
Nigeria, for one.
Can I
every third world country that's attempting it is failing, but let's visit.
Attempting is different from practicing.
Well, yes.
If it was inherently good, we won't be failing, right?
No, if you don't know how to do it, it's like saying you get into a car, you don't know how to drive it.
Yeah, hold on one moment, Zeta.
It's like saying you get into a car, you don't know how to drive, you hit it and you say car is not good.
Wait, maybe we should be jogging rather than driving cars. Maybe we should be jogging or flying.
All right, let's bring Zeta's voice into the Zeta. You wanted to come in?
Yeah. Good day, everyone.
Good day, Zeta.
You know, I take upside down when you come out to say that countries that we are practicing something that is not democracy, they succeeded. I think your comment at Kulata, that your comment is so broad. China succeeded. You made reference to China. Who made them? Is the country that practiced democracy. Singapore succeeded. Who made them? Is the country that practiced democracy. So if not for that democracy, they wouldn't have succeeded. So you
Disagree.
cannot just say, hold on. You cannot just say China. But by the way, I don't even know the part of China that you went to and saw what is going on, that you are praising them.
Three different places.
That you have something good to say about China. But that being said, I know you are talking about their economy. Who made them?
So Zita, your mistake or your premise is because we have a, quote and unquote, sole superpower right now that just happens to be practicing a style of government, then we're now stretching that logic to say because that sole superpower is making and breaking countries, then it's because of that style of government that sole superpower is practicing that is now bequeathing all sorts of successes to these people. Before America, there were different forms of government that were making and breaking countries that were not democracies. So that point is neither here nor there.
Let me tell you something. You cannot remove a variable. You can't. In as much as you might not, hold on. In as much as you might not like democracy, might not be working in certain places, but the places that are not using democracy, I stay as who made them. Like Rwanda you are talking about. Who is making Rwanda tick? Have you been there? Because I've been to Kigali and Kuwait.
I've been there.
Okay, so who is making
why will you say America is making Rwanda? Please, can you expand on that?
It's Germany and Belgium is making them.
You said?
It's Germany and Belgium that is making them.
How? Okay. How?
It's not something we talk on global forum. But let me give you one or two words in that Rwanda. I think the man is doing a good job. I give it to him. But then I think there should be continuity. He should hand over to somebody who can continue from where he stopped. But doing a good job. Rwanda is not actually fantastic, but I like them because the country is explicitly clean. But he is doing a good job. But time has come for him to. By now, I believe he should grow as somebody. Continuity.
Zita, this phrase that Kulata came up with, benevolent dictator, is that an oxymoron? Is that an inherent contradiction in that term?
You know, I've asked Kulata one day whether he takes kangaroo pepper soup, because the way he speaks these days, I'm beginning to.
I'm eating kangaroo meat right now.
Which one is benevolent dictator?
They would have praised Abacha if Abacha were to be alive doing what
Abacha is a bad guy now. I'm talking about a good guy. A good guy.
What are you talking? What is Kulita talking about?
Hold on, gentlemen. Let Zita land. Zita, carry on.
I really need Kulata to explain when a dictator becomes benevolent.
Okay. Okay. For example, what's the name of that Roman emperor that saw Jesus Christ?
Kulata, first of all,
what's his name again?
Let me say something before you continue. I know I don't know English language, but I am very sure in English language, the word dictatorship, if you open it, spread it, analyze it, there is no benevolent inside of it. Then continue.
There's brutality. There's brutality.
Okay, let's assume I'm a benevolent dictator. That means I have the interest.
You want to talk about Tiberius Caesar?
Yeah. But let's not go to the historical stuff. Let's assume I'm a benevolent guy and I dictate. So that means what I dictate is to the medium and long-term benefit of my society. So I will form some guardrails. I may stifle some voices that are not going to be good. Based on my judgment, that's not going to be good for the society because I've calculated it. And I move the society along. I quash all sorts of noise, and we just focus on growth and expansion and focus on leveraging our competitive advantage. And there's peace and stability. I stifle all sorts of nonsense voices that neither here nor there. They're just distraction. And it's for the better of the society. And the perfect example, even though you guys will color it with America and color it with all sorts, is that Lee, whatever, that Singaporean guy. He brought a lot of brutal laws to Singapore. Lee Kuan Yew. Very, very brutal laws. But look at that society right now. I went there. I know even fit things say you can't even chew gum. You can't chew gum. You can't drink Coke outside and stay in bus station or whatever. You cannot. And if we say in Nigeria that is brutal, we can't do that. But look at Singapore. Very nice pictures. Some of the best pictures I've taken on vacations are from there.
I think you are missing the point, Kulata.
Madam Zita, can I ask a question? Where are you factoring out the US pivot to Asia?
Because US is just the current world power. At some point in time, we had other world powers that were dictatorial and they made or break societies.
No, you are talking about current success of some Asian countries. Why factoring out US pivot to Asia? This is where
look at this.
If you say you went to China today and whatever, you have to factor in Richard Nixon, Bill Clinton, the U.S. policy, the shift to Asia. You have to factor in that. If you are talking about some Roman Empire, you have to give and you have to provide the parliamentary system of the Roman Empire. It's not just
What style of government does Haiti practice? If anybody knows, does anybody know?
Haiti.
Yeah, it's a democracy. It's democracy, but it's in shambles. It's in shambles now. There is serious problem.
Wait now, Fatai, hold on. I want to ask you a question, Fatai.
Wait, Fatai.
I want to ask a question. So 80 practices representative democracy with no obvious advantages to what they do. So you see US influence in dictatorship, those countries work. You see no US influence in representative democracy, the countries do not work. So what is the inherent advantage on the representative democracy when you just have one overwhelming force that could be dictatorial?
One man. This debate is pointless. This debate is pointless.
It is not about the style of government, really. It's about what works for the people.
All right.
Let me just finish and I leave it, because for me I'll leave it just because the debate is pointless. I said, if you get into a car, you don't know how to drive, and you're running into and you jump in the lake with the car, and you say car is not good. To make a criticism of something, you have to put a place where it is practiced as it should be practiced. Right? Dictatorship, as it should be practiced, we know everywhere. The only people that have practiced democracy to a fair extent that it can work is the West. That's why they call it Western democracy. The framework itself is not in the DNA, in the blood of anybody. It's not in the bloodstream, the DNA of American people or America. Where did they?
So, Fatai, you said car is not good. So can we say that maybe car is not good for me? Maybe car is good for you.
Car is not good.
Maybe horse is good for me, not car. Maybe airplane is good for me, not car.
Let me just land my point. You say you get into a car and you say car is not good because you had an accident, but you don't know how to drive, right? If you know how to drive, you will not understand that car is better for you than to walk from Nigeria from Ibadan to Lagos. So you cannot make the argument for me that car is not good. It's better I walk from Ibadan to Lagos because.
Okay, let's use your analogy then. I drive a car. I have a wreck. Broken ribs fracture. One man says, Kulata forget car. Me, I go waka from Lagos to Oyo State, and he wakas, and it takes him 2-3 days to walk. He gets there, you had accident, and you want to start having accident again. You will never get to Ibadan.
One man did not have
let me round up.
one man didn't have accident because nobody hit him on the road, or because some wild animal didn't consume him in the forest where he's trying to dodge.
Let's leave this wild animal.
That is an argument that is going. That I don't even know the direction of the argument.
All right, Fatai, thank you. So I think we can loop around that till eternity. But let me play you this 30-second clip to break the space. Watch this.
Asiwaju onye si no president nke emele n'ezie ngige nwanne anyị nwoke oyibe egwu ka a na-eme fada bụ na ama aka mana ọ ngige bụ onye anyị ma ọrụ na ya ngige ka anyị ma ekele m iji ya ha atọka oyibe egwu ka a na-eme biko oyibe egwu ka a na-eme.
Tinubu one chance. You don't enter one chance for the obedient hand. But I've round up that space, Ogbeni, and then we move on.
One man, why did you play this thing now?
Have you seen it? It's spreading like wildfire all over social media. That's one.
Well, very good artwork, very nice art piece. I think if I'm Tinubu's shoe, I would invite them and recommend them to go for this. The most prestigious art exhibition in the world, that's Venice Belly. And maybe they could also visit Germany to do the documenta and the art bazaar. All those, they should go and compete and represent Nigeria. It's a very good art piece. And that's, if I'm Tinubu's shoe, that's the way I will see it. Nigerians are very creative and it's good. They should use their creativity for something to make money for Nigeria. That's what matters.
All right, back to where you were, David Hundeyin and free speech or not free speech.
I've left David Hundeyin so that we can give other people a chance. I think I just wish to speak on Peter Obi and what is happening in Labour Party.
All right. Yes. So a very convoluted situation. So Abure stepped aside for reasons of dipping his hand in the till. He's in court. The court refusing him. Akpata, he comes in to step into the breach. He has been suspended. Obi comes in to back Abure, but the situation nobody knows. So it's like politics as it always has been.
Okay. First point of correction is not Akpata, it's Apapa.
Oh, is that Papa? Sorry. Sorry.
He's Mr. Papa. He's not
all right,
Papa.
Papa. They're not Oshodi, but Papa, not Mosholoja.
One man, you know, some of us keep saying this. God save Nigeria by not having Peter Obi as our leader. I think it's a reality we one day will appreciate. Maybe over time, we'll get to appreciate this. Why? Maybe for now, maybe later, you can if you change. But if it changes, but for me, what is happening in the Labour Party shows you clearly that first Peter Obi lacked the prerequisite leadership skill to lead a diverse country, like Nigeria. Secondly, I see him as somebody who has very, very inadequate, mentorship of mentoring quality. I don't see him mentoring people, and he's somebody who like hiding in the shadow. People are fighting. Those Baba Bayadubo like people will be fighting. You just be there. You just be hiding and just be watching. And somebody who cannot be, you are very indecisive about decision making. You can't say this is my stand. No, and even lack listening skill. And why do I say so? I was watching that Papa, was it today? Yeah, today on Okibaloe. And Papa said, I've called Peter Obi. He refused to pick my call. What? Leader of a party that is undergoing crisis presently? You refuse to pick the call of one of your own? And you understand where this crisis is coming from. Those guys, they have documents. If you listen to Arabambi was like about 11 or 2 days ago. The guy was showing different documents. This certified true copy of what this guy forged. They got a report from the court to say that this is the CTC of what we had. On this one we have is forged. And these are the things these guys had with them. So for me, you lack listening skill. You can't even listen to your own, you know? And somebody said, I was trying to call you to probably try to intervene in a matter. And you did not even listen. You didn't pick the person's call. Maybe tomorrow you will pick her anyway. So you lack team building. You can't, I are not even courageous in conversation. You will see that when, and I mentioned it, when Dino challenged Obi at was it Sheraton, that thing that Rise TV did, and see his reaction. I said, this is a man that is not that courageous when it comes to conversation, and you don't even know conflict management. How do you manage? Okay, as he stands now, he has taken a stance. We've seen it with Abure, even at the middle of the crisis in your party. You already pinch your tent, you know, with a particular, with the person who happened to be corporate now here. And so I don't really understand what the kind of politics, probably maybe to
yeah, but are you being a bit hard on Peter Obi or Benny, because the internal politics of that space would determine how he positioned, and how he positions also will be determined on how he feels the party should direct. So if he feels that Aburi is the best fit for the party, then it's right to back him. And we don't know why he's not taking this guy's call. Maybe that is just a style of saying that my decision has been made and I am with this camp. So it's politics, isn't it, really?
No, it's a lack of leadership quality. It's not politics. For you, you have two factions in your party, and you know that you are at a very critical period. They are at a very critical period in the real sense. Okay, now they file an allegation, a cross petition against your petition, and in that cross petition, they have already attacked your membership of that political party. And you know that if any of these guys step into that office, they can ruin things for you if you don't manage that crisis properly. Because as it stands now, you are not even the one that can say, oh, I am actually a member of Labour Party as at the time I contested. It is only Labour Party that can say, and INEC. And you know you don't have INEC on your side already. So the only saving grade is Labour Party. So it is that Labour Party now that is having crisis. So it is time for you to manage it very well, because if at the end of the day, Abure is relieved from that office, and there is a court that says constitutional by a Labour Party constitution, Apapa must step in. There's a trouble for you, and that is the man you are not picking his call. Even if it's for reconciliation, you should pick the man's call. So for me, I don't understand the strategy, but for me, I think it's just lack of foresight and probably not proper assessment and understanding of what is happening around him. Maybe he has not handled crisis like that before, but I want to believe that no, because this is a shaman of.
Are you not just sticking the boat in for reasons of your partisan alliances? Because what is playing out is the ebb and flow, is the thrust and parry of politics. That's what is playing out. And Peter Obi, a very satiated and an experienced politician, so he's positioning. Because we've always said that Peter Obi should realign that party to seize full charge of it. So the space opens up for him to seize full charge, and he's pointing the direction he wants to follow. So whatever happens now, if Peter Obi's way holds sway in this kerfuffle, then he will take complete charge of that party. He's just getting a party for free. So he's just politicking. I think, are you being, is this the Tinubu in you looking to put the boat in?
No, one man. See, there is no way this crisis will end in one way or the other, and Peter Obi will be able to take anything about that party. First and foremost, that Apapa man, according to him, is the oldest in that party. Start with that, don't forget. Peter Obi just joined them last year. Peter Obi is not one of the founding fathers. Some people have been nurturing that party for long. I watched that interview and I saw one. Zida Kennedy was questioning the man that the man they don't know him. That's according to Aburi and others. And when the man was in office, that the man didn't even achieve anything. And the man told them that when I was in office, I produced the first governor, the first Labour Party governor, Mimiko, was under his watch. And he produced House of Assembly men and he produced Rep and Senate when he was in office. So this is not just a man you just by one hand just wave and dismiss the man away. So my point is, it's not about Tinubu. Yes, I supported Tinubu, but my point is that you said you wanted to lead Nigeria, but you can't even take care of the crisis within your own party. You have not. Have you ever seen where they said they've been crisis in Labour? This is not their first crisis. So they had crisis in Lagos. They had crisis in Ogun. Have you ever seen Peter Obi trying to mediate before? I've not seen any, and I don't. And this is the same way Peter Obi and that woman man almost destroyed Habga, if you remember, on their wahala up and down and everything. So for me, they should continue. After all, this was the same way people were trying to justify Hayu and Atiku Abubakar, but now they both destroyed the party, and they are trying to save their head. So they should continue. For me, I just see the only third force or major opposition, because they are the one really playing the real opposition politics, apart from their excesses, their propaganda here. If the third force or major opposition is dying, it should concern us seriously for us that believe in democracy.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So,
I think I want to support Ogbeni for his position that he lacked that leadership skill, because he is the leader for both factions, the opposition faction that are struggling for power of party leadership, and he should have used that position as the leader of both sides to unite both sides and strengthen the party and let them continue to work together. But he's taking side, and that will worsen the situation in the party, because like Ogbeni said, that when he was listening to the current chairman, Apapa, he said the call Obi did not answer. That is not good. A leader mustn't do that. A leader should be there for every faction within the party and do everything to resolve whatever crisis that is going on. That is how leader in a political party, that is the way they work. They have to be there for all the factions within their party, so that they can unite them and bring them together for the benefit of the party. But supporting one side, I think it's just going to deepen that problem and graduate that problem into another stage that might not even be easy to resolve. So I agree with Ogbeni.
I don't agree with Ogbeni. I think Ogbeni's views are partisan. I think it's a partisan view.
No. One man. No. It's not partisan view. Look, let me give you an example. I'm not a Tinubu man, but do you know what Tinubu did in the crisis that rocked APC? Where is the state of Ayade? Is it Cross River? Where?
Yeah, Cross River. Yes. Yes.
Is it Cross River?
It is.
You know that. Yes. Tinubu went to campaign there. You know, Ayade supported one candidate. He manipulated someone to be the nominee of the party. And the other party, the other guy that felt cheated, that one said he's not going to. And he's a very strong politician too in that state. And he said he's not going to support candidate of Ayade, that he will support Tinubu, but he will not support Ayade candidate. But you know what Tinubu did? Tinubu resolved the problem. He resolved it. He came and begged the other guy. He reminded him that, look, me and you have been coming a long way. We served together as, I can't remember, maybe when he was a senator or something like that. And he begged that guy that, I beg you in the name of, I want you to support this candidate. I want you to support. And he resolved the problem when he went for carry his campaign to Cross River State. He met all the leaders and put them together. And that worked well for the party. And that's why they are able to win in that state. If the other guy, if Tinubu didn't intervene and couldn't, resolve that problem, maybe he would have lost. It would have affected him too. And they would have failed in the governorship campaign as well. That would have affected him in his presidential race, and they would have failed to secure, to win that state for governorship race. So, a leader of a party must be able to see himself as a leader that is ready at all times to manage crisis whenever it arises, manage it well, and resolve it and bring everybody. It must be a person that can bring people together and not take side on issue. This thing, as he did, is not going to help the party. And those guys are really Arabambi and the rest. They have a lot of documents and they are warning them. They said they will prove it at the law court. They said they have a lot of documents that were crooked by the terminated, or what do you call it, the suspended former chairman. So I don't see how this crisis will benefit Obi. I don't see how it's going to benefit him. But I agree with it is not partisan. I think Ogbeni analyzed that well. It is not. I don't think it's.
I think when he was looking at it from a Tinubu glasses, I think that's what.
But one man.
Yeah.
Hello, woman.
Yeah, I'm hearing Simba.
What we are discussing is still confirm what Madam Zita has said about this Peter Obi man. The man does not have the leaders. To me, no, he doesn't even see himself as a member of Labour Party. He just used them as a platform to launch his own presidential ambition. And I'll not be surprised if the crisis continue. And after this, we resolve all these election and TINUBU'S after inauguration. Next election, if he's going to contest, I won't be surprised if he contested under another party. I think that is his way.
All right. Round up that space, Ogweni, and then we move on.
Okay, yeah. So, I wish Peter will be well. And like Simba said, he has a movement, and I believe that wherever he goes, the movement will follow him. But I will advise him he should beware, because that movement has been decimated. If you go and look again, it has been decimated. If you go online now on social media, you realize that the enthusiasm, the aggressiveness that the obedient guys were exhibiting, back before the election and immediately after that election is no longer really there. And when you even bring out the issue of election, there's no possibility. They will tell you, we still believe in court. Let's see what will happen after court. So you see this thing going down. So he needs that political party
to still maintain his balance and still stand afloat. If you think that he doesn't need that party now, oh, I hope his political career is not going down completely, because if it goes down completely, those TINUBU'S guys will not allow that career to rise again. It goes, then it's gone. I wish him well.
All right, brilliant. I think I can agree that what we are seeing is the final phase of Peter Obi's political career. It will just become another old sage in the backdrop of politics after this phase. But let me take the conversation on to Kulata. And something you said there, Ogbeni, is struck with what something that Solly was saying earlier, which I disagreed with him then, and I disagree with you here now, that the obedience space was somewhat being decimated in some form. But Kulata, that obedience space, I look at it in somewhat of as an evolution of a previous incarnation. So the trajectory of the obedient narrative for me is a progression from the EndSARS space, which spontaneously busted onto the landscape, which is enough sort of a narrative. So they busted onto the landscape violently with EndSARS. And then the learnings from that, especially the Electoral gate, they are now transmuting into some sort of an ideologue based around some politics of rejection, which is now formulating into a political ideology. And I feel that this obedient narrative, I think we all agree that it will outlive Peter Obi. So Ogwen is saying it's hemorrhaging. I will consider it is hemorrhaging from the Obi narrative, which has run its natural course. But I'm saying that this movement now, who has gone through two phases, EndSARS now obedient, it will transmute further post the judicial phase to now birth a new narrative within the Nigerian space that will hold first the foot of authority to fire and then ultimately seize charge. So do you see this projection as I'm fleshing it out? Am I just talking rubbish? Yeah.
You're not talking yam. But you're right from an overall level. But we need to bifurcate this OB space, because this OB space is not some monolithic block. So we have the OB space, the disaffected, I'm going to call them the disaffected Southern youths. And when I even say the Southern youths, they're not really, they're not Southwest Interland youths. They're just Lagos youths, Southeast, South youths, Lagos, Southeast, South youths, the more liberal Yorubas. And that's one space. So roughly that's kind of like approximation of the EndSARS area. Then you have the converted Ipobians that got disaffected with Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa and found a savior in Obi. Then you have the Abrodian people, the Niger Watch crew, the diaspora people. You find them in all sorts of tribes, colors, fashion, even age, that feel there's a messiah, they project a messiah in Peter Obi. They don't really know anything about his record or anything. You have that crew. Then you have the Northern Christians. So I think Obi has hemorrhaged the Northern Christians. Those are gone. The youth, their attention span is not that, they're long. He's lost the Yoruba part of that youth. Shortly after the election, it lost them. You could see them not going out to vote for your favorite friend, Chinedu. So I think it's lost. Yeah,
no,
lost that.
You have to pronounce it right, because it's Chinedu. No, come on
Chinedu. So it's lost those Yoruba, those liberal. It's lost a lot of those liberal Yoruba youths. What it still has that is still strong, they are Brodians, the diasporan people. Those are delusional. A lot of the diaspora, those are the ones you see on Dr. Damages, you see on Niger Watch, and all this area. They're almost in a frenzy. It's like a lunatic frenzy. They can't get out of it. You have that. The Ipopian ones meaning people that are IPOB and converted to OB. There's a general Igbo support. That's almost like lukewarm. If it comes, fine. If it doesn't come, it's not the end of the world. But the IPOBian ones, those are the propaganda ones, because you have that IPOBian propaganda that's spinning, they're spinning in that propaganda mill, churning out stuff. So I feel, from the way I analyze that, a major chunk of OB's what's it called, electorate or support is gone. The ones that are going to remain are just, I think, the ones that will not let go are the diasporans. And the reason they will not let go, they're detached from Nigeria in one way. They just have sentimental attachments to Nigeria. They don't get that brutal day-to-day trying to survive, living in Nigeria. People that live in Nigeria, in and out, they're already absorbed with the next struggle. You know, OB is gone, he lost. Okay, now they're removing fuel subsidy. Now they have to react to living. So they can't afford really to be moping on some OB guy that ran. So the Nigeria spirit is going to go. The youths are going to look for the next big thing. They'll follow that. Those.
Let me ask you a question, Kulata. Is there a narrative that binds these disparate groups that you've just described now, you've just fleshed out? Is there a narrative that binds them outside of Peter Obi? So is there a commonality that binds them? Removing Peter Obi? You don't think so? You don't think change
something that galvanizes? See, something that galvanizing them, because when you take the Northern Christians away, because what really binds them is Muslim ticket, right? The youths, what bind those youths that we talked about? Those youths is a protest movement, NSAS. The Abroadian people is an extension of NSAS. Who the youth follow, they want to follow. That's why Mama Echo is looking for her children. And the IPOB one is largely ethnic. That one is a closer bond. Is largely ethnic and sentimental, because we've not had any Igbo presidential candidate, a major one, till we got to Obi. So everybody can understand. Everybody should understand that. Everybody should feel for that. But there's no, like, Obi is kind of like an accidental glue that just brought all these people together. And it's expected. First, he, like, his manners, he pretends, he has a lot of pretentious ways to show that he's humble. Nigerians value all this, they value all this pious behavior, pretentious, fake humility, those kind of things. I don't know why we value all those things. We don't value competence. We just like, he appears to be a good guy. A good guy is the person that will bring governance. We don't think about a competent person is who will bring governance, not a good guy. A good guy is good for preaching in the church and telling you to do what's morally right and those kind of things, or in the mosque. We need someone that can do the job, whether it's good or bad, someone that can execute and get us from point A to point B. So we have all those things. So,
I have a question for you. Okay, yeah. Let's substitute maybe a Yoruba person or an Hausa man in this space. How will it look like?
First of all, how will it look like? You will not have that sentimental following that the Southeasterners have, because an Hausa person, his support is based on something else. It's perhaps based on religion, and based on religion or based on party structure or something along those lines. So it's not kind of like a rabid support. The only people I've seen that enjoy rabid support in our politics, Buhari is one of them, and Peter Obi is the next one. I don't really see any of our presidential candidates that kind of like get this deep, visceral support like Buhari and Obi. Those are the two people.
Kwakwanso in a lighter texture.
That is a local guy now. It's a kind of we overrated Kwakwanso. It's just a local.
Yes. What a letdown. But Kulata, I will be monitoring that space under the narrative that I'm just that I've just fleshed out. because I feel we're on the cusp of a new dynamism within the Nigerian political
Yeah,
space.
but do you think Kwakwanso can get the level of person worship like Buhari? Do you know Buhari? I don't know why, but before 2015, he had a following. When you say someone had a following, he had a following. People that just believed in him. But he demystified himself by actually becoming president. But before that, he had a massive cult following. People were fanatical about Buhari till he demystified himself. The closest to that, even though not as big as that, is Peter Obi. Because when you listen to people, they just say all sorts of meaningless nonsense. Like Peter Obi will get there, then we will restructure. Or when Peter Obi gets there, we will cut all these things. And then Nigeria will start flying. And then we will land in Mars and put someone in Pluto. And we will achieve all these things. Like garbage. Stuff that, like, nobody thinks that this guy was a governor in Anambra. And when he was a governor, they enough pictures. A failed administrator. A failed administrator. Under his watch, two or three Anambra cities were listed as some of the dirtiest, the highest pollution in the world. Go and check CNN. You'll see him in pictures walking in that water is almost at his waist level. I've seen so many pictures.
Kulata, what are you talking about? He revived the education and he saved money for the Anambrans.
Save money. Say who audited the money that he saved? All that one is stagecraft now. When the governor leaves handover note, is there any audit to say that the money that you claim is in this account, it actually belongs there? All the money that they left, that were garnished, that has been encumbered, that were just checks that were going to come out. You say you put money here, you've already written post-dated checks. So when you leave, those checks start cashing. Then you said, oh, I saved X. But in 2 months' time, people have already cashed out on those checks. What about those? What about all those contracts that is between him, his family, state of Anambra commingled, that we've seen like 3 or 4 variations of that? The money he saved, what about all the infrastructure and the stuff that should be built? Is there, how many working ambulance did we have in that state at that point in time? I mean, what about the guy that did not do local government elections till 3 months? What about the guy that issues contracts to family members? IGR dropped because he allowed his palace to be collecting the IGR and putting it into their pocket. I mean, let's not even get to that. Like, it's not a good administrator. I don't want to belabor that point.
I suspect that Soludo is about to release his second part of his essay because he took a jibe at him just earlier on today. So I think he's loading up for the second part. About carry on, Kulata.
Well, you know, I tell Soludo to he should be patient. He shouldn't load up yet. Because APC, they're doing a number on Peter Obi. I don't know if everybody has paid attention. I think APC did not release their missiles because they needed him to cut Atiku's vote. But after they've used him to get Tinubu elected, looks like they now want to cut him to size. And I think that's what we're witnessing now. Because all these unfortunate things happening to him recently, they're not happenstance. It's not by accident. I think they're planned. I don't have any evidence, but I think they're planned. And I think they want to destroy him.
Do you think the federal space, or indeed even Tinubu, leveraged influence in the United Kingdom to embarrass this guy at Heathrow?
I've always been thinking about that. I'm not even going to lie. I've been thinking about it, but I can't, it's far-fetched, but I've been thinking about it. Maybe not directly leveraging. Maybe someone dropped an intel through Interpol. Maybe something they've been holding on to and they just released it. So it could be our Nigerian government working with international police to release some damaging intel. Because I've been thinking about this UK incident. If they just questioned him and they allowed him to go, it will have been a non-event. Because, sometimes they may just say step aside and you carry your bag and they look at your bag. I think that happened to me once in maybe 2001 or something when I went to the UK for something and they checked my bag, but they didn't stop me or tell me to go back. They just checked my bag. I felt I was very mad.
It's a normal thing now, Kulata. It's a
normal thing.
Yeah, It's not really doesn't have anything to do with. After all, it's not official of Nigeria, so
It's not a VIP, really.
Yeah, Kulata, in the report, and this report is coming from Onifade, the spokesperson of Labour Party. He said when Obi was detained in Heathrow, he said he was detained and interrogated for a long time. So it was that long time that struck me. So it wasn't just a casual, it wasn't just a casual inquiry. It sounded like an interrogation.
So if I was a betting man, I would say maybe they refused him entry. And that's why it's a big deal. Because even if they questioned him for a long time and then they let him go, it's not the end of the world, really. It's just, he got questioned. That's all. It's just he got questioned. You know, it's not going to be, they're not going to form an elaborate story to say, his identity was one thing. Like, we don't know that everybody has a biometric passport nowadays and they take picture from border to border. Like, come on, man. So
of what advantage to the UK if that is what happened? Let's just assume that that's conspiracies is what happened. Of what?
Okay, Adewale, what if? This is a what if. This is just Kulata speculating here, so nobody hold me to account. What if there's enough intel to show that Peter Obi and maybe Obasanjo and some people are actually planning an interim government or planning to bring the military? What if the intel has been sent?
Out of my mouth, good luck.
Okay, we're thinking we're now aligned now. No more I won't talk about dictatorship anymore.
Do you know? You agree with me that there's no way interim or coup will happen without the support of the Western world?
Yes. So maybe the Western world is like reacting like, what the hell? Because I won't take it past Obasanjo and his selfish interest of not letting certain set of people become president for his own reason or the other. I will not take it past him. And I will also want to expand on Dati Ahmed's confidence to go in front of the TV and say all sorts of incendiary nonsense that alluded to bringing in an interim government. So I feel strongly, even though I have no facts, I feel strongly they must have considered something along those lines, and it could have gone along the international circles. I believe that, but do I have any way of backing it up? No, I don't. I'm just speculating.
The one thing that we can speculate further, Kulata, is that whatever happened at Heathrow is quite impactful. And we can speculate to that based on the cryptic messaging that Peter Obi is using to prepare the minds of his adherents, that he would not knowingly break the law. And Fanika, of course, very quick to leap to that space. So there is something coming big and seismic over the next couple of days.
Correct. So that's why the UK airport scenario was not a simple case of questioning. It cannot be a simple case of questioning. Because if it was a simple case of questioning, come on, they'll question you for an hour. They'll let you go. I mean, I watched this series on National Geographic and Netflix about people that they stop in the airport for drugs and for all sorts of things. And I see how they treat them. So if they just questioning, it's just going to be brief, 30 minutes, max 1 hour, and let you go.
I've seen people being stopped for 4 hours, though.
Yeah, but that's maybe for drugs. And what happens after those 4 hours?
Not necessarily.
Do they let them go?
Not necessarily.
Do they let them go like that?
You know, Peter Obi is a known quantity.
It goes to UK all the time now. All the time it goes to UK. All the time. So why did this one shake him enough for them to release this press release and then for him to write this cryptic message, which was basically saying in Yoruba, Ishe Shuni, basically saying it's not my fault, it's the devil's fault. Something like that. Because he did that. It's not a simple case of I don't want to believe. It's a simple case of questioning and then letting him go. If it was a question of letting him go, then we didn't have to know about this. Because they know that something is going to be released in the future. And that's why a spokesperson said what he said first. And then Obi is coming out to say this almost a week apart to prep the people. Whenever the news comes out, they've already desensitized them that something is coming out. Yes.
What did the spokesperson say that was the why they stopped him?
He said someone used his identity.
Can I say something about that?
Yes.
I don't know if for the past 8 months, you guys have been studying those people on that space. This thing that happened in Heathrow Airport is becoming too coded and is making people be a kind of inquisitive. They want to know because that space is not a space that keeps quiet for things like this. All of a sudden, they went quiet. If somebody impersonates Obi, by now, the space I know that is littered all over the internet, the person's picture, they must have brought the person's picture out, his name, and rain all manner of abuses on him. They will flag him all over the world. A woman in Times Magazine, who is not the social scientist in Times Magazine, her job is not editorial. When they bring the information, she publish it. This space brought her out. They so attacked her for publishing that Tinubu is among the 100 most influential people on earth. They attacked the woman so much so that she has to block her Twitter account. The guy that danced in the airplane saying Tinubu, they said, oh man, they even said that he's one of the delegates of APC. So for them to say that somebody, don't get me wrong, I know I don't think the way, when people follow something another way, this is the aspect of this incident nobody is discussing. These guys own the internet. And they know how they get pictures, they get information about who is who. They publish the name of all the judges that are going to handle this case, the Presidential Electoral Tribunal. They publish anything for somebody to impersonate their principal. And by now, we don't know the person's face. We don't even know the person's name. I don't think it's a case of impersonation.
Me too.
Kulata, for you to carry on and off the back of what Zita was saying, if it was a case of impersonation, like Zita was saying, the whole of the internet would have gone aflame with the obedience. Because if Obi was being impersonated, that's a win for them. So they can leverage that to say, look at what they are doing now, XYZ and ABC. So if that impersonation had traction, that is a win for them, because they will now say, look, they are trying to tarnish him, and they will do this and that. So the silence of that space around that narrative.
But this is not their first This is not their first silence. When Yes Daddy came out, it was silence too. When any truth comes out about Peter Obi, that's not painting him in good light, does not share him good, they're silent because they could have doxed this guy. If the impersonator, they would have brought his personal information online, publish it. They know how to do that now. I mean, they know how to do that. They will have doxed him and published every single information. Same thing with Yes Daddy. They will have brought proof and evidence that it's fake. So first thing, there's some Obi indeed has been caught in something. He himself said it. But let's not lie. Obi has, what do they call it in America? When they said you have Teflon? He has some Teflon.
Teflon, yes.
Teflon is a bit resistant to attacks. Let's not lie about that. Because there's some real stuff being brought out, but somehow it doesn't weigh him down. But I think over time, the cumulative effect of it is making him lose the support. But the most rabid supporters are the ones that make the most noise. They are the ones that went to attack that time staff writer that Zita just talked about. Those ones are still very active. They may be active for the foreseeable future, and they're the ones that cause the most havoc. But in terms of sheer numbers, I think a lot of people have tuned off, and they're now going to start facing the Nigeria reality. I mean, especially for the ones that live in Nigeria, it's just these Abroadian ones that will continue. But I think more information will be released about Obi that are not unfavorable, and I think he's just trying to prepare his support base about those things so they can, of course, go into the defensive mode.
Do you think it's just one more scandal? Is one more scandal away from that halo of piety being knocked off his head? Because
it's like Obi is kind of like Donald Trump, though. Let's not lie. He has that Teflon aspect about him.
The bounce back kid.
No matter what you say, you see, no matter what you show, or because you have to just listen to their Abroadian obedience just to show that these guys are freaking lost their minds. The way they talk about this guy, you're like, come on. Did you go and look at Anambra between 2006 to 2014? Did you make an attempt? I think my very first time on this platform, or maybe the first few times, that was after I read the financial statement of Anambra, and I was talking about what I read. And I think I got massacred, or I can't even remember. You had one lady that used to come here then. What's her name?
Is it Adabiafra?
Maybe Celibes or something.
Oh, Silky Tones, yes.
Yeah, they were just upset. But I was just reading out I was just reading out financial statement. What I saw, what did not jive with the narrative. So many people don't care about the reality. They just have all this halo. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, go and read what people were writing when this guy was governor. Those were the facts. I said, he beats me. It's crazy. When he was governor, you could read what people were saying, that the roads in Anambra cannot be compared to the roads in Enugu. Isn't Peter Obi seeing what they're doing in Enugu? You could see all sorts of things they were writing in real time. But you mean
on Naira Land?
Not just Naira Land, on Twitter.
What happens to competence and what is the slogan again? Competence and...
They said, no, we're not supporting because of tribe, it's because of his competence and antecedents. That's what they say. That's the spin. But you read about those times, because it's good to be reading papers from 2014, 2013, that was the time I was doing it. But I stopped after some time because I was like, what's the point? Is a fraud. This is the best package spin we've seen in our politics ever that I've experienced, and I've been trying to pay attention to 1979.
It's quite impressive, just taking a detached to get what Peter Obi has done is quite impressive.
It's marvelous. What he's done is
just the sheer audacity of it,
Well, but this story is not that new. This is how populism, play out. Play on the emotions of the people, and then use that as a catalyst to get into that, national stage. That is what populists do. So it's not news. It's just that this time around the atmosphere was just ripe for it and welcoming, and people kind of bamboozled, into believing that this is like the second coming of Jesus Christ.
And they literally treat him like the second coming of Jesus Christ.
All right, Kulata, let me take you to one more talking point, and then I'll move it on for time. So they say revenge is a dish best served cold. And then we always say something or the other. So all of that wraps into this space now. So they waited for him for events to come and go. Now they are coming for him. Peter Obi, aggrieved youth's protest, demands sack of Adebanjo as Afenifere leader. So you cannot have two leaders, you cannot have two captains steering one ship. And we have, and this protest, by the way, they took it to the doorstep of Fashionati that Daddy, you must now do something about this. So aggrieved Yoruba youths, they are demanding now that this guy must be removed. because the confusion in that space now has to come to an end. And I think the Yorubas have aligned in the manner that they want to go, and it is not the direction that Adebanjo is pointing them to. But we know Pa Adebanjo to be a very stubborn man. Well, so he won't fall on his sword, though, but I can Pa Fashionati quietly and cleanly take off his head.
This Adebanjo matter. I think Fashionati is too fragile and frail to be decisive on Adebanjo. And let's face it, they're old-time friends. They're in their 90s. So we're talking about people that have spent maybe 6 to 7 decades of friendship. So while Adebanjo has his opinions, is dictatorial in his approach, and it doesn't align with the conventional Yoruba thinking, I think it is going to be very, very difficult to move him off that position. Because first of all, our culture abhors something like that. We always respect our elders. So while these restive Jews may make noise, I don't think there's going to be anything concrete to really take Adebanjo out. That's one thing. Next thing is, as a Yoruba person myself, I don't think they should take him out. I think we should always have the diverse Yoruba opinions. I value that in our culture. I value the fact that we can have 6 different Yorubas in a room with 6 different opinions, and at the same time, the 6 of them can change their opinions. So it just shows the dynamism in our thinking, like the advancement of our culture, maybe because we are city-states for the longest. I like that, and I don't want to sacrifice that. So all of us are just one-way express road. I don't want that. I want a social-cultural group to have different views, coming at it from strong principled stance. So I don't want that papa to go. Go ahead, yeah.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
Kulata, you're right and you're wrong. Yes, diverse opinion, freedom of speech, freedom of choice. I don't think there's any problem with that. The problem, I think the youth are pointing out, is the platform in which he's using to push his own opinion. I don't really think they have a problem with his opinion and choice. He's an individual. He's a Yoruba man. He has the right to choose. He has the right to support. He has the right to speak. He has the right to his own opinion. If he's saying, I, Pa Adebayo, do hereby, I, as a person, I don't think anybody will have problem with that. He's taking an organization that is meant to protect a particular ethnic group. He's taking it out from them. I think that's where they have a problem, not on his person. By the way, taking him out on 95 is not really nice. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't support taking him out. It's taking advantage of the Afenifere group. Yes, you're right. But at the same time, it's come out to clarify that Afenifere technically is not a social cultural group. It's more of a political establishment. So because I had beef for the longest.
For who?
Exactly. Okay, that's where I was getting to, because I had beef about Afenifere, because my mind was, this is a social cultural group. As a social cultural group, you should promote your own. But when it's now clarified that it is not a social cultural group, it's a political group, then I was like, okay, fine. Let Igbos, let Nupis, let Igbiras, let Hausas, let them join Afenifere. Why does it have to be a Yoruba exclusive thing if you call this a political group? So I felt some form of inconsistency in that stance. So, but how do you take a man, because of we also have shackles because of our culture, because of the respect we have for our elderly. So you can't yank off Afenifere from him. The best they can do is to have the same Afenifere splinter groups make the decision like they made it, and tell him to his face, us, same Afenifere, so splinter group, this is our stance. It's 90 something. His time is at 11 o'clock or 11:50 something. He'll die. But when he goes, another leader will take over. And we need to have, I think we should have the duplicity of voice. Like, while in manipulating the group for his personal opinion is not the best, but it's not going to be for the longest. So I think we can still tolerate him while he's still alive. That's what I think.
But just setting aside the fact that he went against the tribe in the manner that he did, just his age alone, should the Afenifere space, should it not have somebody more younger and contemporary? So somebody maybe in his 60s, early 60s, thereabout. Is that not the sort of energy that space needs, rather than this?
Yeah, but it's also due to, that's the confusing part, is they're following Yoruba culture in their leadership, whatever. I may not know that much about the structure of the organization, but it does appear like it's more like the oldest guys that are they make the leaders, but they have a lot of young guys in their 60s, in their 50s. Even that Dele Farutimi guy too is supposed to be Afenifere. That guy is probably in his 50s. So they do have those people, but they don't make them the leaders. So I don't know why they make the oldest people the leaders, because that's just straight up Yoruba. But even actually, it's not. We just revere our elders. From a Yoruba hardcore cultural organization, when you think about how we structure even the royalties and the people that check the obas, is not necessarily the oldest person. They will have a voice, a significant voice, but they may not be the main person. So it's the dynamism there is a little bit weird, in my opinion, because all these guys in their 90s were just lucky that they're not sent out. And if they're sent out, who's going to check them? So, I mean, it's a weird organization. The way it's structured is a bit weird, in my opinion. But it will go soon. Someone else will take over. I hope by then they find a way of getting a consensus decision out rather than dictatorship. That's my take.
Kulata, in the history of Afenifere, when you did hear that Afenifere was fighting for the cause of Arewa?
Never.
Never, because they're trying to, distinguish this group as political but non-social cultural. Is Afenifere not promoting the culture of Yoruba land, or
they said no?
The interest of this is just how they model things, and unfortunately, the pioneer founders of this group are no more. This group was they call it group Afenifere. Why? Because they promoting. Of course, they were political, but at the same time, they were promoting Yoruba interest. Majority of most of their members are all Yorubas, right?
All, not even most, all. They don't take people from outside Yoruba.
It's unfortunate that this is happening. I mean, Afenifere has always been divided before. If you remember, during the Abacha era, they were divided. During the even Abraham Adesanya era too, they were all divided as well. So I don't blame them. It's just about so that's what I was saying.
But Papa Adebanjo is 95. What does he want to eat? I think he just has some beef. That's what
it is the beef, nothing more. The fact that Tinubu left the group, because Tinubu launched his political career through Afenifere, so at the same time he decided to branch out and then establish his own political dynasty. And they couldn't stomach that. You left the umbrella and now you want to be independent and control things while they are still alive. That alone is a cause for them to challenge him at every corner. So I want to believe it has to do with beef. Actually Tinubu went to before now. Afenifere know how to do things, how to disagree behind the curtain without putting themselves on the pages of newspaper. They disagree. It's normal in every group, even in every family, right? But then you have some scrupulous elements between them that always come to, hug the newspaper and give interview and trying to, be in the limelight and all that. So it's unfortunate what is happening. But by the Banja, I want to believe it has to do with his, beef with Tinubu on that standpoint, because I don't know. Yes, the Southeast will have been, if they had put their head together, it would have been great if they are the one being, elected or selected as a president. But it never happened. So why are you even putting other people's load on your own head more than the owner of the load itself?
That's why I'm not. That's why I'm not taking the fact that there may be some people, our leaders, our elders, that actually after this election loss, kind of are like backing some sort of interim or military government. I feel strongly about it, but maybe Buhari is just not going to play ball. But I'm not saying it's going to happen. But I feel some people are really, really working, or maybe they've entertained that thought. Maybe now they abandon it, and I won't be shocked.
The greatest mistake with that is that the rumor, or should I say, what has been conceived in the Eden, is now being discussed. So that means it's never going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen anymore. They've lost.
It's never going to
That's why you see Dati Ahmed silent, as if been talking since that time on the Wole Soyinka called him out. No, he's not said anything. And I won't be surprised if they unleashed Wole Soyinka and Professor Sage to address that space because of what real threats that they've heard. We've not talked about it on this platform. I don't think we've talked about the possibility that some people may be planning an interim or military government.
Because I bet you, going into that topic, I don't know what will happen. Maybe they will take it down from one man's show, because now it's.
What are you taking? Don't take me down, no.
You will be surprised, man. You'll be surprised that your show. I won't be surprised if your show is not being monitored by the security operative in Nigeria.
I'm certain that it is.
One way or the other, our discussion from time to time on this platform or any other platform, shape public opinion one way or the other. People listen. People want to hear, but majority of us are not even in Nigeria. We're in diaspora, and yet. From time to time, we congregate to discuss about Nigeria issue, and people still listen. So I won't be surprised if DSS is not, buying data and listen to your show every now and then.
Don't worry.
If you get.
Don't think because they can't see your face, they have voice recognition or something. So we are all going down. We are all going down. We'll end up next to Nnamdi Kanu in DSS.
Whenever they accuse you now that you've turned like GBAJA on Dr. Damaji's show, I'll be like, this man is trying to, disguise and not know the identity.
I think I'm banning myself from that place. I think enough is enough. I don't think I need to go anymore.
Even here in diaspora, people still meet you out there and say, "Oh, I know this guy." So I have to talk about even Nigeria. So I don't blame you for covering your face, but there's no. I mean, me personally, I don't think I've done anything or say anything that will make security.
But I don't say anything incendiary. I just go and talk about politics and issues. Nothing. I don't think I've said anything more than that. But they just don't like it because it's not. Anyway,
I've heard worse more than that. People with extreme views and all that.
I don't even see anything extreme. That's the funny thing. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I think I'm done there.
All right, Brian. Thank you, Kulata. I lost connection for a moment. Probably you didn't even notice. But let me take the conversation from you, Kulata, and take it to Simba. We're still with David Hundeyin, who has resurfaced on Twitter, and is now doing Amionigba. I shan't agree. So let me present you now how this guy is presenting himself, wanting to milk this storyline that is selling all over social media to the bitter end. So Simba, you're up next, but this is David Hundeyin now. So this is you can see the blue tick. So that's him right there. It says this tweet contains all of the private information that mine contained. about the same person in question. Both tweets were reported and taken down. His takedown was reversed, mine was not. He is a Nigerian government official. I am a journalist. So now, so this is it now. So this is Festus Keyamo he's referencing. So he's captured and then represented something that Festus Keyamo presented. It says, this is Festus Keyamo's space now. It says, for mischief makers who peddle unfounded rumors about art official ABAT being denied visa to the United States, you leave us with no option but to show you his current visa that has always been renewed since time immemorial. This is for the misguided ones who believe in rumors. So it's not a replication of what David Hundeyin presented, the Guinean passport, but this is a cover passport of Tinubu with his American visa there in bold technicolor. So what David is saying here was that this same sort of, because it mirrors what David presented, but he's saying now that it says this tweet contains all of the private information that mine contained about the same person in question. Both tweets were reported and taken down. So Festus Keyamo similarly, and this is going back to December 2022. So Festus Keyamo similarly was reported for pasting. And by the way, whoever reported Festus Keyamo for putting up Tinubu's post, actually, let me not even show it. I wonder if I might get myself into trouble for that. So it's the same narrative, but different outcomes. Is what whatever his name is, David Hundeyin is saying. Simba, have we lost you? Am I still here? Can anyone hear me? Oh, don't tell me my system.
I can hear you.
No, all right. All right. We don't have Simba, so you pick it up from there, Fatai.
I don't know. You might have a point. I mean, they both post personally identifying information, and if that's the ground, it's kind of similar. I don't know Twitter or YouTube's rules, but I guess it's based on if you're. I guess at the end of the day, it's based on defamation. If you're reported that the intent behind it, the intent is makes a difference in both cases. They may be both may be personally identifying, but there's difference of intent in behind. If I report you that you have a bad intent, right? That's what they are going to make their decision on, right? In both cases, the people who reported didn't say the other one was with bad intent, but says yours was with bad intent, and the overriding the social media companies, their overriding interest is to protect the community. So if there's somebody saying it's getting hurt in the community, and if what you posted is hurting, and that would be a bigger factor than if it's just like benevolent, to use the word. So I guess that's the difference. I don't know. I'm not. I don't work in the social. They know their rules. They will decide what's going on with their rules. Yeah, sure.
One was put out with permission of the bearer, and the other wasn't.
Also, those are the factors that differentiate. That will factor in whatever decision the social media companies are doing. Right? So if you violate somebody's privacy, right, and the texture is different, right, they might forgive you for one and not forgive you for the other, just because of the difference of the texture. The texture is different in the sense that, okay, maybe this one is defamatory, the other one is not defamatory. Maybe one is had a permission from the owner, as Madam Minister said now, and you don't have a permission. Even on bigger picture, right? It's not only even Tinubu's issue. It might not even have the banning might not even have anything to do with Tinubu. right? It might even be, actually, I think that is what I haven't heard from all the conversations. What about the Guinea government, right? Because that is what, I mean, I think Dr. Damede should have brought me on from backstage the last time, right? Maybe I could have asked him a question. So when you're saying Guinea government, when you're saying Guinea gave Tinubu diplomatic passport, it's not just apply for it, just apply for a passport, right? You're accusing the government of Guinea of a lot. If you think you're hurting only Tinubu, the Guinea government also have a question to answer. Diplomatic passport, they occupy special environment, right? Special situations. So that the international community will probably have a question to answer for international protocols, the Guinea government, right? But even beyond that, right, leaders all around the world have a way of moving around, right? So these things, I mean, you want to tell me Joe Biden doesn't have flexibility of moving around? You want to tell me all this argument with the passport, it's like the most rubbish things you could ever hear talked about, right? And then they injected maybe drug can actually, the video you were showing about the helicopter, right? So you were saying Tinubu is going to trade drugs with
Sanwo-Olu in tow, you know.
Even apart from, you could even make that. So he's going to take with non-disguise, so with his a signature cap, with his everything. I mean, why would he be wearing his cap to Guinea? If to go and trade drugs and to everything, identify every way you can identify him is right there.
Fatai.
No hiding, no nothing, and he goes there to trade the
Fatai.
Yeah.
So you don't want him to brand his own kind of heroin properly to put his logo on it? That's what he has got.
It's trademarking now. It's branding now. What are you not a marketer?
Put that shackle stuff on this type of heroin. They will know it's coming from.
That's super funny.
Actually, I like that. So it's a baby stuff, and that's why they want to come back and land on perjury or whatever it is. What perjury? If you some form an INEC form. If INEC doesn't want it, INEC will have its own in-house punishment or whatever it is. It's not it's not a court. Even if it did not a court, INEC form, you can easily correct it, or you can go back, or you can say, okay, whatever. I mean, it's not a court, or it's not a.
But Fatai, isn't as a journalist that brings stuff like that, has Hundeyin or whatever that guy's name is, has he confirmed the authenticity of that document with the Guinean government?
He will not dare to confirm. He will not dare to confirm.
So we can as well be talking about a Photoshop.
He will not dare to confirm with the Guinean government. When you look at the passport, the font is very suspicious. What is the font? The normal Guinean, is that the font for the normal Guinean passport? I don't think so. It looks too much Nigerian passport to me. The layout. It reminds me. I see it. It reminds. First thing I noticed, it reminds me of the way Nigerian passport is. The layout looks like a Nigerian passport. Right, so the font, everything, the arrangement there, different countries have it. I mean, the general framework is different, but you have idiosyncratic differences with all these passports. It's not all just like the same. This looks like something from looks like Oluwole stuff, kind of a stuff to me. But anyway, he will sort out this issue with the one problem that all of these people don't get. Hundeyin, whatever, you can be jumping around, but you have to know when the game is up. You have to know when to walk away, right? It doesn't help. That does help. Also with Peter Obi, doesn't know when to walk away. You can make a deal and walk away when nothing's gonna happen. because nothing's going to happen. You're not going to be president. Why are you allowing yourself go through stuff, unnecessarily? Anybody that looks a little bit at Next International UK, not Nigeria, Next International UK, looks at Pandora, looks at what is that beer company. You will not be surprised if you hear Peter Obi had a problem, right? But Peter Obi actually now, Peter Obi doesn't really worry me that much, right? What worries me much, also I think just on the lighter side, I think you should be careful a little bit with the conspiracy danger. The Nigerian government, UK, the United Kingdom is a sovereign government, right? They're not going to take orders from the Nigerian government to arrest
no. Look, they would. They are not taking orders. So, but the Nigerian government and even Tinubu, he has vastly more sway in the United Kingdom than Peter Obi. And the United Kingdom, they will happily trade Peter Obi off for an oil deal. So don't worry about that. They will trade him off for an oil deal.
But that's not. I mean, we can work out on information. If Peter Obi doesn't have issues with the UK government, right? It doesn't matter what sway Tinubu has. They're not gonna go and arrest Peter Obi because Tinubu tells them to arrest Peter Obi. So, and actually, the analysis will be on the opposite side, right? Peter Obi could have had a problem with the UK government for a long time, but they can't get involved because he's running for president of Nigeria and they don't want to interfere with the local elections, or because he was in the government of Nigeria, or whatever it is, or he was whatever, or maybe he was a governor, or maybe he was in the government apparatus, or is running for office, and they don't want to mess with you. But now that everything is over, okay, I mean, we have to do our job, and that could be it, right? They say, okay, now we can do our job. We've been waiting for a long time. We do our job, right? But I don't think if Peter Obi has no issues at all with the UK government, nothing, zero. You two, Buhari calls them or Tinubu calls them and they will arrest him. It doesn't work like that. Even why? That's not very good. That could happen to anybody. So the UK, it doesn't matter if some guy in Nigeria claims to have power or whatever and calls to take you, could happen to anybody, could happen to any Nigerian. If that's the case, anybody could have such a problem. No, he had issues with them. If it's true that they arrested him or detained him, he had issues with them, and you're no longer running for president. This is our chance. Let's do it, boys, right? So that's it. The maximum they will get, the maximum cooperation they will get is to say, okay, immigration when he's leaving his itinerary, get a tip regarding his itinerary. Nothing more than that. I don't think they will call them up and say, we'll give you one oil block, arrest Peter Obi. That's I think that would be that's not good for Nigeria. And I don't see how that is. I don't see how it works like that, and I don't see how that is good for anybody. That's there's
a lot of me that feel that the Peter Obi's arrest was orchestrated in some form, because the timing by people that will have it be the case to have him embarrassed in that manner. Peter Obi has been in and out of the United Kingdom since he was in his 20s. So why in this particular cycle, when it's at the eye of the storm politically, that this suddenly comes up? So the timing of it is very suspicious.
It might be in the UK for 100 years, but you have to look. Next International UK, right? Next International UK nosedived in 2019. So between 2019 and now, it's been in the public running. Whatever, I don't know. I'm just saying. I am saying it's too dangerous. That if there is if anything of sort is the case, I would be afraid. I am terrified to be a Nigerian. If you have no issue with the UK government and Tinubu calls or Buhari calls, I don't even want a Tinubu government that has such power. Why would I want to what? So if I don't like Tinubu now, he's going to call the UK government to and give you one oil block, take fatal. It doesn't work like that. I mean, I don't even want such a government. Where am I even going? So that goes for the that's kind of like the dictatorship kind of a stuff now. That's what the dictatorship government will do. If it's true, I will be embarrassed. I will be shocked. Now, I don't say they don't tip each other. Oh, it's coming. Okay. Oh, this is his travel. This is okay, fine. Right. Even that will even be more significantly coming from a snitch within Peter Obi's within his phone. And also that was my first comment when the Yes Daddy tape leaked out. Said, no, he needs to be careful of fifth column within even his own rank. Is to be careful of fifth column within his own rank, right? So that's my point. The reason I came in also, like, actually, I wanted to dissociate myself because I've been on this platform a few times. I wanted to dissociate myself from anything dictatorship. No, I'm not a part of that. I don't want I don't have affiliation to. I don't have affiliation to.
But dictatorship is good now. Dictatorship is good now. If it's benevolent.
How is it good? There's no good in
I don't even know what that means. So if we talk about, let's say China, they've had centuries of societal engineering, century of complex governmental structure, right? So because some group take over recently, and then they are painted as dictatorship, doesn't mean their success, all their success is attributed to dictatorship. Whatever, Singapore, anything, whatever, Saudi Arabia have had centuries of religious social engineering. There is structure of there is tremendous social structure. Now you have an African space without any profound societal structure. You're going to embrace dictatorship. How's it going to work out? Who is even going to come to your market? How does even a market work in a dictatorship? It's going to be poorer than the church right will be richer. I don't even know where. So things like that. When was China taken over by what we describe as a dictatorship? When was the takeover in Iran? What is it even called? I don't remember the name of the previous before the Ayatollah came in. This is not over. It is not all these.
The Shah of Iran. The Shah.
So these are very reductionist point of view. Things are more complex than that. And say there's nothing in the history of humanity that talks about benevolent dictatorship, right? If it looks benevolent, it's because there has been years and decades and centuries of other layers, right? That so-called benevolence is tapping onto. They say, Babajan go to Rieja, to Rieshuru, to Riepardon, remember on Bobani Koso. You never see dictatorship. You see dictatorship, nobody will wish for it.
But on the flip side, you said the societies where democracy and work, they've been engineered like that. That's why it's working. So you're saying the same argument two different ways. So the dictatorship environment that work, they've been primed. The ones where democracy works, they've been primed. So both of them have been primed. That's the common factor.
No, there's no common factor. I say takeover, hijack. It's different from what we call Western democracy today. Is a distillation of centuries and centuries of human developmental structure. They just
but the dictatorship that works too have been centuries of social conditioning, right?
of dictatorship conditioning, right?
Social conditioning, you can call it dictatorship.
What is it? What social conditioning?
They've been conditioned to operate that way, to take instructions and to follow all those things. Isn't that right?
No, you can't take I give an example. You can't take a Roman empire with complex parliamentarian system and let's say somebody now takes over and is going on, is surviving for a little while. So that's a benevolent dictatorship. No.
Roman Empire is a democracy. Roman Empire works for Roman Empire. Greek Empire works for Greek Empire. Genghis Khan worked for Mongolia and to a large extent. So different people, different ways of governance.
No, I'm saying you made the example Caesar or whatever, Roman Empire has been an example of benevolent dictatorship.
No, I was trying to remember one particular example of the Caesar that adopted Christ. His name escapes my mind. I can't remember his name.
Yeah, but these are whatever it is. Somebody hijacked a complex system does not mean that equals benevolent dictatorship. A complex system is running. Somebody hijacks it, right? So that's a benevolent dictator. No, it's an hijack.
You have to give example where it is shown that democracy inherently made a society better, and you have to be able to compare it with a society that dictatorship. I mean, you have to be able to compare it with a society that we need to have a society where dictatorship did not work. So you find a society that just by nature of democracy, it changed things around. And then we need to be able to say that a dictatorial society that works is somehow kind of like an exceptional case or something. Otherwise, we're just spinning the wheels.
Do I need to point to a country where democracy or whatever it's called, representative, whatever it is working?
Let's call it representative democracy.
They are right there now. I think you are there. One of them.
Are we back on the democracy again?
No. I just wanted to.
Avec Cohen Koboko, shape up.
No, you are in one of them. You are in one of them. My point.
No, it's not because of democracy that America became great. America became great on slave labor and industrialization, and that could have happened anywhere else.
Okay, America is the only one with slave labor.
It's not the only one with chattel slavery. It's not the only one with chattel slavery, but you can link the greatness of America to those events, and that's not in dispute.
So, what is responsible?
Okay, America was the only
sustained
American
greatness? Hold on.
Our cousins, is our cousins now.
American greatness, kilo sustain, if not democracy.
Sustenance. Sustain. So what sustained it? It's not. I won't call it more like democracy like that.
Okay,
It's the form of the capital markets, and basically what really is sustaining it the most is their military. Is their military might. It
is that democracy that usher in that capital market that we are talking
about. China has some weird form of capital market that is not under a democracy. So what about that?
China, you are taking China in a time span. China is complex society.
Every society is complex. We have to pick a time span. Otherwise, we're gonna have a secular argument because you have to pick a time span.
You need to leave
let me just take my time.
Continue.
You are making the argument
chatting for. Kulaka wa South America ó wá sọ wípé ó ṣe lọ gbé ní North Korea.
This is where
dictator go and live in North Korea. You want to know the meaning of benevolent dictator?
Okay, Elogbeni 80 then they were for democracy.
This is where the argument is getting secular. an hijack happens and is equated with the whole of China. Actually, I don't really even want to talk about China, right? So in order to say China is a dictatorship country, you have to be able to lay out the historical understanding of China, right? China itself will tell you it's not a dictator, by the way, right? What you classify as dictatorship has to do with a particular whatever, with a particular time period of a change of something, right? So what underpins China is more complex than to say, oh yeah, that's China example of dictatorship. No, that doesn't work like that. That's very reductionist viewpoint.
The thing is, there's no example of a successful dictatorial society that they give you that you won't try and spin away. So the same thing applies to democracy. The same thing applies to democracy. If I pick a democracy that's a failed country, you say now they don't know how to practice it. So what's the point of the argument?
No, I just told you Europe, America, whatever. These are examples of
because that suits their way of life. It doesn't suit the way of life of other places in the world, and that's why we're struggling with it.
What way of life? What way of life? They are different. They are better human beings, right?
It's not the fact that they're better. That system is adopted for them. They perfected it. It doesn't mean it will be good for another society. That's my point. Another society thrives without adopting democracy. How about that?
No. It's not whether
is every system that thrives, are they all democratic? Answer that question. Are all the systems that thrive, are all the countries that thrive, they're all democratic? Is that the common factor?
You are saying that Americans have a different human beings different human beings.
No, it's a simple thing. Different strokes for different folks. Some will thrive in democracy, some will thrive in some form of authoritarian
because
rule.
of misconception of democracy. Because of misconception,
and it's not. Democracy is democracy. Representative democracy is representative democracy. It doesn't work for everybody.
No. The contrast is dictatorship. The contrast, if you want to understand it, the contrast is dictatorship. So when you jump,
those are two extremes.
All right. The audience are bailing out in droves. So let's because they are now.
Let me land my point and talk about the rest of the thing that I wanted to talk about. My point is the contrast is dictatorship. What you call democracy, is to understand it, is a contrast to dictatorship. Dictatorship does not work. There's nowhere it has worked. What is called in code democracy, countless examples of where it works. The Western world, they work. Not because they are different human beings, or not because they are separate, because they have distilled centuries of knowledge into how it fits in, balancing. It's like multiplicity, how distill all this knowledge and how it fits into multiplicity. And that's how it works there. Not because it's different strokes or whatever.
All right, Fatai, take us to the Afenifere space and give us your thoughts on that.
No, the Afenifere space is simply a contract between Papa Adebanjo and Professionality, right? It's up to between them. Papa Adebanjo is not in the position as a let me, for the sake of argument, in quote, elective. Like, he's not put there by the wider representation of the Afenifere. It's just a letter from Professionality and Papa Adebanjo. And the angle Egbetabajo Kosirawo will determine whether Papa Adebanjo continues or Professionality takes it back. Because that's what it is. There's no ratification. So between both of them, it's up to them. They are both old men. I'm sure they can handle it. They can fix it. It might be more complex than everybody sees it, but it's between both of them. But they say tobacco bad tobacco niku. So Professionality is the substantive leader. Adebanjo is the acting leader. How they fix the two, the in between them, is up to their elderly wisdom. They will take to manage that in between them, right? The other one that I came in with about Janico and we were arguing, but the only reason I just came in just because I felt like Professionality is being painted like the the one who is, let me put in quote, being dictatorial in kind of a situation. And I will know about the fashion is not the dictatorial, whatever, and that's it. But it's not a simple situation to. It's a elderly wisdom. Both of them can will know how they will manage it, right? Like I don't know how they both came into that, whatever it is. They've had decades of in their struggle, whatever it is their struggle. So between them, they will handle it. They might just say, let's leave it, and we are both old. They might say, they might find a way, but I don't think it will work very well in a confrontational manner between Fashonaute and Adebanjo. But I think one way or the other, they can. But I know for sure it is not a broader representative position, like Adebanjo being is essentially between both of them. And that's why we have the situation, and it's with between both of them that they will come
Do you think the Afenifere space, do you think it needs a root and branch overhaul? Because it seems somewhat archaic and slow to move, the whole, and it's been exposed that the fault lines of it are in this particular cameo. So do you think a root and branch overhaul, both in terms of how positions are allocated, there should be a threshold of an age for retirement and all of these sort of things, and a more democratic approach to how affairs are being managed? So a lot of things needs to change just off what we have seen in this cycle.
Okay, I was thinking a direction it started, but where you landed, I think that one would be. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a socio-cultural group. Even though Adebanjo tried to say now that it's a political party, right? But as a socio-cultural group, right, there is still an element of. I mean, to couple with age would be almost it doesn't work. It's almost become like an office space. So there will no, it doesn't work well putting a retirement age there. It's not the age that is the issue. Is entrenched interest between the direction of both leaders. They have divergent interest that is not simple. That is really entrenched. So it's and they also have other elders outside that both have strong leadership. You see the line of Obasanjo with Adebanjo, and you see whatever is in the line of Tinubu and whatever and whoever is there, whoever elders are there on the side of. So it's not even just only Adebanjo. You have many, and these are opposite interests that didn't start today. It's long-standing. Boom, boom, boom. So it's not. I mean, even the division, like when you say Afenifere is factionalized, it was factionalized from the time AD. It's not today. Faction didn't start to exist today. It's just that today in this space, it's come to a head. It's like a strong head, like boys, a outburst, almost kind of. That's it's not like.
Hold on for 1 second, Fatai. Zita, make sure your mic is switched on so I'm able to bring you back on. Because if your mic is not switched on, then the device it doesn't connect properly. But carry on, Fatai.
Yeah, but if the restructuring, but where I thought the point was going was like, because I saw Adebanjo on an interview, and it was like a total redefinition of what you will understand that Afenifere was. Adebanjo was defining Afenifere as a political party, right? And that it was it Abacha or which one? I don't remember which military government that cut it from being a political party, and he was essentially speaking to the effects that Afenifere is not essentially an only Yoruba representation, that it's not a representation of just Yoruba interest, that it's a wider, the tentacle is wider than that, and was making a lot of, so I say, oh, okay, maybe there's a need for a bit of assessment. And if the one you were saying, one man, if there is going to be a restructuring that is needed, I think it's more needed in the space like to avoid this kind of a situation, like to make it more structured, more on paper, that if there's going to be transition from power to power, because one leader for infirmment or whatever, for health purposes, that should be the letter shouldn't just be I appoint this, that they should make it so that ratification is required. I don't think retirement will work, but if a leader cannot go on and it makes a similar situation like Fashionati is doing to Adebanjo, that kind of a letter, it should be sent to, they should have more like of a working board that will ratify, that can ratify this kind of a situation. So we don't have this debate. So if you want to take it back, it's also, you write a letter to the board, just like the way the presidency works. If Buhari comes back from 2 weeks or whatever abroad, it goes back to Senate. Hey, I don't want Oshibanjo to be acting for me again. I am back. I want to continue doing my thing, so that to avoid this, because right now it's only between them that there is no outside of the two of them. There is no outside that can fix this situation. Only between the two of them can fix this situation. You can't compel Adebanjo to be out, right? You can't compel Fashiranti to not be in or to be in. It's difficult to see how you can compel whichever way you like, whichever way you think is the way to go, But I think elderly wisdom between both of them is the only thing that can take care of the situation.
All right, brilliant.
The only thing that makes me laugh, actually, let me just say my mind to free up to have a relief, because from my mind. Peter Obi doesn't know, cut a deal and move on with your life. You have had a good fight, it's over, let it go. Otherwise, it's just going to be, there's no upside to Peter Obi just he's supposed to be smarter than that.
Do you think he's going to end up harming himself? Not physically, of course, but reputationally and business-wise on this journey that is embarked on. Because when they come for him, they're going to take him down, not physically, of course, but just to destroy him.
Whether he harms himself or not, whether they harm him or not, but the point is there's no upside. There's no upside. It's only either at the worst you remain the same, but even more likely you are going down. So what's the deal? Every politician understands deal making, the heart of the deal, like Trump always told us, the heart of the deal. Cut a deal and move on with your life. Whatever issues you have in your life, you cut a deal and you make it go away. All these headstrong. Nobody is going to remove remove Tinubu and put Peter Obi as president. It doesn't matter what, even if Obasanjo and everybody is behind him, it's not going to work. They're going to throw the country into the ground. It's not going to work. Nobody's going to remove Tinubu. And sometimes when I listen and Alexander Gomez is saying Tinubu should remove his Aleko. No, he shouldn't remove his Aleko from his level. He's who he is. I don't even think Tinubu is that much his Aleko in his character, right? But even if there is, even that if it's there in his character, it should be there. Because I don't know if you take that out.
What do you mean, You mean this one? I couldn't help it. I love that song. I don't know why. It's just not because he was Tinubu, but just the Yoruba-ness of it.
Of course. If you ask Tinubu to take out this because maybe you think it's thuggish, what should they replace it with? Yes, Daddy. Tinubu should be like yes, Daddy. No, I prefer him to be like this. If he's like that, I don't even think he's like that. But if that is it, no, it should be like this. It should be like this. What should he?
It's a bit like Trump. When Trump was campaigning, then it was quite brash and just crude. And then people were saying that when he becomes president, and even he was saying when he becomes president, he'll become more presidential. But then, of course, what brought him into that space was his brashness and his crudeness. So why then would you change a winning formula? That's the question.
You always be yourself. To actually one match, just your comment, what they always say, all it was Trump. Let Trump be Trump. No, let Tinubu be Tinubu. Whatever Tinubu is what brought him to where he is what is going to keep him going. You know, you can't cut yourself down, right? No, you be yourself, you keep going. Everybody's saying, oh, scandal, he doesn't have too many things, okay, in your head he has too many what is it? What do they call it?
Agberoism.
And there's no Agberoism. Tinubu is not even Agbero. There's not even Agbero in Tinubu, right? Okay, even if whatever is called Agbero, right? If you say it in some people, and those are not even in the inner circle of Tinubu. Like the other day we were talking, said GBAJA Miller. And you were asking me if he's weak. So where's the Agbero in the inner circle of Tinubu? There's no Agbero there. Because Ononuga says something doesn't make him Agbero. There's no Agbero there. Even when you expand the space to the like of old MC Oluomo or whatever, and that's the way I'm speaking, even if you expand it to that. So I prefer to be like a MC Oluomo than to be Yes Daddy. I would rather be that. I will not be, don't want to be Yes Daddy. Just not to speak too much. And so that is it. So I think Peter Obi cut a deal and move on with your life. I think at this point, beating down on Peter Obi. Actually, I was very surprised. A whole lot of things. Actually, second time I'm surprised. I think the last time Kulata said Peter Obi, we have to say he's dumb, and all this today's crazy. Before it doesn't matter now, whether it is perceived as dumb or is dumb. There's no need to beat him down because it doesn't matter. Before the election, it mattered because that country could have gone in a different direction. And I listened to his interview on Arise Television, his town hall, and I came back and I said, one man, I would like to speak to this issue. Do you know that I'm saying it because I said to you in private, I don't like to say behind what I can't say in front. I said to you in private messages, because since then they become pedantic. Don't be pedantic. Well, pedantic was necessary back then. Now pedantic is not necessary. Kulata sent or together with world peace, what incident that happened to me, just because I was speaking about, I was not even speaking anything tough. I don't even see the point of beating down Peter Obi at this point. That's just the point I want to make, one man.
All right, brilliant.
Well, what did you just say now?
Yes. What did you just say?
No, I've been wanting to say it actually.
What did you say?
I didn't like just to keep it simple. I didn't like what happened in that city. Not what piece.
What situation? I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait. I don't care. What piece doesn't offend me. What offended me is that it came too much.
Are you going back to weeks and months ago?
Yeah.
I don't even understand what's going on.
I don't like. Talking about? No. I understand. You understand. I don't like what happened in that.
Yeah, but Kulata has no understanding. I thought.
You understand 100%.
No, it does not. I thought you and I had spoken about this off screen.
One man, I'm not a baby. I am not a baby. You understand 100%. And that's all I want to say.
Oh, Fatai, man.
What is going on?
I think you're about to be launched at Kulata, but there it is.
No, I don't understand. Like, if you say something I understand, I will understand. But what is Kulata Warp is what the hell is this?
There is no what the hell. If people are going to be jumping around with other people's pedantic, you shouldn't be sending guns after them. It's not a good thing. And that's all I want to say.
What are you talking about?
No, I'll bring you up to speed off screen, but it was something that Fatai said to me a while ago, and I thought that we straightened that out, that it was a miscommunication, but
It's not a miscommunication. It's not a miscommunication. I don't care about whatever. It's not a miscommunication. I know perfectly what I'm speaking about. It's not a good thing.
Wait,
and that's
what is collateral and wall piece? I mean, where is this coming from?
No, it's a space that you would not. There's a big backdrop to it, but
What backdrop?
You know, this was even. It's going on 2 months now. Thereabout. Fatai. What's going on?
What exactly is this?
No, that's because it's been jumping around, and I understand perfectly. I understand patterns, but that's it. But I don't want to go.
You
there.
don't know. You maybe you misread patterns, Fatai.
No.
Look,
I know what I'm saying.
Sorry, just hold steady, Kulata.
I'm laughing. I'm not even mad because it's so funny.
No, the personalities here, you see how big the personalities here are, and they are very knowledgeable. So people will conflict against your opinions, not anything personal. It's just they hold a different view, and they express it with just the same confidence and assuredness as you do. So it's never anything personal here, because I keep my ears really peeled to what everybody is saying, just to make sure that we don't overspill and then get into a fight. I don't think, I think you may be misreading situations at the time.
I've been on this platform for months. I don't think I've got into a fight with anybody at any point in time.
I didn't misread any situation. The
I think you need to handle this offline. I don't understand what you're talking about.
I think,
I really don't get it. I think you need to take this outside, because this is
Okay, let's go to the car park and let's go to the car park and have a fight.
I understand. I get it. Just my latter point. My latter point is this: pedantic was very important before the election. That country could have been thrown into the ground. Now it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter what Peter Obi is, where he's dumb or he's this, he's that. At this point, what does it matter? It's convenient now to call him dumb. I wasn't even calling him dumb. I was just doing, I say, I'm shocked what this guy is saying. And it was a pedantic. And now it's not pedantic.
The sum total of what Fatah is saying is that an opinion he expressed that was dismissed out of hand regarding Peter Obi is now being represented by the people who dismissed it, even though they thought it was being pedantic at that time.
Don't dismiss that. You can dismiss my opinion. It's up to you. You don't come after me viciously, because one day I will come back.
I think that was when he switched on his camera. I'm not sure if you were here or not, Kulata, on that day, but he switched on his camera and he started to flex his muscles. And then, that was World Peace then. And then World Peace also switched on his cameras and started to show us his bicep. And Ajahn Lekoko and I, we were just agape, mouth open in wonderment. It was quite a spectacle. Everybody switched on their cameras, and they were wearing this vest shirt as well to show the boldness of the. It was quite a spectacle, a real spectacle.
You must be talking to the wrong person. I don't have that time.
Don't worry, it's not that deep, Fatah. It's never been that. You know, a lot of our conversations here, I thought we all understood. A lot of it is tongue in cheek. Even Peter Obi stuff that 90% of the time I'm just trolling. You know, I don't really care about a lot of it that much. I'm just trolling and having fun. That's just it. You know. You know, if Tinubu doesn't become president, it's no skin off my nose. So, but I want him to just do well for the country. You know, is not that.
People are taking stuff we say here.
You know, I thought we were just here poking fun at people. That's what I thought we were doing. Just messing with people's heads.
Oh my God! What piece? I mean, what?
Look at that.
I don't fall for all that from last time. I don't fall for that. I know what I speak. Everybody knows in their heart what they think. And that's
And to be honest, Kulata is one of your biggest fans here. If you know,
What are you saying?
In fact, he would have left a long time ago if he didn't want to hear what you had to say. But you know,
No, I don't need fans. I don't need fans.
Today that did not fall asleep. I'm hearing all sorts of wonderful stuff.
You see, this is after hours.
Very wonderful. Very wonderful, and you should think about it. It's not good.
Dude,
it's not a good
calm down. You're making You're making imaginary stuff up. Nothing like that exists. So don't forget about all that nonsense. Nothing like that.
All right, Fatai.
I know it existed, and I know
Fatai, man. Let's move on from there.
Honestly speaking, don't drop it. Nothing like that exists. I don't have time for that.
Dewale and Ajale Koko, this is where you should be rushing in to rescue
No,
the
there's
situation.
no rushing. I mean, I don't fight, but when they're talking about imaginary things, someone needs to kind of like caution that nothing like that exists.
I wasn't
If they're
even
real
paying
things,
attention. So
if they're real things, we'll take it seriously. It is laughable. Don't push yourself to unnecessary limits. No such thing exists.
All right, and there it is. So there it is. It's always that 5-hour threshold. After we pass 5 hours, we are in the lap of the gods. It's funky hours. So funky hours. So let's do this.
What do you want me to do? It's so funny. Like all this pent up stuff that doesn't exist. You need to just drop it.
You know, sometimes I wonder, Kulata, that I think I won't say universally, but I hopefully majorly we are all in on the joke that we are playing against the political space in this space. But sometimes you hear some commentaries that you think that people are actually taking. It's not even that for me personally.
The young man strings all sorts of stories together that just doesn't exist. It's just very weird.
It's just fun and games, but there it is. Let's go to Adewale to quickly pivot back to normal. So Adewale, bring us back to a happier place. Let's give Peter Obi a beating. It's always a happy.
I think he's left. I don't know why.
I don't know.
You guys, Omar, you've forgotten the happy hours, man. You know the man actually won in Akwa Ibom, so we should all be going to Akwa Ibom now. You know, happy hour time.
Oh, who was that promised them happy hour?
That PDP pastor candidate. He actually won. He won the election.
What was he vying for again?
He was a PDP candidate. It was for governorship.
And they promised them happy hour. That is that free beer for everybody? If you have free beer,
he said he wants to grow economy by encouraging people to patronize the the local joint around, so that that can help to create wealth and money circulate, and help to grow the economy in the state. He actually proposed that, and he meant it. It wasn't a joke.
It's so unfortunate what we go through in that country. A lot of that money.
What did you say he proposed?
Happy hour.
What is that? What's the meaning of happy hour?
Free beer.
They will what do you call it? Like giving incentives to the beer parlor, so that people will be going to spend their hard-earned money to drink beer, and that will help to grow the economy in the state.
Free beer.
Not necessarily free beer, but more or less
subsidized beer.
The price, exactly.
So that you keep them in pepper soup joints.
People need to calm down and enjoy life a little bit, and then that will also help to help grow the local economy. And
how often will they give them that money? That
means the shop will be open 24 hours with that now. You don't want to ask that question. All we need is just to be going there every weekend to have a happy hour time.
He said it.
The irony of it is the man is actually a pastor.
He's a shayo pastor. So.
It's a Zazu.
Talking about Zazu, what is the latest with the what's it called? Is it portable? Have they released it? Have they released it?
Oti say, I am a baboon.
Zoo. I am a baboon. I live in a zoo. You know, we need those kind of people. We need them. We need them on the street. You know.
The funny thing is that, as crazy as he may sound, he was enjoying the press, as in even major medias were carrying this news and all that. What is it that people say in this guy that makes him so important that he puts the body issues aside and it's only this zoo that you'll be covering? China's news, Arise News. I mean, it was just. But you know, that's what makes society anyway. You know, sometimes we have some moment of idiosyncrasy and we step out of it. But I think it's also good for our psyche sometimes, because we cannot be too, focusing on art life. Sometimes you need to watch people, watch them in their idiotic moment. But the guy is, but he was sued. I think he was sued by one of the music producers or something like that. Just like, recently there's this lady. I don't know if you guys are familiar with her. The social blogger guy, lady, what's her name? Blessing Okoro. The one that
Blessing CEO.
Yeah, she's still in custody.
What did they is she not on a 10 million naira bail? Surely she should be able to fork out 10 million naira.
That's how easy it is. All those fake life people live in Lagos. Yeah, they were going on social media.
Was she the one that was using somebody's house to pose, and then the person?
Yes.
She was yes.
And
that was how she made her name, wasn't it?
She's been known before then. That one just, helped, propel her to the limelight fully, and she capitalized.
Sorry. How did she get in trouble? I know she's in trouble with the authorities.
According to what all this, if you was reading all these, all these side bloggers online, you sometimes you really
Gist lover, and the rest of it. Don't worry, we all go there. We pretend like we don't. We all go there.
I think she, when you put things out there, things that are not actually real, but it's just for you to trend. So I guess the person involved got wind of that and sued her. And in the course of that, she was arrested and remanded in the police.
So it's a defamation case, is it?
So sort of, yes. But that the condition that was given for her bail was just so stringent. 10 million with properties and all that. It's just too much for a defamation case. Come on, man. It was just too much. But somebody has to pay. And that's why the likes of Hundeyin has to watch it. Somebody said he cannot be sued. I said, how? He's operating on the internet. So anybody has an IP address. Everything posted online there has an origin where it's it emanates from. So anybody can be sued.
They can attach a judgment against his property in Nigeria, even if they in absentia.
Even the platform that is operating from can be sued because he uses that to publish, those material. So anybody can be sued anywhere. He's not operating in the sky, but you put it out there in simply because he knows Nigeria would not challenge, or somebody said that Tinubu should have debunked some of the things he said. The guy is just a young guy. So Tinubu has a bigger fish to fry than focus his attention on someone as small as Hundeyin. That sometimes there's no. Even I see that even Tinubu himself is silent sometimes, speaks volume, and kind of make him more popular. There's some mysterious things that happens when people don't really open their mouth all the time, because people won't actually understand your point of view or see your where you stand. So I think that is even more golden, more better than him responding to every time somebody puts something information out there.
I wanted to join Damages and ask that guy a question. But when I learned that the guy said he and Fashola's kids went to secondary school together, I'm like, no, let me not.
That tells you
Nah.
how young,
How
how
young he is, yeah.
inexperienced. He call himself a journalist. I mean, I'm not disputing that, but the fact that you're partisan, you actually declare your stand politically, then that makes it, whatever you put out there will be saved from that prison, because now it looks biased because you have a favorite among the candidate and you are putting stuff out for the other candidate that you don't like, you dislike. So
There's a crop of young sharks that are coming out in this political cycle because still on Rudolph's platform as well. The publisher of People's Gazette, he was on there. He is another young shark. I think they're just, it's like a debutant sort of thing, people landing. And these are the people we're going to be contending with for the future. We're making their names under this cycle.
Roma, let's get something. Let's get this fact straight. There's no crops of blogger call themselves journalists that will be coming out now that we haven't seen before, even before the advent of internet. We've had professionals that are into, investigative journalism, and they've been putting information out there. But these young ones thinks, they own the space, they own the internet, they can do whatever they like. Until somebody threw a defamation suit to their face one time, then they will learn their lesson. Um, it's just that unfortunately everybody is now seeing himself as a journalist, whether you are just one short story out there or and we can't differentiate junk from the real news. A lot of fake news out there. So if they let them, we have seen all this before. It's just that they're operating on a different platform, a different level where they have access to internet and they can put all sort of rubbish. Now we are learning our lesson in Nigeria. This thing happens in 2000 and I believe 15 with Trump and Clinton, right? When fake news were everywhere on the internet. I mean, America were surprised because the Trump campaign knew the importance of putting fake news out there, and they really they spend a lot of money putting out sort of fake news on, especially on social media like Facebook. And those middle-aged people in the village or in the rural area in America bought into it because they have no other alternative. Can you imagine here in Texas, there are some countries, some places, rural places, that the only cable channels you will see is just Fox News. They won't allow the carrier to broadcast CNN. I'm not kidding. So how did anybody debunk whatever is being posted out there? Even the local channels also have their own propaganda that they're putting out there every now and then. So they bought into it. That's why you see people following Trump like a cult. So the same thing is replicated in Nigeria, where you see all sort of things online, and you see people following other people blindly. I see, So yeah, we have.
All right, take us to the Afenifere space, Dewale, and give us your thoughts on that space. Still, I insist that you cannot have two captains on one ship. One of them has to yield, and it looks as though the popular consensus is that Adebanjo, thank you and goodbye.
Whether we like it or not, Adebanjo is still in charge of Afenifere as of now. But him being a Nigerian Africanist and all that. I mean, I think I understand. It seems, like I said earlier, it seems what he's doing is just a pure beef. I mean, if you look at it, sometimes you may disagree with somebody, but not necessarily, hogging television at every second simply because you want to make a statement. But he deemed it necessary that he need to be out there, and But look, their eras have gone. The time when they have bigger platform that the one that produce they set up 1999 governance, and that was the last time they had relevance in our political landscape. But now anybody can decide as long as you have money bag, you can buy it anyone. So that's why Afeniferes now have divisions. They've been divided for a very long time, even in during the time of Abraham Adesanya, the Ajashins, the what do you call them? Yeah, this other man in the Bubu. So what is happening now is more or less like you have one division faction that likes Tinubu, and the other one is completely against him. But how long can they stand? Afenifere is actually promoting the, you know, the interest of Yoruba, whether they like it or not. But unfortunately, what is happening is just not good for our politics. It's not good for our unity. It's not good for. But I think they should let Adebanjo do whatever you want to do. But I don't see any political influence that he has, or any political capital that he can spend. Because who is listening to him in the first place? Do you think anybody is listening to him before they make their decision on who to vote for or who to support? Not necessarily. Everybody is just. I wouldn't say that the man is even looking for what he will eat at 90 because he has children that are of age, but I just can't wrap my head around his beef with TINUBU'S. But Fashionati also needs to back off a little bit. The man is fading out. So what is the point? For how long can they continue to do
I think Fashionati is happy to back out, but I think he feels he's on a rescue mission, and that's why he's come out of hibernation too.
So if Awolowo was still alive by now, do you think he would support Tinubu?
If Awolowo was okay, actually that's a question really. Maybe we can even make that a round-robin question, Dewale, because you've opened that space late in the day, a round-robin question. So a snapshot answer. Dewale, you still have the floor, but that question you've asked is an important one. And let's really snapshot responses to this. Let's kick it off with Kulata to bring it back to you, Adewale. Kulata, if Awolowo was alive and he's not in play at all, do you think he will back Tinubu?
Yes, I think it will back Tinubu. I don't see why it will not back Tinubu, because basically we've really not had a Yoruba president before, because I don't think it will have supported Obasanjo's politics. It will have supported FALEKE, and we lost Abiola. So if he was alive, I don't see him backing anybody but Tinubu, in my opinion. And of course, they're very similar in their leadership style. Kind of like leadership. They're a bit more, they micromanage, they're more hands-on. So yeah, we will have back Tinubu, in my opinion.
All right, brilliant. Simba, same question to you. If Awolowo was alive today, do you think he would have backed Tinubu? Simba the Sailor. Do you know that's what I think of anytime I see your name, Simba the Sailor?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you, and we can hear ourselves twice. But yes, did you hear the question? Give us your response.
Okay, I think yes. I think because I think they have almost the same ideology, and if you look at the politics of Tinubu is a pan-Yoruba man and has always been supporting any Yoruba agenda. Unlike Obasanjo, that has always been opposing. Obasanjo did not even support Awolowo when Awolowo was alive. So Awolowo will not. Awolowo will not follow the same path with Obasanjo. I think we support Tinubu.
All right, brilliant. So, Prince, you're up next. It's a question that Dewale put to the space, and we're taking it round just to sample opinions. So, if Awolowo was alive, do you think he would have backed Tinubu? If he was not in play, of course, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, how you doing? Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can. Oh God, what sort of a system do you have?
I'm not even doing anything.
Yeah, it has. I'll help you listen back, but okay. Give us your take. I'll be quiet.
It sounds quiet now. Is it
Yeah,
better?
if I say something now, but I'll be quiet. You just carry on.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, in regards to see, you can say Awolowo was a pious man, if you could say that. But of course, he's going to agree with Tinubu when it comes to the Yoruba First agenda, which I think Tinubu stands for, and so did Awolowo. So on a political, social level, I think they'll be on the same page. But when it comes to maybe moral, so to speak, level, given all this allegations about Tinubu, he may be a little bit more pious to want to associate himself with Tinubu in that regard. So, but yeah, that's what I think. Big fan of Awolowo, of course. I think it's probably the most ingenious person when it comes to politics in Nigeria and perhaps Africa, but it's not as, I don't think it's as ruthless as Tinubu is. That's why Tinubu is the man. And just to wrap it up, somebody had made a comments that people in the rural areas in the United States listen to Fox only. Well, the same things applies to the people that live in the city. They watch CNN or CNBC only. So let's do the math.
Oh, okay, so what does that tell us?
Well, it tells us that it's pretty simple. That people in Nigeria or in Africa, we have this tribal politics that play a lot. Here in the West, maybe in the States, political ideology also is as ruthless and brutal as ethnic politics. I'm telling you. I think some of you already know that. And just like tribalism and racism are equally as bad because they both produce the same negative outcome anyway. So people tend to look down on people in rural America, America when it comes to politics, especially being conservatives or Trump supporters. But the people that are so vicious actually, and that are fascistic, Shoinka's favorite word lately, they are more ruthless. They don't entertain other people's ideas or deviation from what they believe. But people in the rural areas, they actually more accepting because they're more traditional in their thinking and analysis of things. But people that think men can be pregnant and transgender is the new norm, and they think because they live in a city, they are wiser and smarter. That's where the danger comes in.
All right. Let me just. So, all right. Thank you, Prince. So, Prince. If you can scroll back, just to when I came to you and have a listen, then you see what I was talking about. But let's take that question on to Ajande Koko. So, Ajande Koko, is Dewale really opening up that space, asking if Awolowo was alive today, if he would back Tinubu or not. Actually, let's hear what you have to say first. Let me not preempt what you will have to say. Ajande Koko.
Awolowo will never support Tinubu.
I knew you would say that.
Yeah, they will not support politics of corruption, politics of money-driven politics, party that failed the country, party that failed in all ramification of
Hello, are you there? Have you lost me? Or have you lost you?
But woman.
Hold on. I'm here.
Oh, all right. Okay.
So Awolowo will never be part of party that fail in all ramification of governance. Party that brought hardship to Nigeria. Party that brought
Baba Ajalekuko, you are talking
unity.
about Tinubu, not party.
Forget about it. Is it not part of the party? It will not
No, we
support.
are talking about the man Tinubu. Don't mix things. Just talk
Hold
about
on
him
now.
and leave
Hold
the
on.
party.
Look, whether Tinubu or no, or how can you separate him from the party? You can't separate him now. You didn't vote for Tinubu on the ballot box, on the ballot paper. You voted for your APC. So Awo is not going to support set of leadership that are corrupt, that failed the country, Tinubu inclusive. So it will never be part of a failure. And why I said this is that Shagari wanted Awolowo to partner with them after they win the election in 1979. He refused. He said, no, they're not going to be part of them because he has seen the people that formed that party as highly corrupt people that fit for no purpose to manage the resources of that country well. So I don't think
one of his disciples, Bolaige, one of his disciples, actually partnered with Obasanjo. So what can you say about that?
That is Bolaige now. Awolowo was not alive at
Hey,
that.
but he's one of those people that we call Laoist.
Hold on.
He was a governor under UPN in 1979 and 1983.
Yeah,
But
that is
it was
Bolaige
1983
now.
that he lost to Olunloyo.
That is Bolaige. Bolaige is not Awolowo. And if Awolowo was alive,
you are talking about being support. Well, the support, there are so many people that Awolowo supported that were also accused of corruption.
Who are the people? Tell me those people that Awolowo supported.
Okay, you remember when the Agman and Buhari came in 1983? Isi Onabanjo was one of the governor of the governor of Ogun State that time. Was arrested for corruption. Even this same Bolaige was accused of corruption. So it's to me, I don't know. Even Awolowo himself was accused of corruption. So because the way you are painting Awolowo now as if the saint.
Hold on.
Let me ask Simba, who accused him of corruption?
That's what I'm saying.
We all know what happened we will know what happened pre and post independence.
No, I'm saying who accused him of corruption. I hope you are not referring to Buhari Idiagbo.
Oh, Awolowo.
I'm just asking.
Awolowo was not accused. Awolowo was not accused because he was not in government. I'm talking about during pre-independence and just post-independence.
Yeah, who accused him of corruption?
But most of us, we don't have that information. That's what I'm saying.
Who accused him of corruption? Who accused
it's very easy to accuse people of corruption because opposition party, what you say about them, they can also easily say the same thing about you. I mentioned I mentioned something earlier this morning that Coca-Cola then they alleged that what's the name of HID was actually getting 1 kobo for any bottle of Coca-Cola anybody consuming in Nigeria. So what can you say about that?
It was a shareholder now. What are you talking about?
It's not about shareholder. It's not about shareholder. Let me tell you, these people we look at them as if they are saints. There's no saint in politics.
All right, gentlemen.
He was. I mean, dividend at the end of the year. Yeah, they have to get dividend
We
because he
are
was
not
a
talking about. We
shareholder.
are not talking about
All
dividend.
right, hold on, hold on. Simba, hold
Okay,
on.
okay.
Hold on. Give me a moment. Let me just start. Only for me to hand the session over to Ola as I take myself to the background and the conversation carries on. I'm still in the background, but Thomas is not available, but Ola will deputize for us. So Ola, over to you as I ease myself off. Carry on, Simba.
So
Okay, you are talking about being the shareholder. How did she acquire the share that time? No, do you know? Because it was like it was no, excuse me, it was like the same thing that Obasanjo did when he brought MTN and Co that time, and the people in the National Assembly, all of them were getting free whatever.
Okay, when
no, I'm just saying. I'm not saying Awolowo is not a good person, but don't let us paint him as if he's also just like what we are doing to some people are doing to Peter Obi. That's what we are trying to do to Awolowo.
That is not what we are trying to do to Awolowo. We are not saying Awolowo was a saint, but what I'm telling you about Awolowo.
So you cannot say Awolowo will not serve based on corruption. That's what I'm saying. There are so many people he has supported that were also alleged of corruption. So
look, I don't know. I can't understand your argument here. You said Awolowo, people accuse him of corruption. What did they accuse him for? I don't know. Has ever been tried? I never seen anything. Yeah.
You also remember that Awolowo was accused of high-handedness the way he was handling affair in the AG, and to the fact that his deputy decided to separate from him. He was accused of a lot of things then. Awolowo also accused Akintola of trying to supplant him in the party. You remember?
Have you ever taken your time to read book about what caused the problem between Akintola and Action Group? Not particularly Awolowo, but Action Group as a party.
But it's not where you mention Action Group. Are you?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, what Akintola did. Did you know what he did at all?
Well, according to what I heard and what I read, was the fact that the way Awolowo was handling the party.
That is not true. Not the way he's handling the party.
Enlighten us then, if we.
He was going behind without the knowledge of the party to make some political partnership sort of with
Federal,
like Saduana, and that anger a lot of leadership of Action Group. That on what basis do you have to do that without the knowledge of the leadership of the party? And his move then was termed as anti-party activities, because by then he has started to deviate from the laid down template of the party on how to govern.
Sorry to cut you,
the state. So, I mean the region. Yes.
Sorry to cut you short. The same thing we are accusing Tinubu of now was the same thing Awolowo was accused of a one-man, one-party show.
It is not one man. You guys don't get it. It is not one man, one party show. When we are talking of a party, party is an organization. And that organization have a set rule on how the party should operate. And when you have somebody, Akitola, that after getting to power as the premiership of the North, of the region, now deviating from the lay down rules on how to govern the state, the region, is trying to arrogate its own just like authoritarian nations.
But it was a
Yeah.
premier. It was a premier. So that means it
Hold on.
wasn't given a free hand to operate. It was
No,
still under the
no,
shadow.
Adewale, Awolowo wanted to come back and
Hold
snatch
on.
that
You don't
premiership.
know what you are saying.
You know,
How can you say I don't
You
know? How
don't
can you say I
know
don't
what
know?
you are
Because
saying.
you are
say you wanted to come back.
citing
How is
story
it
that
possible?
favor your own narrative. I'm
What you
also
don't
giving
know,
you.
you don't say it. This is what you are saying. You are just saying here. It is hearsay.
But I think
So
it depends on who is narrating the story. But what I read online and what I heard from the people that participated in this was that Awolowo was accused of higher. You just confirmed it
is
now.
not hard.
When somebody is
No,
deviating from the.
it is not. It is, look. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. Awo is the number one leader of the party. And then they have team of leadership that operate the party. So the premier of the region operate under the lay down rules on how to govern, because the party have that template on how to govern the region. So, but this guy haven't got there, haven't been supported by the party, haven't been, given all that support on how to govern and everything to succeed, now trying to overshadow the interests of the party with his own personal interests. Now meeting with who back then was perceived as, opposition, and by one way or the other as enemy of their party. You understand what I'm saying? Now, even if you have intention of doing that, the leadership of the party, if you have a proposal you want to, put forward, let us do this, let us do this. Because what Agitola was telling them back then was that, look, the Igbos are making partnership with the North and overtaking all the national position at the detriment of Yoruba people. So therefore, let us see how we can partner with the federal government too, so that we can have share of it. But you didn't consult with the leadership of the party. You didn't call the meeting of the party leadership that this is my problem. How do you want us to do? What do? Because look, the way they operate back then, I'm talking about action group, it is a group work. It is not a one-man show. Even though Awolowo was the leader, he never take any decision behind the team. Behind the team, he never take any decision. So, but that was what Akintola was doing back then. And they said, no, this is not good for our party. And and we have to call him to order. But instead of him to accept, he perceived them as people that are trying to topple his administration or make it harder for him to govern. And then he started an onslaught against them, So, and that degenerated into a lot of things. Awolowo have gone to the federal. Awolowo was in federal. So instead of what
and
this guy...
He
was never in federal. He lost. He lost in the federal. He lost.
Hold on. Awolowo was the leader of the opposition at the federal. So there's no way he can come back for premiership. He was the leader of opposition in the federal. So this is your lie. Sorry, I don't want to say you are lying. What you are saying as if he wanted to come back did not exist at all. He was in the federal already. He's been elected as a federal representative and as the leader of Action Group at the parliament. So don't come back. Don't come up with all this thing that he was trying to come back to be premier of Western Region. No, that's not true. He's already in the federal leading Action Group against the Tafawa Balewa premiership in the parliament. So it's not. Akintola. Look, I can just blame both of them that they were not able to resolve that crisis well, and it is just because.
And I want to ask you a question: what Akintola did, was it really bad? Because that's politics of local politics that Awolowo practiced. That was what actually prevented him from getting to national. It's just like what is happening between Obi and what Soludo is advising him to do. That you have to extend your tentacle to other people.
No,
because this story that you painted now, excuse me, this story that you painted now, that he was trying to at least to liaise with the federal, so that at least some benefit from the federal can also come to the Western region. But Awolowo was not comfortable with it. Was it a bad idea?
You can't liaise without the knowledge of your leader, because you have a leader at the federal level. So what he was trying to do, he was caught. He was trying to sabotage the interest of the party. He was trying to establish himself as a leader from the West here against Awolowo leadership. And he was caught. He was trying to do it behind the scene without the knowledge of the party, because it's the premier. That was when he said, so he was planning a coup against Awolowo leadership, and he was caught. And he believed that if he can have the federal might behind him, he could be successful in toppling Awolowo leadership in the West. He was caught. Awolowo
So
was the
why
leader.
was
Hold on,
Awolowo
hold on,
charged for
hold on
treason?
now. Hold on. Awolowo was the leader. There's nothing that you want to do without consulting him. He's the leader. He's the leader of opposition and the leader of the party at the federal. There's nothing you want to do with the federal that you won't go through your leader. But he was conniving with the North to sabotage the interest of the party and topple our leadership. But he was caught. So,
Hey, quick question,
let me finish. And this your saying that because Awolowo could not align with other people, that is even not true. Awolowo offer Nnamdi Azikiwe to be premiership. I mean, to be prime minister, and for him to be a finance commissioner. He tried to work with Nnamdi Azikiwe for Nnamdi Azikiwe to be prime minister, but it was Nnamdi Azikiwe that, how do I say it? Nnamdi Azikiwe that turned around against Awolowo to go and marginalize the interests of this entire South, to surrender his strength, political strength.
I think it thought if he sees them as a better option than Awolowo, that was why
It is
went
not.
back.
No, it was not. No,
the
it was not.
story is made
So
real.
let me tell you this: the votes they had then, Zik political party, NCNC has the highest vote, 2.5 million votes. That was what they had, and Awolowo follow with 1.96, 1,960 or something like that. And the Saduana party have 1.9, but Awolowo party is like maybe 700,000 votes more than the thing. So look at it. The Azikiwe came first. On that basis, Awolowo saw NCNC as the number one party, because Awolowo himself, they carted out from NCNC to go and form Action Group. So, and Zik, was the leader of NCNC that time. So he met him. He said, "Look, you have the premiership, the prime minister, and I be the finance commissioner. We can form the government." So Awolowo try his best to align, but he was disappointed by Zik. So this idea of Awolowo doesn't know this thing, and for you to say, Zikwe sees Awolowo as not a better option, that's why he went. Even though if that would have been the case, that you didn't see Awolowo as a better option, does it mean that you have to go for less when he had the highest vote in the whole of the federation? So the person that came distant third, you surrender the prime ministership to that person only for you to be ceremonial president. Does that make sense to you? Does that make sense to you? No. And that was what that was when the problem of Nigerian state that we are going through today, that was when it started. Wrong decision, selfish decision by some of crooked leaders can languish the country into a long time backwardness. That is what we are suffering today. That singular decision that Azikwe did.
Hold on. Prince, your audio is so bad. It's so bad, man. Please. Oh my God.
Prince, can you go out and come back in?
Yeah, it's so bad. That's why I'm muting you before. If you can go back and come out, yeah. Ajale will continue.
So it's not true, Simba. This what you are saying that it was just a wrong decision made for wrong reason. Yes. Okay.
I still believe that Awolowo too was working for himself, while Akintola was trying to do like what Tinubu was trying to do, try to do now. Because Akintola wanted to go federal. Yeah, I agree that he wanted to build his own political empire. And there was a chance too that if he managed to get to that federal by alliance, there is tendency through that he was going to render Awolowo useless. But that does not negate the fact that Awolowo too was fighting for himself as well. Even though he was a very great leader, but then he still got some things wrong. Okay,
Ola, hold on. Let me ask you a question right there. So, who would you blame for the problem that erupted and languished? I mean, and the problem that erupted that caused that, a political instability that resulted into serious intra-party problem in the West back then. Who do you want to hold responsible for the problem?
Both. Because both were the leaders.
No. Hold on, Ola. One person is the leader. Awolowo is the leader. Right?
And Akintola was his deputy.
Okay, yes. But now, the deputy, going behind to meet the opposition party, the enemy party, without the knowledge of your leader, what do you think he's trying to do? You don't look. We are talking of an organization. Organization must have a structure on how to operate, and the way to operate, is to a political leaders must meet to discuss on anything. But you are going behind. You didn't include anybody. You wanted to emerge.
Okay, Awolowo Gbesele Tani. When it's Awolowo Gbesele, see, it could have, because the way Awolowo behaved too, after they tried to resolve issue between Awolowo and Akintola, and you putting your feet on Akintola before they coined that word Ogbesele. You see now, those are the kind of things that MC Oluomo will do today. I will blame MC Oluomo. But Akintola eventually won that seat in 1963. Even by state forming that alliance. I know that we can liken the same thing to how Omo Boriowo just sidetracked Padekunle Ajasin in Ondo State in 1983. That led to crisis. I know that there's some kind of similarity.
Yes.
But then how Awolowo resolve that issue too. That's why I say I would say both of them they were culpable, because there's a way you could still resolve something without making someone less human. So the two of them they were culpable because they were tussle for power. There was some tussle of power. Yeah, Ladoke Akintola wanted that power. Awolowo too wanted that power. Maybe if Awolowo had gone federal, the gone federal, that means that in forming alliance.
Awolowo did not want power. Awolowo is already in power. Is the leader.
But he lost because he was targeting the prime minister position.
Was trying to topple the leader and trying to sabotage the interests of the party. You don't look at it as you are looking at Awolowo as is the problem. Awolowo was not the problem, it's the party.
No, I'm saying both of them were culpable because they were leaders. I don't just want to say, oh, it's very easy for me to say, oh, it's Akintola. But both of them, like I said, the way you resolved the issue of Akintola, Awolowo was a lawyer, Akintola was a lawyer, and you ask they force your fellow lawyer to lie down and you put leg and say Awolowo basically. And no, those are kind of the dirty politics. All those things would normally bring bad blood. You know, looking at Awolowo actions there, it was telling us something that if it were to be today, it's likely to be like the same thing. Awolowo was not a total saint, even though it was brilliant and he did a lot for the southwest of the country, for the western region. Because most people in western region today, honestly, whether we like it or not, they can see traced what they are to what Awolowo did that time. Awolowo happened to be the angel that God used to bring some people. Some people now that don't know how to even return the same thing they benefited back to the country today. So to me personally, I don't want to both of them because of the level of their exposure there. Akintola could not wait, just like Tiku could not wait for Obasanjo to pass his time.
Look, Ola, one thing, èèyàn méjì bá jà tó bá rojọ́, àníyàn tó jẹ́ pé ó jàre, á jẹ́ pé ènìyàn kan tó jẹ̀bi. So this idea of mo blame àwọn méjì, you don't see èyí tó jẹ́ pé tá máa náwó sí pé ẹni tó dá wàhálà lẹ́rìí.
No. I got your point too. Yes. I got your point I got your point that there was a mole in the party that was trying to partner with the federal. I got that. Where I say that I had issue with the way Awolowo and
you don't topple, you don't make any attempt to topple anybody that is your leader or do any harm or jeopardize the interest of whoever that is your leader or your superior at work. You must always.
Can we say loyalty is
loyalty? Thank you. Yes. You must always be loyal to whoever that.
No, it is true that
but when you are
loyalty, I want to look at it that way. But it is true. I will say it.
But when you are making attempt to do everything to topple your superior or your leader, then that is the worst thing to only commit in life against. And you must not do anything to let that person down.
I know that's like a tracing, though. I know.
Yes. So,
that is what it is.
Can you say Oshibajo is in these shoes for now?
Thomas, which one were you introducing now?
I never forgive Oshibajo. Baba mi ti dariji Oshibajo.
Tinubu now. Let's Tinubu says that now. Uncle Thomas. Let's.
Our family dear. I never forgive him for that thing, for that act. I've never forgiven him. It's a kind of disloyalty to Tinubu's part.
Is it better now, Thomas?
Oh, yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Yes, it's clear now, yes.
Okay, cool.
You can chime in here if you want to come in.
Yeah, I was going to say quickly, see, when it came to Oshibanjo and Tinubu's issue, everybody thought they saw a crack in the wall. They saw an opening to go in there, because people talking about Tinubu's age, he's getting old, this and that. And Oshimbaja, of course, is smart. He knew better, but hey, he saw it as an opportunity, and also kind of a not necessarily a pride thing, but as the vice president, it's natural that he should, he should throw his at in the game to, to be the president. That's almost like a natural progression. For him not to have attempted that would show
Prince,
a sign of
sorry for
weakness.
coming in. Prince, this question. Don't you think if he supported Tinubu may say, I will do one term, then they will give him the second term? Because Tinubu will be like,
Thomas,
possible.
Thomas.
Everything is possible now.
Thomas from
Everything is possible. Why not?
Mesopotamia. Thomas, Jesus.
Oh, actually, that's a good point. Except that if who knows? Tinubu's health may deteriorate.
Who knows? Yes.
Who knows? That's true. And Oshimajo would naturally be the right person to step in as a Yoruba person, continuing. Yes. That's a good point. That's a good point.
What is going to happen to the vice president? Hold on. Tinubu vice president. What's going to happen to him?
Exactly.
They will abandon him by the side and go and bring
just to play the game of 8 years. 8 years.
It is not done like that. You said you just mentioned it.
Actually, Angelico, let me make a quick point. See, it's quite obvious. You guys probably know that the reason why Tinubu went all the way and bypassed all the great candidates in the Northwest and went all the way to Northeast and chose Shetima was because of loyalty. He trusts Shetima. So if anyone would do that for Tinubu or for Oshibanjo, would absolutely be Shetima would do that. That's why if the way Tinubu went about this election is almost miraculous. Let's think about it.
Shetima that was raining curses on Oshibanjo during the primary time.
Well, no doubt. Well, that's why Tinubu is the man. That's why he can go and go. That's why Tinubu is not Pitobi.
You don't know. Let me tell you this. You don't know the way politicians think. That's why you are talking like this. You think when it comes to position of power, you think politicians give it up easily, right? You think politicians are like you that have plain mind with your fellow.
I know. That's why I said Tinubu went all the way. He went all the way to the Northeast and chose somebody that's not from Northwest. There's a reason for that.
The reason for that, let me tell you, the reason for that is to counter Atiku from the Northeast, is to divide. It doesn't want Atiku to have block vote from the Northeast. And in order to counter Atiku there, to reduce Atiku's vote that will be coming from Northeast, that's why he took that guy, because he knew in the Northwest,
but in hindsight, in hindsight, did it pan out?
What did you say?
I said in hindsight, did the strategy pan out? Did it work out?
Oh, the strategy
because
worked.
At the end of the day, the Northwest gave him the most votes. And imagine if he had chosen somebody from the Northwest. Well, it wouldn't have mattered what number came out of the Northeast. They would have supported their own candidate much closer in numbers than they did for Atiku against Tinubu. That's how you look at the math.
Look, what I'm telling you is that Tinubu choose Shetima from the Northeast to counter Atiku, knowing fully well that their party is grandly and stronger than any other party in the Northwest. They control the strongest base of their party, APC, is Northwest. So they have that strong belief that no matter what, they will win the Northwest vote.
Yeah,
So,
they
but
did,
the
but
North,
it would have
but
it would have increased its votes, its numbers by at least 20% more if they had chosen a candidate from the Northwest. I think so.
No. Maybe it wouldn't have won today. Maybe Tinubu would have been defeated because the vote that he got in what do you call what is the state of Shetima? Borno State. The vote, you know that Borno, if not for beavers, you know that they used to have 1 million votes, almost 1 million votes from there.
But
2 times
it
of
got
Buhari.
it got like 250 or 270,000 votes. That's what he had.
Yeah, what I'm saying, that is what the good job that Bifa did. Bifa was able to cut down a lot of vote.
Well, exactly. So to that point again, then it would have been better to have gone with, the Northwest, because the numbers from Borno was not that impressive at all.
Hold on. Okay, what of? Did he win in Kaduna?
No, it did not, but it got good numbers, solid numbers.
He didn't win. He didn't win in Kaduna.
But it got good numbers.
Some of the states. But let me tell you this: what Tinubu's strategy worked well for him. At the end of the day, he won the presidency, isn't it? So
I agree, and that's why
you can never tell what will have happened if they have choose from the Northwest. So they knew what they were doing.
But quickly, how many states did Tinubu win in the Northeast?
In the Northeast, I think he won Borno.
That's it, pretty much.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's it. I can.
So it's it, but you guys can correct me if I'm wrong. But my understanding is that
we still have. I think we won like 30 states from there. I think we won like 30 states. I think we won like 30 states from there.
From the Northeast.
Yes. From 3.
But you guys correct me if I'm wrong.
No, it's only Borno. Only Borno.
Okay. See, so but correct me if I'm wrong. See,
he would have lost.
The way Nigeria's election is set up, a candidate does not need to win any state. Is that correct?
Which candidate wouldn't have been the top on the ticket, or who?
No, I'm just saying in general, the way Nigeria's election is set up, to be the president, you do not really have to win any state.
No, you have to win. What do you mean? Why wouldn't you? How can you become the president if you don't win any state?
You can come second and win. Win. You don't need to win. 25% what is required.
No. You look, for you to be the winner.
They are technically correct, but how are they going to amass the number? What they are saying is this: if you win 25%, all right.
No, if you have impressive numbers, impressive numbers,
you can
49%.
You can get 40%, 40%.
That's solid numbers. Those are solid numbers.
You must still have the majority vote.
Oh, you will have a majority. See, the way this election was with three main candidates. See, Tinubu didn't really have to have won any of the states because the votes were split. Now, in the states that he did very well, the Southwest, Northwest, if he had like 49% in all those places, and Atiku could not cross over, just like Obi could not cross over in the north. Yes, he could have won solid 36 states plus or minus Abuja and still be the president without winning any single state. So the issue about
what did you say right now? What did you say now? Repeat it.
Now I'm saying that Tinubu could have won impressively in all the states, 36 states plus or minus Abuja would not have mattered if he had impressive numbers all across the country, including, let's say, the north, the southeast, without winning any states, because Obi did poorly in the northeast and the Northwest. What do you call them? Atiku also the stronghold, the PDP stronghold in the north, in the southeast, it did poorly. Okay, even and okay, it did okay
It
in the
did
south
poorly
south.
throughout the southern states. Southern state generally it did poorly.
Exactly.
Generally in the
So,
south.
but see, so what I was saying though would have worked perfectly in this scenario of three solid candidates. So Tinubu could have just won solidly all across the country, 25% or more to 49%, and did not have to win any state, and would have the most votes and still be able to meet 24%,
Yeah,
24
correct.
states or more in to meet the required numbers. Yeah.
How would that have been possible with the third man race that that we witness? How
Well,
would that be?
that's what
In
I'm
fact,
saying.
it's the third
It would
marriage that's making it possible. It's the third marriage that makes it
exactly
possible.
exactly. If it had been two candidates, it would not have been possible because it would have been just second all around, all along. But if it had with a third person there, that was a perfect. And I think that's why the reason won. So just like Professor Kiyama said, a big thank you to Peter B, because if Peter B had not
Yes,
shown
I
up,
think you're right. Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
if Peter B had not shown up, I
Mm-hmm.
think it would have been really extremely difficult for Tinubu to win. But I say a but because why? Atiku is the worst politician ever. I think Atiku would have bungled it with him and Tinubu one-on-one, because that guy is so terrible. They were trying to sell us Atiku as the unifier, just like Mr. B as the savior. Atiku is not a politician. He has a lot of money, but he does not have the acumen, the political strategy. He doesn't have it. He does
No,
not have it.
no. Let me tell you this. What happened with Atiku was that maybe he was getting some kind of promises from the cabal in the Asoro that being a Fulani man, they will prefer him than Tinubu. That's number one. And then number two, Atiku was campaigning on a tribal, a campaign on tribal, how do I say it? He carried that tribal campaign in the north. You see, thinking that will help him to get more votes from the north. That if he can defeat Tinubu in the entire north, even
Well, see, that's the problem.
considering the
Was that
fact
his
that
fourth or fifth time?
hold on, considering the fact that Buhari had divided us along regional line, he thought that the Wike issue, Wike doesn't have more than River State.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is a poor strategist.
He thought that Wike doesn't have more than this thing. He thought that no matter what, Obi, because he doesn't have structure,
well, okay.
they will still win. They will still win some states.
See, I'm sorry.
In the
I'm not a political strategist, but even myself, I saw it months ago. I told my brothers, like, look, and in the beginning, earlier before we got closer to the election, I said, look, I'm seeing Obi winning the East by 60% easily. As time went on, I gave him like 65, 70%. But I believe so much in Atiku and the PDP that, look, this is an established political party. They have a solid stronghold in the Southeast. No matter what happens, they will come out with at least 30% of the votes.
No.
The way they showed up.
No, hold on. You see, they cancel out Southeast, but they thought that they will win South, except Rivers. You understand what I'm saying? Their calculation was that they win South. At least the chairman Udom was in Akwa Ibom. They believe they win Akwa Ibom. They believe they will win other parts because people from that leadership of the party from that region, except Wike, were with the party. You understand what I'm saying? All of them were with the party. So they believe that because the party has been voting for them all along since the beginning of since the 1999. They
I know, but Angelica,
yes.
what about Southeast? What about Southeast?
No. They have ruled out.
Why would they rule out Southeast though? It shows their weakness as a party and their leadership.
Hold on. He thought that he can counter that. He can recover that loss from the Southeast, from the North. You understand what I'm saying?
So you're saying you undermine Tinubu's leadership and ability. Is that what you're saying?
He thought that the tribal campaign that he was delivering in the North will help him because the 3-man race was between 3 regions. I mean, it was between Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. So he was banking on the calculation that, okay, Yoruba people will vote for Yoruba, okay, Igbo will vote for Igbo, and okay, the South will come for me, and I will get a larger vote from the North, and that will take me to the presidency.
Because of Okowa. Because of Okowa.
Okowa, the one in Edo State, and the Akwa Ibom.
And Cross River.
Yes.
And Cross River.
And Cross River. So he thought all those ones, if you can get
all of them are lightweight.
Right, but it should have known. It should have known
if you look at it very well.
But he miscalculated.
But
I think
did well. Atiku really did well in the northeast and northwest. He performed abysmally in North Central and Kano, and that was what finished Atiku.
Right, but we knew though that unless you guys
look at the votes in Kano. Tinubu that came second in Kano had over 500,000.
Yes,
that has taken out 2 states already.
Right,
completely.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Yes. Then in the North Central, Atiku did not win any of the states in the North Central.
You know why? Because it was divided a lot between the Christians and
Niger State, Kogi State, Kwara State, Benue State. Out of the 6 states, Tinubu won 4. It was only Nasarawa and Plateau, and the Nasarawa and Plateau was won by Obi.
Atiku will not forgive Obi. Atiku will never forgive Obi.
Well, listen, apart from that is true. That is true. But apart from that, Atiku is a poor politician, man. It has to be the worst. It has to be the worst. Because
let me say something. I was thinking they are going to find somewhere to, Obi, you know what I mean. You know what I mean? Yes, because this is the Atiku's chance.
I know.
If Obi is not in this
golden opportunity, golden opportunity. Yeah, absolutely. It would have won this election because just by the sheer numbers.
You will have won.
Because without Obi, right? Just like he did in the PDP primaries, they pretty much bought all those politicians in the Southeast. Without Obi, it would have paid them all off, and they would have given him all the votes. No doubt about it. In the Southeast. But again, we thank God for Peter
Obi. The Igbo will vote massively for Atiku.
Oh yeah,
they
100%.
Will vote massively for him. And 100%. Even the South, it will get all the vote from the Southeast and South. In fact, the distance, it will be like 20 million to 5 million.
Tinubu.
Oh yeah, big time. Big time.
Massacre him. Seriously.
See, and all he had to do was, Wike told him, "You must go." You must go. It didn't take him serious. He said, "You must go." They didn't take him serious.
But do you know that if, even with Obi, if Atiku had resolved that problem between Wike, the G5, and the
Yes,
party,
yes,
you know, they will have still won.
yes, absolutely.
They
I
will have
agree.
still won.
I agree.
Yeah.
So I don't agree with that one. Can you explain?
Okay. How they will have won is this: Wike will have delivered
River
or
State.
rigged. He will have rigged in favor.
Ajale Coco.
Wike
Why do you use rig? That wicked now wiki. That guy na mafia.
Wike will have rigged that
I
River
use
State.
winning now. Don't use rig in Ajale Coco.
Madam,
Hey,
Madam Zita.
let's be real. Let's be real.
Wait.
At the end of the day, man, that win that Tinubu had in River State, man, I don't know all about that, man. I don't know all about that.
Look, let me tell you, Zita has told us here that they never voted for once in Rivers. He said every presidential they just write figure. He said that vote doesn't count. He said it's figure every time they conduct presidential in Rivers.
Bishop also confirmed that.
You see. So when they say Peter B won in River State, I just keep my mouth shut. I like no, maybe he did. I don't know.
Wike will have rigged in favor of this thing, and Wike will have used his money. Look, let me tell you, money play a lot of role.
Of course.
Wike will have deployed a lot of resources in terms of money, you know, to rig some other states as well in that south. Because Wike will want Atiku to win by all means in their region there, and Wike will have given them so much money as well to rig some other state as well in the north, particularly what do you call this?
Baba
North Central.
Do you think that the south people we, apart from don't let us use ring or money, would believe in their son being because they will accept Wike better than Okowa as vice president. So if Wike is a vice to Atiku, I think that one will switch the vote of South Side towards Atiku better than Okowa.
I agree. Yes, because Wike is a South, it's a born South, and Okowa is. I don't know, but that thing it was it's just good for Tinubu, man. Tinubu was just a lucky man.
It was a bad choice for Atiku. Another mistake I made by choosing Okowa.
You're right.
Was a bad
Okowa had a complex. Did you know that the Igbos did not accept him as an Igbo man? Actually, they did not fully. They did not. They didn't think it was fully an Igbo person, and so to them it was like maybe half or whatever. And so overall, Okowa was not the best choice to complement Atiku's ticket, really. Wike would have been a much better choice, I believe.
Atiku is afraid of Wike. That was why I couldn't choose him.
Well, that made quite frankly, I think that made a lot of sense. But that's what he had to, forgo because, Wike would have been a pain in the neck as a VP. Really, I believe so. just like Tinubu also chose wisely.
But Prince, if you were to be Atiku, will you ever pick Wike as your vice?
Oh no, never, no. I won't do that.
So that's what people are saying. They are blaming Atiku not to pick Wike.
But if you wanted to win, Wike would have been the choice. Sometimes you can't have it all. You have to go with what you have. It's either you choose Wike and have to deal with him as a pain in the neck for the next 4-8 years, or you turn the other cheek and turn the other way. And you chose Okowa, which was a political, lightweight for the most part.
I give it to him. I give it to him not to have picked Wike. They could have been combative like Obasanjo and Atiku.
But it would have won.
Remember that? Yes.
It would have won though.
It could have been, but it could have been Obasanjo Atiku regime now. Cat and dog, vice president and president. Because
yeah.
that is it now. Wike have the alpha male. Wike is a leader on his own. So two
Yes.
leaders cannot be in a ship. Never. It can never work.
That is true. And that's why we can say Shettima is a consummate complement to Tinubu. Shettima also is an alpha male, but is a loyalist, is a strong loyalist. He's not going to do that to Tinubu.
Loyal, Prince, you know that word loyalist in politics. I don't play with it. You have to be loyal. You are talking of GBAJA, Mila, all those ones, they are loyal. Loyal to the core. To the core. You can imagine Tinubu snob Oshibajo. Femi walk up to Tinubu, Baba, go and greet Oshibajo. And he listened immediately. He listened immediately.
That's cool. That's good.
No, come on. So the level of loyalty in politics, I respect it. I respect. That's why I still castigate Oshibajo till tomorrow for picking up that ticket against Tinubu. You don't do that now. Come on. You don't do that.
But just like I said, he had to save face though. He had to save face. I mean, I didn't think he had much choice, but yeah, that's.
Oh my God! I think. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So maybe a little bit noisy in the background.
Yes, noise. I'm driving up. What happened to one man? One man just left.
Oh, he said he was waiting for you to come in, but since you didn't show up, he handed over to Ola, I believe, to take over.
Oh.
Yeah, but
sorry, I didn't know that.
Ola disappeared immediately you came in. Immediately you came in, Ola disappeared.
He disappeared. Yeah, because I told him I'm busy at work. I just closed from work. I have 5 minutes. So I think we'll just shut it down at 8 hours because I'm going for a meeting again. Yes, yeah. So just give us 2 minutes round up every 2 minutes so we can round up 8 o'clock, 8 hours. Yes, just give us because I don't even know through. I'm at work, very busy at work.
Yeah, that was like an interesting talk. So, a lot of topics yesterday. Yeah, there was some interesting topic yesterday. I was going to mention. I think with Ajele Koko and
oh yes, it was.
And somebody else. They were talking about the ranking of the regions the regions in Nigeria based on their productivity, and none of the East came last, the 6th, and none of the states were from the East were in the top 10. But yeah, and someone was trying to justify why that was.
Wow.
Why
it was Ola that was trying to justify.
And was it Ajele Koko that
I don't agree with him. Yes, I am a supporter of Ajele Koko.
Yeah, Ajele Koko's reputation was solid all around, but it came from a more like a technical statistical point. But I was more concerned about the social psychological point to why we know that the Igbos are very successful industrials and all this good stuff. How come they can't do that in their own space successfully? That's what I was more concerned about, because I believe they could do it because they have a lot of assets and resources and human capital. But how come they don't go to their own space and develop it and trade amongst themselves?
That's a big question,
Praise,
oh my brother. Why can't they
praise.
do it in their own region?
Excuse me. Apart from trade, tell me what other thing that they have.
They have girls. They have girls. They have girls.
No. But the same thing they do now across the country that are successful in Lagos, in Canada, and all around.
They can't do it in their space. And
Why?
so
Why?
whatever they do outside their space, because there's no market there. How many Igbos? I told you more than half of their population is outside their region.
I agree with you, but about 5 years ago, that was when Peter Obi was running with Atiku. Then I watched a lot of video, but this guy, it was an Igbo guy, was showing a video. He went to what they call Aba Market, was newly built market, beautiful market. The guy was taking a video all around and say, "Here's a beautiful market in Aba. How come the Igbos are not here to populate the market and trade there?" It was showing an empty market, beautiful, brand new market.
Prince, did you want to be kidnapped?
Wow.
No, it's not. It's not even. Excuse me. It's not. No. It's not about this kidnapping of a thing started recently. The problem is actually right from time. You know, when we talk about making your space conducive for other people to thrive, that is the effect. That is the effect. How many Yoruba people do you see in the Southeast? How many outside people do you see in the Southeast? The way you see them all over other places. That's the problem.
Are you
if you are selling your market,
are you saying that they don't like to trade amongst themselves? Are you saying they don't like to trade amongst themselves?
If all of them are doing the trade, then who will be the buyer?
They do also. Okay.
They will be selling their goods and they will be buying it. Who is going to buy it? They can't be selling and buying their goods themselves. That's not possible.
But they have consumers too. I mean, obviously they don't all trade in Lagos. They have consumers too. They have consumer population that can.
The outside their region is where their big consumer are, isn't it? Yes, outside their region is where their big consumer are. It's not in their region.
And then another thing that we don't take into cognizance, because Ola was trying to say because Lagos has the airport, has the seaport, Ogun State is very close to Lagos, and was trying to formulate some theories. Okay, what about the northern states? If you remember, Thomas, there was a time I was talking about farming in Kwara State, and I was mentioning fish farming. Let me tell you, yes, I tell you that in the whole of West Africa, Kwara State is the highest producers of catfish. And the people they don't take it seriously. Let me tell you, that industry in Ilorin is a multi-billion naira industry. I know some of my friends that have invested billions of naira, not even millions. I'm talking about billions. You understand? Every day, the amount of money that enter that state from catfish sales is close to 500 million or up to 1 billion. I'm telling you.
Wow.
This is a business that I'm also an investor there, and I know what is happening. So, but all those what people look at is industries. But they don't value what agriculture actually contributed to our economy. Agriculture contributed more than oil, more than even industry. So, and it's very difficult for people to quantify this because most of these things are informal sector. You cannot. There's no farming going on in Southeast. The whole land has been ravaged by the erosion. Even the soils are not. They cannot grow anything there apart from maybe tree, maybe something like palm. That's the only thing they can grow. They import food from all over the place, and so to me, even when they were talking about the agitation of secession, I was just wondering how they will survive alone.
They will be buying food from Nigeria. Nigeria will sell food for them now.
Really?
No, somebody even asked. They asked Desk a question yesterday that do they even have a port? he was talking about we want dry port. When you are talking about seaport, you are talking about dry port in Abia. It's a landlocked state. It's a landlocked region. And the whole space, could you believe that the whole space of Southeast is not up to Borno State?
Even Borno is a pretty big state. It's not up to, maybe slightly bigger than Oyo State actually, but the former Oyo State was bigger than the entire Southeast.
Do you know they are still requesting for additional state so that they can meet with other region, 60 states in each region. Hello?
One more state?
Yeah, you know they are asking for one more state so that they can have 6 states as we have in other geopolitical zone too.
Well, because there's more money in having more states and more allocation. Is that not the case? That's what they're going for.
Yeah, right. And that is the point I was telling Ola yesterday, that look, they don't contribute what they get.
The RGR or whatever, IGR is very low to the center. I think you mentioned that yesterday.
Yes, what they get from the center, they don't contribute.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, yes.
Neglected.
Yes, I think Ajali Goko network went off. Ajali Goko, are you there?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. The question I was asking Ola was that a region that doesn't contribute 1% of what is given to it by the federal government on monthly basis, they don't contribute 1% to the GDP of Nigeria compared to what is given to them on monthly basis. How do you want to tell me that such a region is neglected by federal government?
Right, and that's why there's such a huge dichotomy between the people of the Southeast and the leaders, because the leaders know the numbers. They know the real numbers. That they don't produce that much coming from that region, and that's when people like Nnamdi Kanu and the rest are agitating for separation from Nigeria. They don't want the politicians know they don't want to be part of it because they know they have nothing to offer to the unity of Nigeria when it comes to this revenue or IGR.
Prince, I don't know. Can you guys hear me? Good evening. I came a little late. I'm just working. Anyways, I don't know if you were listening to the morning drive this morning. We had an earlier session, and I was questioning one guy from the east named Emmanuel, and he talked about the need for a deep sea port in the east. So I had to go pull up the map and there's a place called Slave Port in Abia that he was hoping that the federal government will dredge the river and expand it for access to the ocean. Do you know how far that port is from the ocean?
You mentioned 180 kilometers.
180 kilometers from the ocean. So you want us to now dredge 180 kilometers?
No, the dredging. Wait, is it not going to cut across another state? Is it their land?
3 states. So they're going to dredge. No, it's a river, but they want us to expand that river into. So we're going to spend almost 7-8 trillion, or how much, to dredge to do what? What kind of who will invest there?
No, you invest in another new country.
So that'd be a deep dredge because it's going to allow like commercial ship to come through, right? I think that's what they're going for.
What makes more sense is that you just do dry ports. So the port in the rivers or whatever, you just do it dry, like a train line to bring it there.
They cannot do a train line. It's not their land. Because it belongs that land belongs to another country. So we have to have an allegiance. It's like what? Look, if you look at a country like Ethiopia, they are landlocked also. So they have to liaise with Djibouti, and it's through Djibouti that they are getting all their things from Djibouti ports. So if they want to they have to be getting either from Calabar or from Port Harcourt, and they have to be paying to whatever country they also belongs to.
No, they will not pay. No, because that would be a federal government project. There's a way around that.
No, we know. You know what we are talking about. If they secede, that's what we are saying.
No, they're not going anywhere. It's all propaganda.
They're going anywhere.
They know
they're not going anywhere. Why do you say that?
Simba, they are businessmen. They are businessmen know the truth. It's like they will say, "Oh, we develop Lagos." That's not true. Lagos gave you the opportunity to become who you are. That is the right narrative. But they find a way to.
You know what? I like that point right there. I tell people, like, people want to come to go to America, or whatever. I said, look, the line itself that gives the opportunity to thrive. So you can't just say, if you have so much talent and you want to trade, why don't you go trade among yourselves? So don't say you develop a place. Why don't you take your talent and your resources to other places? So you're right about that.
That's the thing, Prince. But they're not willing to have that very difficult conversation about their land. It's like they are in denial about reality until they can tell themselves the truth about what they really have or what they can do over it. Because number one, nobody wants to go to the East. It's not attractive for real business. I'm not talking about retail business. It's not attractive. So until you can tell each other the truth in your own area, learn to work with other people, then perhaps be less tribal and have a way to open up your land to others. So until I can respect other people. Yeah, until I can see that happen in that space, you will continue to have that mass migration to other parts of the country. But it is a way of just masking your inadequacy or self-esteem issues. Like deep inside what you're lacking. So you come with that anger.
Babati, did you hear that Igbos are selling their property in Lagos? They said they are selling their property.
To go
It's a lie. It's a lie. Don't let anybody tell you that. It's a lie.
Nobody is going to sell anything. Don't let anybody lie to you. They're not going anywhere.
So who are those buying it?
Ṣé pé irọ́ ńlá ló ń pa yẹn?
Who are those buying it?
No, to go where? No. Guys, I'm being serious right now. That pot.
Babati, ṣé pé irọ́ ńlá tó fi wówó ìyẹn nìyẹn.
No, normally they say all these things, so and I have to study these things one by one to know, okay, what is real. So that pot thing, I had to go study all the the deep sea port in Lagos. Federal government only gave that project about $200 million. And Lagos gave about half a billion. The other $1 billion was by Singaporean and Chinese companies. So it's a PPP project. So tell me, what kind of company will now pay for dredging to now find a port in slave port in Abia? No private company will invest because you can't make your money back now. Importing what? What is there to import and export? So it's not viable commercially. So why do they keep lying to people? And people believe that. I was surprised Emmanuel was saying that this morning that they should give them deep sea port. Like the guy even said the port must be deep, like the one in Lagos. I'm like, what do you mean deep as the one in Lagos? Do you even know you have river, they have ocean? Why are you comparing river and ocean in terms of how deep something should be? So
river them I
don't know.
River man now.
So I don't know this need. Now they want one more state. One more state where? What do you need one more states in that area? You're not even as big as Thomas State, Abi. Oh, Toyo now the whole southeast is not even bigger than Oyo State. Why would they not give you one more state? So it's something that they need to talk among themselves.
Well, it has been ingrained in them that the panacea to their problem is having that seaport. That would solve all the problems, so they don't have to go to Lagos or other places to get their imports.
And who are they going to? Okay. Let's even say they ship into that area. Who are they going to sell to? Themselves?
They bring it back to Lagos.
So, but there's already port in Lagos. You see what I'm saying?
They feel handicapped. That's why they feel handicapped. That they've been dictated to. When it comes to how their shipping goes. But they think if they have a full control of that, of the shipping.
Wait. How is that? Listen, how is that cost effective for me to ship into the southeast, manufacture then ship it back or through road to Lagos? Would it make more sense to ship it into where I'm going to sell it in Lagos?
Well, right, but that's what they're saying. They want independence. They want independence.
So what's the argument about? What is this? So if the biggest economy in Nigeria is still Lagos, where are you going to come sell those goods and services? Why is the need for you to go and produce
and the biggest market too?
Yeah. So what is the economic sense in producing in the east, then shipping?
Let me raise the question. What is the total population of the southeast? Is it up to Lagos?
50 million. 50 million. They said they are 50 million.
50?
Yes, now I've heard that before.
No.
According to Kanayo.
Are we doing drama here? I've heard 50 million before now. I'm not joking, no.
And Thomas, thank God for that amendment that Buhari just signed 2 months ago. That's the amendment that we expose everybody. So if you have lazy governors, we will know. If you have a lazy region, we will know.
Which amendment is that?
The 16 amendments now. Now, Pasowski, now your state cannot generate their own power, electricity. They can even have their own train line by themselves. So you go and read they've changed the constitution now. So if you have time, Google 16 amendments by Buhari.
So if you like, start criticizing.
Okay. So in other words, they can negotiate by themselves to also have a seaport.
You can't keep blaming Abuja again. It's your governors. So if you have a useless governor, we will know who is working and who is not working.
By the time Lagos State governor do seaport, and you all know you will not be saying it was why they didn't do.
Patoski, they've already they have to now. They finished one already. They have the second one coming up.
Yeah.
Lagos will have.
Do you know Ogun is planning when OGD was governor. Okay, thank God, now you be prepared. When OGD was governor, they were planning a deep seaport in Ijebu water side now because that is the natural deep sea. There's a natural deep sea there.
Let me give you one Patoski.
I think they already have a dry port in Shagamu or something like
that. Yeah, to connect with the one. So there's no, but they compromise for the airports, for the cargo airports in that Shagamu area. But the pressure we put on Ogun State from diaspora, commerce here, we have our own union here. They put a pressure on them. So you know that red line in Lagos, that train line that ends in that Agbado area. I think I've said it before on this platform. Ogun had to go sign a deal with Lagos. So that line will not continue from Agbado into Songo into Ifo. That way you can live in Ifo and work in Lagos. That is our own way. That is the way government should be thinking. You must collaborate with different states. That's the way it's going to be from now on. So if you have a lazy governor that is not innovative, in your state, that's the way it's supposed to be. We know who's working, who is not working.
Even this Biafra of a team, to me, no, they just use it as a tool of propaganda. There's no ideology behind it. Anytime they wanted something, hey, want to go.
Simba, ask them that even the component of Biafra, even the South, they say they don't. They say may leave them alone. No, so they don't be Biafra again.
They cannot join them. They cannot join them.
So who is Biafra now? Biafra is dead now. That is a dead country. It doesn't exist anymore.
No, that's how may still come alive when Nnamdi Kanu is released.
Release again.
Yes.
Don't release him more.
Patoski will be their finance
But
minister.
Ajale Koko, have you forgotten? We already have a prime minister.
That man is mad. That guy
Has
is a
declared
mad
himself a
guy.
prime
He's
minister
a
for
mad.
Biafra land. I'm not joking now. We talk about it here now.
Prime Minister living abroad, Abi.
That's for prime minister.
What's your ball? One ball. One ball.
No, Thomas, the guy said that there was an election. I said, when was the election? Who voted for you as prime minister? Where was the election?
My referendum election.
It's by popular opinion.
Babati, do you know what make me just like these people are not serious? It's just fairy tales. It's just I don't know. It's just like comedy. Like somebody is doing comedy. You declare yourself a prime minister of Biafra land in Finland. It's just ridiculous. He told us last year that before the end of the year they are going to get their nation. It's just ridiculous talk every time.
Ridiculous to you, but I think a lot of the people believe it, and they're believing those guys, Nnamdi and this other new guy. They believe what they're saying.
But there is no actualization.
Prince.
There's no actualization.
But the perception is strong amongst the people. I mean, I guess a lot of them are being deceived, but the reality is that they truly believe that they're gonna get Biafra, and also their lives are gonna get better once they become their own country. But again, I think
just like the Yoruba nation deceiving themselves.
Yeah, those people. I'm not sure what they want.
They are deceiving themselves.
I'm not sure what they want. What their problem is.
I'm a Yoruba nation.
The question I want to ask is that everybody talk about secession. Hello.
Yeah.
Me, I have not seen any country that seceded in recent time that are actually better off. Look at South Sudan.
South Sudan not good.
Look at South Sudan.
Simba, we are not Prince. Let me explain to you. You see, Nigeria's role in the world is this. It's like what you boss say. If we know who we really are in the world, we will not be behaving this way. The way we are really seen behind the scenes among powerful people in the world. Nigeria's role in the world is very important. They will never, let me repeat, they will never allow Nigeria to break up. Let me repeat. They will never allow Nigeria to break up. Because if Nigeria should break up this easily, that thing will cascade across Africa. They cannot, because you are the gold standard of Africa now. So if you say I want to break up and they give it to you, Ghana say I want to break up, Benin say I want to break up, everybody wants to break up because they look up to Nigeria as that's the gold standard.
Babati,
they can't allow that. I'm telling you.
Babati, to buttress you, when I conversate with some Africans here, if you see how they respect Nigerians, like we are the god of Africa, like the god.
They call us.
If they are talking of Lagos, yes, they are talking of Lagos like this, like Lagos is on in all. Sometimes I feel respect. I said, even though we don't cherish what we have, but people cherish what we have, even for us. The Kenyans, the Liberians, just name them. They say, oh, Nigeria. You guys are making it hot. You guys are great. You guys are this. You guys are that. But we don't cherish what we have.
So to the world, Nigeria is like they will not allow that happen. So anybody telling that Nigeria, because even before UN can show up into your country, that means there must have been war. Look at how many years Sudan fought and killed people before they showed up. It takes years of war, conflict, and before they can break up
hey,
the
it's not the
country.
same. It's not the same Sudan. Look at what is happening now today. Now, look at what is happening in Sudan now. Not South Sudan, even the North Sudan, the real Sudan now. Look
They are
at the
fighting
conflict.
now.
They're fighting. So it to me, and if you look at even look at the Eastern Europe, the former Yugoslavia, the former Czechoslovakia, and all those countries, are they really better off after separation? They are not.
Yeah, not really.
Prince, they say that the person that has the least to lose always calls for fight. So look at Nigeria, who has the least to lose if they fight? Of course, they'll be the one to call for fight. Now, I know they leave from my house. If you think die, maybe
But in Nigeria, the one that has much to lose is the one asking for fight.
Who?
They are the one that have much to lose. Believe me.
No,
because they are the one that have investment all over.
No, I'm talking about your homeland now. If you look at so if your own place does not have much to lose, you say look at what happened during the EndSARS now. Remember the guy that was arrested for burning the Lagos buses now? It was an Igbo guy now. He's in jail now.
Did you see what this guy was saying? It was actually orchestrated from the Southeast, that EndSARS, the destruction of Lagos.
Yes, really? It was peaceful. It was peaceful at the beginning now until they joined the whole
thing.
They
targeted. I have the audio when they were asking them, okay, we are so place now. Okay, burn them down, police station, burn them. It was all these cannons and make part something now.
That's my point. If you don't have anything to lose, you can then leave stuff. That's just the way it works because you don't feel like it's yours anyways. So why wouldn't you burn things down? So let's just forget that or break it up for now. It might happen later, but for now, I don't see that happening. I just don't. I don't see it. But to this David Hundeyin, whatever, this idiot from Badagry, thank God that Twitter finally banned this idiot. I think I've had enough of this guy. Just
I'm sorry. It says from Badagry.
Yeah, it's from
Badagry. It's from Badagry.
You see his last name now. It's from Badagry. He's an Igbo guy.
Oh, so it's not an Igbo person?
It's not.
It's a Yoruba guy.
It's an Afonjalomo.
Afonja. Okay.
I want to do you buy any. Yeah, that's just because the guy would just come out and say, "Oh, I have this fact, I have this stuff." I'm like, who is paying this guy? He has to be bankrolled. Somebody is paying. Someone actually paying something. Somebody is paying him because there's no how you're going to go this far for free. I'm sorry, it's like a paid agent trying to destabilize the country. So, and Obi in the UK. So obviously the dilemma about the UK.
Has he returned home?
He came home. He said if it happened that maybe by mistake that he was.
What did he do actually? What is his crime?
My point. That's what he did. They said that somebody stole his ID. That's a lie. Nobody stole your ID. Because if somebody stole your ID, you will not say it was by mistake that they committed crime, right?
Okay, yeah, true.
So if you say like I will not go there and willingly commit a crime, that means something happened. So you should then tell us what you did in the UK by accident. That would be the next question.
I think what someone was saying earlier today or yesterday about it could have been the campaign finance thing.
Yeah. One man was saying that.
Okay.
Prince, but you know that what that means, right? If the UK is holding in for that, that means the US is next because it came here too.
Yeah.
So that would be.
They got a lot of money from the US.
Only 3 days. He spent only 3 days. He was there on Friday and he came back on Monday.
I thought he was not even allowed to enter. I think he was deported.
Yeah. And it's supposedly be holidays. We went for holiday. So is that 3 days holiday? Is that possible?
He was deported.
Don't say that now. How do you know he was deported? I'm still asking this question. Is he a citizen or permanent resident?
He has properties over there, so he probably be like some kind of permanent. I mean, if you have enough money to buy properties in the UK, at least you'll get some leeway. And the US is if you have properties, at least the green card will be yours in the US. I mean, so probably. But if it's campaign financing in America, that is a serious crime in America. If that is what it was held for in the UK, I'm going to assume that in the US as well, they'll be after him as well. And that's a very serious crime in America. So coming to America, flying from Houston to Atlanta, raising funds with that proper that is bad. That's not good.
What of if they found
But
something?
would they be violating a campaign finance law in America? Would that count?
I'm not sure because it's a
Babati,
yeah.
what if they found something wanting against him in UK and they give him that kind of treatment like Ekeremadu?
Obedient. I want that just release him. It was Buhari's government, they want to lock him up in UK. They will come up with all these stories now, but it's not just when this thing is over, somebody needs to study the obedience.
Babati, why don't he address this issue, telling people what really happened? Because I think he hasn't addressed it till now.
No,
people are
Thomas,
just guessing and guessing and guessing.
Thomas, it will come out eventually. What he's doing is trying to provide a soft landing for his followers. So when he says, I did not do it willingly, it was a mistake, whatever, what is preempting what is going to come out. They're going to release the story eventually. It will come out. You get me? So forget him saying it or not saying it. We will know what it is. Sooner or later. So it's just like getting ahead of the story by saying,
But
hey,
if it's not something serious, why is he hiding it?
That means it's something serious. It's just, but how he was allowed to go, that one I don't know. Like, how would they? Was it like a Nigerian? I don't know what happened in that.
Shefe cause so more ni
bí ọ̀daràn tó bá jáde kọ́ ọ̀daràn ní ilẹ̀ Ìgbò kọ́ inú túbú sá inú túbú ni
I think they definitely know that they definitely know that Peter Obi is a presidential candidate, and they probably don't want to interfere. They don't want to interfere.
Prince, what is Ekremadu guilty of? Did anybody know?
Slavery?
Organ harvesting.
No, slavery. That's what it was prosecuted under the new slavery law.
New slavery law?
Yes. Yes.
UK, nice, yo.
Wait.
Maybe he has the consent of the guy.
No.
That they want to remove his liver.
No.
Kidney.
Thomas is liver. It was kidney. Thomas is
kidney. But interesting. See, I think it was a Nigerian doctor also that was arrested, also persecuted. What was the doctor's deal with it? Did the doctor come from Nigeria to UK?
Yes, Dr. Obina.
Was he supposed to perform the operation in UK or something?
I think he was one that actually. He was one that is like an intermediary between him and the guy.
What the shag
Oh, rí Ekeremadu, wọ́n tẹ̀ yẹn sí wọ́n tẹ̀ yẹn sára ògiri, wọ́n wá tanná sí lójú kó tó take a picture ẹ̀.
On a more serious note, if this happened in Nigeria, the man would have gotten away with that. You know that, right?
He wouldn't have been arrested at all.
In Nigeria, nothing will happen.
No, let me tell you. Even if it is in the Asia, maybe somewhere like India, no, nothing will happen.
Thomas.
Oh no, I
Because
can't guarantee that.
Thomas.
Because let me give you a story of if I have a child that was managing in Nigeria, sickle cell disease child. This child now has end-stage renal failure, and because of the poor management, because each time the child had severe anemia, the parent will refuse transfusion, so the kidney shut down. Now, none of the parents, like what happened to the Econimic and not the parents, the father, the siblings, the mother, they refused to donate to this child because they have money. They thought they can buy kidney. So they had an agreement with a guy in Nigeria. They paid him 4 million naira. Then that was around 2008, 2009. So they had an arrangement. The guy followed them to India. So when they got to India, the guy absconded from them, and he has collected the money.
Nigerians. Escape route.
Báwo ló ṣe sá lọ mọ́ ọ lọ́wọ́?
But that's crazy. That is wrong.
Passport ẹ̀ ńkọ́?
I mean, that is wrong.
Ajale Koko, my wife is laughing here. My wife is laughing here that
if you know you are not doing it.
Báwo ló ṣe lọ mọ́ ọ lọ́wọ́?
Exactly.
Ṣé wọ́n á fọ bàbá Ajele ṣé wọ́n á fọ ṣé wọ́n máa so mọ́lẹ̀ ni?
Wọn ò bá lọ ṣe ní China, àwọn Chinese máa mú ni. Ìjọ méjèèjì wọ́n máa yọ. Àwọn Chinese máa yọ méjèèjì ni.
Pàtó sí ògbàdo ní méjì kàrí kí ló dé.
Ó bá bá àwọn kíkó yẹn pé wọ́n máa ń yọ méjèèjì. Tó bá lọ ṣe sọ pé ó fẹ́ donate níbẹ̀ yẹn, àbò lọ sọ pé ó fẹ́ volunteer. Tó bá kí ẹ mọ́lẹ̀ báyìí, wọ́n á yọ méjèèjì.
No, wọ́n lè yọ kí ni wọ́n á yọ ọ̀kan, wọ́n lè yọ nǹkan míì. Wọ́n lè yọ nǹkan míì. Wọ́n máa ṣe bí mẹkáníìkì. Wọ́n máa ṣe bí mẹkáníìkì.
Mo bá yọ ètò dáa.
Ẹ̀gbọ́n wọn ṣì bá wọn kókò láti Nàìjíríà.
Àwọn Chinese á yọ̀ fún àtẹ̀dọ́ ẹ̀ náà mọ́.
Pàtó ṣé spare part ni ṣé spare part lè yọ ní China ni ṣé spare part ni ẹni ọjọ́ gbogbo tó yọ sówó tiẹ̀.
Ajale Koko nǹkan tí mo gbọ́ ni pé wọ́n á yọ ètò dá ń bẹ̀. Wọ́n á yọ ètò dá ń bẹ̀, wọ́n á fi ètí ò dálẹ̀ fún ẹ.
Wọ́n á fi ilẹ̀ wọn ní kókó lọ kú dànù. Èèyàn dúdú.
Ṣé ẹjọ́ ṣé spare part olúwẹ̀ báyìí ni ó yẹ spare part lọ.
Ẹni tó ti gbowó wọ́n mọ̀ àwọn Chinese mọ̀ pé àwọn èèyàn máa ń gbowó wà ní wọ́n mọ̀ kan tó olóṣù làwọn Chinese yẹn náà olórí burúkú ẹ̀dá ni wọ́n.
Ẹnisu àwa di aláàbò ara pẹ̀lú owó lọ́wọ́.
Tẹ́mi ẹ̀ bá gbé ó gbọ́ pé bàbá tí ẹ gbọ́ pé ńgbà kan tó ẹ pé wọ́n náà
máa donate. English.
There was a time now that I heard that they donate kidney and to buy iPhone now. I saw one Indian.
No, it's very common in India. It's very common in India. They voluntarily they go and donate to get money. They donate their organs to get money. Yes.
How can you do? Do you know how sensitive the kidney is? I mean, there's a backup. It's like a dual function now. Sometimes. How can you? Wow.
The problem. No, you don't need more than one. Yes, but are you sure of the one that is good and the one that is bad? Let me give you. I have an experience. My immediate elder brother. That time he was around 52-year-old. He had the BPH, benign prostatic hypertrophy. So in the process of Abati, let me explain from one lawyer Yoruba.
Your prostate. Your Patoski, your prostate, right? To wà ní ẹ̀gbẹ́ tó bá ti wú, ó máa sanra. Tó bá sanra ẹ̀gbẹ́ yẹn àti tọ́ ànira.
A máa di bí títọ́ ń gbà jáde, a máa wà ní difficulty in passing area.
Prostate challenge.
Okay, so in the process of now preparing him for surgery, we did an ultrasound. That was when we discovered that he actually has been surviving on only one kidney since birth.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Believe me. And the man is still, he did the surgery around, that was 2015. And so everything is okay. He's living his life.
He's still okay
Oh,
on
wow.
that one kidney.
Yes, now he's been surviving
But
with it for more than 50,
my brother,
for almost 60 years now.
It's good for him, because now he knows, so he'll be watching his diet and everything.
And if I immediately we did the ultrasound, we have to hurry so that because the bath flow can actually affect that kidney. So we have to hurry up and do the surgery so that, yes.
Okay, because if the
So there are so many people that are going about there, they don't even know what they are carrying about in their body.
We don't know whether I want to walk.
Exactly. We are not sure.
So if they cut you up,
my two they
don't
work.
they test both kidneys to see which one is good or bad?
No. That's the reason why you need to do your annual checks. So they can see your, you will know. You can do your kidney function and make sure you are okay.
Okay.
That way, every year, just so you want your like blood panel, like a CBC, BMP, whatever. Just
I think here they just make sure that you do it for medical here is free. So and the annual check is a regular routine for everybody.
I mean, if you're diabetic or
you must be speaking from Canada or England, right?
Yeah, I'm speaking from Canada.
Okay, it's free. Okay.
Medical is free here.
If you're on any BP meds or diabetic already, you should be checking already. They should have checked for you already if you're taking anything for those two. Because that the biggest,
for my age, they check
kidney
your
destroyers.
prostate. For our age now, I think doctors you people prescribe that will check prostate regularly.
Agbowa fún yẹn o. Agbo tó máa shrink. I'm telling you, Agbowa o. Agbowa tó máa shrink gbogbo kìíní yẹn o. Agbowa fún yẹn.
Nbolo ti ragbo ẹ.
I'm serious. Agbowa na.
Boya ni Baba Tim prescribe fún wọn ní US.
No. You know our time shaking in. I think because when you have
medicine.
Are you into Baba T? Because you always talk about this traditional. Are you into traditional medicine?
No, I
Aboti di babalawo ni.
Babalawo ni from time tó kọjá sínú
iṣẹ́. Mori Baba T tó ń pọ̀fọ̀ ǹjọ́ kan fún patient yẹn tó pọ̀fọ̀ fún patient yẹn ǹjọ́ kan. Ojúbà lójú rí bọ̀bọ̀ làgùntàn wò.
No, I'm serious. There was a friend of mine in New York. Is a doctor there, Dr. Agba, that he had one patient only enlarged prostate, actually cancer actually, and on the low. When you have somebody coming to see you in the clinic, people are using herbs, so you must know those herbs. So if you go and study how I join all those groups in the clubhouse every Friday. We meet every 3 hours.
Okay, you ask your patient, are you using any medication?
Because
you are using Agbo.
Yeah,
so that you know how to prescribe.
I want specifics because you can have Agbo medication interaction. You need to know what they are taking. So that's the reason why I took interest in it. But this particular case actually in New York, any other lower because so we have a group on Clubhouse where we meet, so we share ideas. Where it's like writing a soap note. Soap note here, I can give you the SOA, right? When that comes to the planning, we now combine with our Lagbo because their diagnosing is not very good. Simba, they not so we will teach them how to diagnose some things that they already know. They will teach us how to what they prescribe. Check your liver function, because more dosing and they
don't know the side effects.
So that's what, because you have all these Nigerians taking on this Agbo, so that's the reason they're taking interest in Agbo, to know. Okay.
So you will know maybe that person is taking something that is likely to
but that person the that actually got that thing cured with Agbo. So one Agbo from Latin Nigeria. Would shrink a prostate? Yes, I've seen that done before.
Wow.
Prostate cancer?
Yeah,
not cancer.
I'm telling you, like enlargement.
Okay, I have a brother that is on it. I have a brother that is on it now, but I don't believe in it. Because let me tell you, Babati, let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you. Let me give an example. There was a time a traditional man was claiming that he could treat diabetics, and he was giving them something like agbo. But what we discovered that the guy will go and buy all those oral hypoglycemic agents, and he'll be dissolving them in the fluid for all these people. It's a deception. Because, there are medications. Actually, now, if you don't want surgery, there are medications, orthodox medications that you can take that will shrink it and will not allow it to.
Simba, let me give you one that is even very basic. If you are
So the
pre-diabetic,
orthodox medication that can shrink your prostate.
Yes.
But that one is used
But
also if you are hypertensive. So they will just combine it to if you are having
No, but for
hypertension.
some of us that don't have that prostate challenge now, is there a medication that we can be taking such that it can prevent?
No, all you need to do is to be doing yearly PSA.
So until it starts
Babati,
enlarging,
you say if you're pre-diabetic, what do you take?
So I will also you can get this by tablet. It's a natural. It's CMOS, CSEAMOSS.
Yeah, the dry ones or
you can take it dry. You can take it cap. They have in capsule form. If you take like CMOS. CMOS. So you can take it like twice a day or
is it like
every other day.
supplement?
Yes, it's a natural CMOS like a plant, but they've made it in capsule form.
Okay.
So if you are watching what you eat, the low carb and everything like that, and trying to lose weight, but if you take CMOS with that, it should help you because they will do your A1C too. So if you go back
It
and
can
do
even help you to
your A1C,
lose weight, safe.
no. That one, Patoski, stop eating in Mickey D. But if you
who are the subjects that who takes? How do you know if you are talking about people that have a family history?
No. You say no. You know how somebody goes to see the doctor and they say, Oga, you are getting your A1C is going up. It's not there. 6.5 will be where you diagnosed with diabetes, right? But before that, if you're like 5%, Oga, you're getting up there. They will now recommend lifestyle modification, whatever. At that point,
so like pre-diabetic stage.
Right. Like let's say you go and do your A1C, right? Your annual whatever. And they say, guy, you need to fix some things in your life.
Maybe at the borderline.
Yeah. So before you get over, you shouldn't start because that way, I mean, once you cross over 35 plus, you need to start cutting the sugar back now. Those things at some point in your age.
35, right?
Yeah, you need to start cutting all the.
I didn't cut anything.
So
it was at 35 that I started taking heavy coke and coffee.
Pato. You see your belly, that belly where you get. once it goes over 40, if you measure, once it goes over 40, so it needs to come down.
If your belly is over 40, as in 40
as a man, if you measure your waist, if it's over 40, that's not good. You need to go bring that belly down.
40 inches, right?
Yeah, because
that means if you are wearing trousers of 40 inches.
Yeah, that's not your belly.
No, my own is still 30.
Yeah, because that is a visceral fat, right? Simba, that is visceral fat over there.
It used to be 32.
Yeah.
When I came to Canada, but since I came to Canada, it has jumped to 34, 36.
Yeah. So what CMOS does is it will lower your triglycerides and also lower, like help you with
which is the A1C, is that?
No, A1C just
hemoglobin A1C.
So if you take CMOS capsule and of course cut your sugar out, all those No. I did this to me. You see, I never say go and be eating away like lunch, that one does not work. I know people will not do that.
I was so hungry yesterday. I mean, day before yesterday in the office, I was forced to go and buy salad. Man, this life safe.
Babati, you know what I've discovered? I think it's just because somebody has been lazy. When I first came in, there was time I was gaining weight. I just remember when I was in high school but I was secondary school student fellowship. I'm on Babiri now. If I do biribiri like 3 days, do you know I just went biribiri? I lost 10 kg within a week.
No. But that's not good. If you lose more than 2 pounds in a week, that's bad. Could that for kidney?
American standard, American theory, American theory ni baba tí ń fún wa yẹn.
No,
Simba,
am I wrong?
Tó bá jẹun.
No, you are right. You are right, Baba T.
Òun láti jẹ snacks. Tó bá tún jẹ
No, but
snacks,
if you do
kó tún
fasting,
jẹ
for
lunch.
example, you do
Tó bá
3
tún
days
jẹ lunch,
fasting.
wàá tún jẹ snacks in between. Kó tún jẹ dinner.
Pẹ̀lú juice àti apple ju gbogbo
Ẹ pẹ̀lú ẹ̀ wàá máa jẹun. Wọ́n máa jẹun.
But what makes you grow weight? Is it the carbohydrate or the fat or what, or the meat?
It's a lack of everywhere combined. How about tea?
If you consume more than what you expend,
before,
if you eat more than what you expend, the remaining one will be gathered as fat.
Yeah. That's what has happened to me with this accounting job that I'm doing. Because I just sit in one spot for a long time.
You know, I was going to gym every day, right? I lost almost half of my weight and I was feeling good, looking good. The next thing I traveled to Nigeria, I have a sister-in-law. That my sister-in-law, you can't resist our food. Like see, every day I will be exercising. I'm doing push-ups, doing all sort of. I was looking for real. By the time I came back from Nigeria, I spent just 2 weeks, but that 2 weeks was just like in heaven. I compared the picture I took in Nigeria and the picture I took when I was here in America. Man, within those 2 weeks, that transformation was so rapid. You wake up in the morning, your food is ready. Afternoon is not like whatever you eat, but evening, and my brother was not even helping. Every night we must open one bottle of red wine. I said, man, this place is you will die young here. I'm telling you. And I was like, no, I can't do this, man. I can't do this. So since that time, my brother, I've not been consistent with.
So let me give you what I usually do with people, so that works. The most dangerous thing a black man can put in their body, the most dangerous is sugar. That sugar is not good for black people. So if you consume high amount of processed foods and sugar, first remove that one. She might get abulailo, but that sugar, soda, canned food, juice.
Hey, Babati, sugar in any form, including honey?
I'm saying no. If you do organic,
He's
raw
talking about
honey.
refined sugar.
Okay.
Yeah, like the all these canned sodas, all these so-called Simba, they say diet soda. I want it all. What the hell is diet soda? It's the same shit, man.
Fruit juice sometimes is even full of
sugar. So that one's gotta go. You can't, once you start eating 35, 36, you must cut that soda drink, or the water or carbonated drinks will be better. Then you then go to, don't change your diet completely, because I know it's not
I changed my diet then. I cut the carbs.
Sustainable not anymore. So say you will go back to what you are used to.
But
what
the
you
only
can
thing
do
is that
is
the energy I like I like energy then. You know, when it's supposed to be having much energy, that would be so slow and all that.
Okay,
but I was going to
low.
No, really. I think the sugar, I cut off my carb. I cut it in half, carb especially, and I was eating more of vegetable. But I make sure that I was consistent with my exercise. Then every day I must go to gym. I mean, it was just every day.
But that is not sustainable anymore. So say
it is the
gym every day. At some point, you will.
No.
So,
if I hadn't gone to Nigeria, all this wouldn't have happened for real. You know, there's the way the result will motivate you, and it becomes part of your lifestyle.
My brother, you know what happened to me? One day, first of all, they say, okay, if we buy gym equipment, we'll be okay. I bought gym equipment. At a point, I was not using it, so I told my wife, let's move it from downstairs to our room. Maybe if we move it, because we have a gym downstairs, let's move it to our room. By the time we just roll up from the bed, we just go to the machine and start doing all the thing. My room is filled with equipment now. Nothing is happening. I now went to register YMCA. YMCA, they are just eating my money now.
Yeah, man. Let me give you one that you need. Just buy one equipment only. Oh, need anything? You know that? No. You know that pull-up bar. Pull-up bar now.
Which one now? Okay, that one that
pull-up bar. Elekun. Yeah, because I work to my head. Just do 10 pull-ups. Do like a press up. To man say press up. Kai set on the bed, vertical angle. You just do push-ups daily and pull up.
Oh, I think
that
I
you don't
know
need to
that. They sell that thing in
do.
Walmart now.
Yeah, you don't need to do no. Just do pull-ups every time.
Okay,
Because
I can't to the bed.
like press up.
Yeah.
So it's the whole idea is muscle being looking here, and you can run in the park once or twice a week. So keep the cardio going and just do pull-ups. My help to kick when because my work is that
muscle. Man, I was looking good, man. I was. Woo.
So what happened now? Why did you allow food to
now at the Awulowo Awulese?
I think that thing about cut back lórí oúnjẹ tó ń jẹ, particularly thing about if you eliminate your this McDonald's fast food.
Would you window?
If you eliminate that, if you don't eat that at all.
But our food also is not that good. Most of our food is full of
our food.
Negate that much weight now. But all if you want to
because Nigerians they can work it out. There's a way they burn the energy. But here you eat amala, when you get back from work, at the end of the day, that energy is still there. It's not good anymore.
No. Let me tell you, you have to watch what you eat and when to eat it. Our food.
That's another thing.
Yes. Our food, it is good during the daytime. It's not good in the evening time.
Unfortunately,
yes.
You're telling the kitty man not to eat pounded yam in the evening.
If you could dalale
because but I watch my parents eating pounded yam every night, and they never get fat. I wonder how they do it.
Because they work now. They're not like you.
Yeah, because pounded yam táwọn jẹ yẹn iṣu gidi ni kò ń ṣe ìyàn àdó.
Look at the effort that your mother
is ìyàn àdó tètè yìí. Àwọn dẹ̀rẹ́ omi ló máa ń mu, wọn ò mu juice, wọn ò mu any other thing.
Adewale.
So
look at the effort that your mother put to even pound the yam. So all the energy he has born it even before eating it.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
She has born it because she's expending so much energy. So she's just eating, replenishing the energy she's used to. And the following morning, the man is going to work and is probably going to, after work, he's probably going to farm and then coming back. So he has burnt everything. But you eat the pounded yam from there, you
go to bed straight up.
It's just like when we used to play golf. We say golf is exercise. We play golf for 18 holes. By the time we get to the clubhouse, you drink beer. So what have you done? You eat pepper soup, you will drink beer. At the end of the day, you have not burnt anything. That's the problem.
I was wondering about Bati. Is it laziness that make people just forget, decide not to go to gym, or what is it?
Like it's because the idea of what a gym is, it scares people. Imagine Colossi gym missing. So as a man, you see all these fit people that are with muscle, it will discourage you. So man, it will discourage you in going. But
yeah, go ahead.
What you can do is you can have like a to pay is go, but you need some kind of motivation if you want to get into it. Hire a gym instructor.
So you see this guy on TVC. About did you told you That's what one man called me the first day I joined you guys.
No.
Yeah.
Let me give you a Jacob, but my friend, I will battle you the
Say maybe somebody else will benefit
okay.
too.
So I have a juicer, right? So every morning when I wake up, I have lime, ginger, green tea, my juice out, hot water. So the first thing that hits my stomach in the morning is warm water and lime and juice, and yeah. So your stomach in the morning before you even put anything in there is that. And once a week, every Wednesday, I don't eat, just water. So
You
once
don't
a week
eat
I
on
start.
Wednesday?
Nope. Just every Wednesday, just water.
Yeah, that's fast now.
So because your body has to reset itself now. Because if you are always eating, no. That way you will know what your body requires, your calorie size. You must know what you need. So if you know body need the 3,000 every day, you start eating below that 3,000. So this is a long-term weight loss program. So my body requires 3,000 calories every day. I will start eating 2,500 or 2,600 every day. You see,
I was at the party Saturday, and then at that party,
Hey, Babati, what about intermittent fasting?
They have
that one. I think that's a very. Go ahead, Diwali.
They have they were serving rice, serving tuwo, serving abala, serving porridge at the dead of midnight. Man, I was standing there. I was standing there.
To just take water.
My brother, you see that smell of begri? The way you, man, I was looking at. I watched all the food. I was like, God, what should I? There's no escape. I was looking at that. I'm like, particular. I ended up taking one plate of it. Man, temptation everywhere. See, one thing is this: you have the zeal to do this thing, but then somebody is making one nice food, is smelling good, like everyone is on health, and there's no way you eat this food. And most of the food we eat here in diaspora is full of steroids, man. You got a lot of chemicals in all those foods.
Do you know what happened? American food is oily one is from corn syrup. So corn syrup is very high triglycerides. It's a very high dose of that. So that's why they could buy the burger to buy a book. But
to America, America, wọ́n fẹ́ káwọn èèyàn máa tètè máa kú ni so that wọ́n máa tètè máa ní fresh.
Can't marry business none. So
that they'll be giving you medication. You eat medication like food.
Babati.
Yes, sir.
Ẹnìkan ní the àgbo jẹ̀dí o.
Ọ̀páyìn.
Ọ̀pẹ̀yìnadé Abato.
No. I gave them earlier now. That is the CMOS now.
Somebody at the comment section said that jobless man they go gym.
No. The CMOS Ọ̀páyìn now. Tó bá lo CMOS yẹn.
One bag. So
tó bá lo Thomas.
$800. For 2 weeks. No, with the bond, the deposit.
Somebody mute the mic.
So let me answer Prince.
I think what I would do.
The fasting, the fasting thing. It depends. I think the ideal would be the 12-12. Let's say you eat in like 9 in the morning and 9 at night. So you give your stomach 12 hours break. So that would be the ideal.
Has fasted 40 days. Why are you fasting again, man?
No, the guy said no. Prince was asking about intermittent fasting.
But Jesus has already fasted
like 12 hours, right?
Okay,
yeah,
12 hours.
Where you eat maybe because maybe your body needs that morning rush, depending on the kind of job you do. So maybe in the morning when you eat one, then you give yourself 12 hours. When you come up at night, maybe at 6 or 7, you eat again because you're going to sleep. So that's like 6 plus 6. So between that 12 hours, then that should do it for you. At least twice a day will be the ideal fasting method for
you see, I have a friend the guy eats only one food a day, like normal portion. So he will take it, he will bring it to work. He will eat a little of it in the morning, put the rest in the fridge. In the afternoon, he will eat a little of it, and before we close, he will eat a little of it, and that's all. Just like normal one portion that me I will eat, that normal people will eat at a meal.
Yeah,
So
body,
you see,
body one require that much of food. It's because the way we were raised with food, you know. Some people don't even eat in the morning. Breakfast is not really the most important food for people. That's a lie. Breakfast is not that important, to be honest with you. Oh, need the breakfast. Your body can do enough to last you to 12 or 1 o'clock. But it's the way we've been conditioned to believe that we need food and blah, blah, blah. But come on,
Hey, with the donut, you see, the breakfast in America, they serve you a gateway to hell. They will be giving you a pancake and donuts.
Blood pressure.
Then I also discovered that when I stay late at night, I eat, because I don't eat so much in the morning and afternoon. But if I stay late at night, I'll be feeling hungry. Then I'll be looking for something to, like, as I'm talking to you guys now, I'm looking for something to put in my mouth. Because I've been awake now. This is 1 o'clock already here.
Sugar rush. Sugar.
Mo ṣe mu gàrí kan tó ń sìn ni. Small teaspoon of sugar.
You know, I think Garis, our forefathers and foreparents, they drink Gary in their life. I had a baby, new baby, not even up to 2 years. Every time I'm drinking Gary, it's always a fight between me and this girl.
Give me.
She like Gary. She doesn't even eat any other food than that Gary. You will be dragging it with me. I say, how come you just new girl? It's like as if somebody deprived you of Gary the first life you came, or something like that. Of all the food in that we eat in this house, it's only Gary that she likes. If you like pounding young cook rice, cook it, but nothing, nothing like her. I was like, you can't be doing this. So thank God, I never mentioned it to our pediatric.
Omi ọsàn. Àti ginger tó bá ṣe sínú omi tó warm water tó bá mú láàárọ̀, fíkún ẹ, ó máa help kún ẹ láti wálẹ̀ díẹ̀. Tó bá lo sí mọ̀ sí yẹn mọ́, á flush gbogbo sugar yẹn, gbogbo ọ̀pá yẹn. It's like ọ̀pá yìí náà, mi kò fẹ́ sọ pé ọ̀pá yìí lẹ́ẹ̀kan ni.
Oh. She's the baby deal ọ̀pá yìí.
Your wife will thank you. Sort of a year. No. If you really want to go pay why red onion. Why juice red onion? I'm like, Aleba yi yani.
But really
red onion. Oh, ultimate Viagra ni. To bá ṣe red onion pẹ̀lú garlic tó bá juice omi ẹ̀ tó bá mú ọmọ ẹ̀ dára.
Hey, Babati, for the CMOS, gel, capsule, or what tablet? What do you recommend?
The capsule would be better.
Capsule, okay.
Yeah. But you gotta work on your diet too. So if your diet is really shitty, that's got it. So no drive through.
Oh no, I don't eat fast food. In fact, I'm always done eating by 8 p.m. I'm done.
Right. And if you're overweight, you gotta lose the weight, especially your belly. It's gotta come down. So you gotta work on that. You know.
Belly. That's a sign of big man in Nigeria. What are you talking about?
You see, I think with age, we I guess the metabolism slows down, but well, that's one thing I've noticed. But I don't have big stomach or nothing. I mean, I just did 15K like a couple of weeks ago, so I'm always active anyways. But I realize, it's the sugary stuff in the food or the drinks, it may be a problem.
right? It's a lot. Yeah. Just
I
water.
have to stop all that one.
Yeah, you need to the gari lemon that's gotta go. Pato.
That's not
That
good,
one.
Abi.
No, like it's like when you do like a complete. I don't recommend complete elimination because if you cut it out too fast, if you go cold turkey, you will relapse.
Yes,
So
I agree. I agree with that.
it's just gradual. So I always preach like you do size. So if you eat like amala, metakpelu, ogufeme mẹ́rin, let's come down to ogufeme méjì, but lamala kan, just there before you now go cold turkey. Because if you just go cold turkey too fast, your body will say, how far now? Where's my usual? And they'll start demanding for next thing you start running up and down for amala. I mean, so you just that training your body. Don't be that person that
whiskey?
Of what?
Whiskey.
You can do red wine.
Okay, that red wine is even sugar.
But like just small, red wine is still like
one glass a day. Is that all right?
Thomas, wait. One glass, not one tumbler.
One bottle a day.
One tumbler.
Agbárí ojúkú.
Overlook break we must no. One tumbler a day, one glass, look.
One glass or one bottle.
Hello day.
I thought that's what they said. We should be taking every day. Watch what you drink. One bottle.
The Motun discover sleep is another thing. They don't put on market.
Especially when you
continue to age, it looks like sleep does not easily come.
Yeah.
Hey,
sleep. You must sleep.
No, so back, you cannot do that much. You can take naps now. Do you take naps during the day? Few naps.
No, not everybody take. I don't take naps.
Okay. But my body is
I won't be able to sleep in a day. I won't be able to sleep in the night.
One nap to ban. Say me can soon. Me going to buy. But me going to buy me sweet hours bang. I don't know. Just.
Oh
yeah.
No,
8 hours should be guaranteed.
But even in the bedroom, when people have TV in their bedroom, they have their laptop, they have their phone, everything is just there. So so the real stuff there.
Baba T, do you know I fought my wife for that thing? She wanted the TV in the room. I said, why? She said no. I said no. She said no. I said, do you know what she did? She just went and bought the TV before I came back. Before I came back, she installed the TV.
Last.
Because your body does not need to be so you flag stimulate
before you go to bed. That's the problem.
The only screen I have in my bedroom is the camera of the house, just for monitoring.
TV. Is that bad now for some people? They have to fall asleep watching TV.
That is my mom's sleeping tablet. My mom's sleeping tablet. Television.
Yeah, which is that's not. Yeah,
Your boy ni mo nje báyìí ni mo try láti ṣe.
Fẹ́ pasi.
Wow.
Mo have busy air fryer right. Air fryer within 5 minutes don't match body tan.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, air fryer is the best. I have air fryer to fry anything. Use air fryer instead of all this oily stuff. Air fryer is the best.
Yeah,
that's the safest too. And hopefully you can.
It's very fast.
And you can replace your goofy with chicken. Chicken or turkey will be the best meat. So red meat here is bad. No. You can do turkey and chicken.
Babati, is that true when you are 40? Babati, is that true when you are 40 you have to call down your red meat? Is that true?
Yeah. You got a red meat, alcohol, smoking.
I don't smoke. I don't drink alcohol. I don't smoke, so I don't have problem with
And you
that.
don't womanize.
That one,
Womanize
so
the
that one we
I
can
don't
excuse
smoke, I
that
don't
one.
drink. I
I
stop
have a wife
womanizing.
now. Why will you womanize? You have a wife now. Why will you womanize?
Someone skinny him too much. Yeah, you man. You're supposed to be spiting
I
the
can't.
fight.
Oh, you call that Danny now?
Oh,
Danny
Joe,
was
I don't think
Idanko.
that Danny was Kuma.
I have a pounded yam at home, so I don't need to go and look for Eba.
Babati.
Yes, boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you said that you are saying something about the breakfast the other time. I didn't understand.
Yeah, no, I was being asked about intermittent fasting. So I was saying that if you're gonna do intermittent fasting, you can go through. It depends on the kind of job you do. If it's a heavy intensive job, then you gotta eat in the morning. But if it's just like office work or whatnot, you can wait to what we call a brunch, like the noon, to eat one time. Then you can go 12 hours, then eat again. So pretty much you eat in that early morning range. Then your body has about 7 to 8 hours rest, just drinking water. And when you get home at night, you eat again. Then your body has about 11 to 14 hours of break again. So
Because what I want to say is that all this dietary advice that we are giving now, don't you think is because of our sedentary life these days?
yeah,
That is what is responsible.
Timber, do you know why I say that? Do you know why I say that? I know fully well that people will not listen to me if I say this is go and eat greens and vegetables. They will not do it. You know that's the truth. They are so used to what they eat. So how do I then work with what they're already doing? So that's why we came up with this kind of things. Where if I tell you, oh yeah, Simba, no more meat, just go and eat vegetable and be eating broccoli like who is this guy?
Yeah. Babati, I believe, when it comes to diet, I believe in quality, quantity, and frequency. I think we should be able to eat anything. But if you use those three combinations for our diet, I think we're fine.
Moderation, right? Moderation in terms of what you put in.
Well, the quality of the food that we eat, the quantity, the size of the food, and also the frequency of what we eat.
Babati, what is the best breakfast for a man? For man,
the best breakfast for you as any human being would be fruit in the morning. Fruits and veg in the morning. That is the best.
What of cereal? What of cereal?
Babati, if the person is a farmer, you think he should eat fruit and vegetable?
No, that's why I said. I said earlier. I said he asked me, so I'm giving the average on the average.
Babati, when you say fruit, are you including berries or just everything?
I mean, if you don't die, okay. Let me put it this way: if it's just like plant-based stuff, like if you can do fruit like berries, it's fine. Berries, mangoes,
But because there's been a lot of debate about fruit having a lot of sugar in it.
That's too true, though. If you're diabetic, maybe not, but if you're gonna do a very high intensity job, then of course you must add some carbs to it. So sweet potatoes or whatever, but something light to get you ready, because you're gonna eat your lunch, and But if you're fasting, then it changes, right? If you are doing your intermittent fasting, then you must do something like, because the people that I know that do that kind of thing that you mentioned, Prince, once again, it's a friend of mine in New York. He's a doctor too. He only eats once a day, by the way. He eats everything, anything, 11 a.m. in the morning. Every morning, so he can eat 40,000 calories, but it's once a day. So whatever he wants to eat, he can eat it, but just once a day. And he does it. He's been doing it for how many years now? 10 years now? 11 years? Yeah. He only eats 11 a.m. every morning. That's it. He does not eat anything else. So that one does not care about quality or quantity or whatever. He eats junk, whatever, but he just wants a day. Of course, he does that. He does his agbo and agumo and all that stuff. So
And the doctor.
Yes, now we no, we discussed this now.
Will be down on it.
No, we discussed it. No, it's an Ifa guy, but that's not the point.
I knew it.
Boys, can you anything
how is he going to recommend Okwayi to a white man?
No, we don't.
I'm beginning to suspect Babati.
So how? How are you suspecting me? What did I do?
I'm
an Onisheshi now. You Simba, you know that.
Me and you be Onisheshi right now.
So that. I didn't hide that.
That's how you do.
About your body shared, Simba. I will turn it to Mufasa very soon. No, I do Mufasa, but don't buy you.
It's nothing wrong.
I think you guys have. We already go to human talk now. We and that wasn't bad. Yeah.
But Thomas, it's just that because it's the same. The onion juice is the same. If you want to spice up your bed, activities, it's onion juice. Yeah. That's your. There's nothing new. That is tobacco onion. You add the garlic.
Yeah. Something happens. I used to take honey before, but then something happened. I don't take honey anymore. Every time I take honey, I always have stomach ache. I don't know why.
You honey honey, so not garlic.
Yeah, any honey. I just realized that every time I take honey, it's always wahala. If I want, there's one particular Christmas.
Try Manuka. Try Manuka.
Any honey. It's just I just realized that
maybe you are buying those sugar honey.
No, even the one that was brought from Nigeria. I mean, that was original.
Don't trust the one that was brought from Nigeria too. They are sugar. They manipulate it.
It's not just one time, or it's been consistent since I left Nigeria.
Sorry, Thomas.
What kind of reaction do you have?
It's always stomach ache.
There's this honey from. Wait.
You might be having allergic reaction to
but I used to take honey before. I don't know why. What happens?
Thomas.
Maybe because of the change of environment.
No, Thomas. See, I've been having this since I was in Nigeria.
Okay.
Let's hear from Babati. Yeah.
There's this honey I've been looking for. It's from Australia. Is it Manuka? I don't know. It's like a little box like this. It's a raw honey.
Manuka. That's what I'm saying.
But yes. You know that your body also you must drink honey that is made in your local area because of how the bees get it. So if you want to get the real honey, make sure it's from your own area where you live, because the bees that are pollinating those honey, that are making those honey, maybe your body is used to the pollen grains in that area, or how they call it, the Simba, I've forgotten. Can you remind me? You know how the bees they recommend that you take the honey from your area now because of the
pollen grains.
Yeah, the pollen grains in that area. Yeah, so maybe you're having some kind of reaction to the honey that you're taking.
It's like an allergy.
Yeah, localize your honey.
Well,
maybe that will work.
As far back as 2003, 2005, I'm noticing that's what every time I take honey, regardless of any type of honey that I take, is always like that. So I don't even touch it anymore.
In fact, here in Saudi Arabia, we discovered that majority of the children, they have allergy to honey. So it's when we see any child with allergy, honey is part of those things that we check. Food allergy, I mean. Honey is part of those things that we used to check, because they take a lot of honey here also, and a lot of them have reaction to it.
Wow.
But honey shouldn't be reacting to honey. Honey is natural.
That's what I thought, but every time I take it, I always have that entire day is gone. The stomach ache.
The other food also, they are natural. We discovered that ordinary milk, some people, they take milk, they will have reaction. Cow milk.
Yeah, the lactose allergies, right? Lactose allergy. Yeah.
When I first came here, I discovered that peanuts here.
In fact, peanut is notorious, very notorious. Peanut is very notorious.
Can kill you. That can kill you. That allergy to peanuts can kill you. Literally.
Anaphylaxis. You can develop anaphylaxis.
Do you know that when I first came here, I said, what is peanut that people are reacting to? Because I eat green granite in Nigeria now. When I tried that peanut here, I developed cold cough almost immediately. Just by eating granite.
Then I think some of the sensitization that we have in Nigeria because of the nature of our environment, you tend to lose some of the something because allergy is not very common in it's infection that is very common in Nigeria in developing world. But when you are in a very clean environment where you are not having contact with some of these things, then you tend to develop some reaction to some things that you are ordinarily not reacting to before.
See, yeah, Babati, I saw a lady, he has allergy with what they call it, mushroom. And immediately he had the mushroom, the face was swollen up, the leaves was swollen up.
Yeah, that's anaphylaxis.
Oh my!
It can cause and it can get
She
it can go into shock
died.
and die.
Probably
yes.
give like epinephrine shot, right?
EpiPen.
Or like EpiPen.
Some of them they go about EpiPen.
Or Benadryl. If you can drink Benadryl real quick, if they can still swallow, but if they're swallowing up there, so one has to be very careful. You can do your test for that actually, your allergy test for stuff like that. You can go to like what do they call them? They can do like a test for you where they would test to see what kind of allergies you have. So
they will subject you to various kind of food.
Right.
Yes, and so that you do some exclusion.
They do that skin thing where they do it on your skin, right? Various different forms of allergies on your skin and see how you react to, yeah.
I think we have a good section with the doctors and the professional in the house today.
and the babalawos.
Baba T, do you know that I'm about to shut down where you came in?
Oh, I didn't know. I was just coming back from work.
Yes, I'm about to shut down where you came in. I said, Baba T, Baba T.
I've been wanting to take your number. Was it you and Kulata? You were supposed to give us a talk on crypto or something or investment one time.
Option trading.
Option trading, yeah.
Yeah, they didn't set it.
I would like to have your number.
Okay.
Just
I will put it in the comment section. Yeah. But I was asking one man because he didn't give me the time to set it, because he has to be the one to set it up for his platform, or we can do private.
I will send your one number to one man for me, I beg. I need to just chat to you about it.
Okay. I will put it in a private section. Or just drop me Pato. Just drop your email. Drop your email to the comment section. I will send it.
No, let me just send my number. Give me only us.
Yeah.
Let me just read the comment section. You can chat me on WhatsApp.
In the private,
yeah.
Where is Tinubu? You guys, where is Tinubu? You guys?
Easy. Thomas, he went to his own country now. I was joking earlier. I said, listen. They said
don't drop him.
Okay. They said Tinubu is from Guinea. Atiku is from Cameroon. Obi from the UK. You have this guy from Modena. Who are the real Nigerians running for office at this point? Do we even know? I mean, all these foreigners running for office in Nigeria. I don't even know who the real Nigerians are anymore. All these foreigners, they run for office for Nigeria. I don't know. But I think it's ridiculous. I don't. How can? Okay. So you said that Tinubu is was born in Osun. Now he's born in Guinea. At some point, it will make sense. More Guinea. And if care is not taken, Thomas, they are going to make this. The same way they do with Buhari, the Sudani from Buhari from Sudani. They will say Tinubu is from Guinea. The way they are going with this thing, before you know it, he was born in Guinea. I'm a Guinea.
Anything they like, anything they like, they should say he came from. But Nigeria
Thomas
don't vote
náà ọmọ
for.
Australia náà ni Thomas ń sìn.
If they like,
Oh my
if
God.
they like, let them say Tinubu is from hell. I will still vote for him.
Pastor.
Let them say came from hell. I will still prefer him to be.
Obi is the.
I was telling my brother that look, if Tinubu is on stretcher, as long as the man they think and they look, I'll still prefer him to be.
Which man?
Tinubu. Tinubu one coma. Tinubu one coma. Buffet contest. As long as Tinubu push him breathe. Then you call you have decision now.
Patoski waiting now.
No, it's true now. You can't be bullying us. You can't be bullying us. And then the next moment, you want us to vote for you. No.
But it's the followers that are bullying now. Peter Obi is not bullying.
Is he cautioning them? When they told him,
I don't see how power over them.
He said they are hungry, that's why.
It's not who's the doctor here.
Does he have power over them, Patrick? He doesn't.
No, he could correct them now. Rather, he said, it's because they are hungry. It's because they are hungry.
It's because they are suffering. Nigeria is the suffer.
They are the only people suffering in Nigeria.
Nigeria is suffer. Nigeria is suffer. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. It has been a nice session. Yeah, I really enjoy it. Yeah. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah. Thanks for the free doctor's advice.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I will catch you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much. Thank you, Adewale. Even though we don't see Adewale, maybe Adewale is not speaking. Yeah, thank you, Prince. Thank you, everybody. May God bless you all. Yeah, I will see you on the other side. Thank you so much. Bye.
When it offend them, it sweet us. When it is sweet us, they never say something. As it is sweet us, we go to pay them. As it is pay them, we go to sweet us. As it is sweet us, we go to